show it to its customers, I guess you'll have to ask them why they're doing that. But the pilots are just
Can you repeat
flying
yourself?
straight and level. No curve, no motion. They just fly horizontal.
So you're saying they just fly horizontal? Then
Yeah, they go
if
up,
you
they take off, they go up, and then they fly horizontal till they get to where they're going, and then they land. I mean, you go up and down, but in general, they're not accounting for a curvature of the Earth, let's say, more
if you
specifically.
just search a flight path of any flight right now on internet, you'll find the flight path curved right now. Search it.
Well, yeah, you could put it on a cartoon ball and make it curved, but when they're actually flying, they're treating the Earth as flat and motionless. They're not dipping their nose down. They're not thinking that their destination's spinning. They're just flying over a flat, motionless
Straight in
Earth.
the juicy stuff. If you're a flat earther, then you must have seen what's that documentary called? Behind the Curve. Have you seen it?
Yes,
Do you
it's
know
no
the
good.
flat earthers? The flat
It's a
earthers actually
Netflix
accidentally measured the rotation
documentary.
of the Earth.
No, they didn't measure any rotation. They didn't measure any curve either.
They actually did. You can see it on the documentary. Just go and say it.
How?
Rewatch it.
What did they measure?
And the rotation of the Earth.
How did they do that?
Go watch the documentary. Watch it 5 more times. And then
Well,
you
do
will
you
get it.
know? Well, you
Maybe.
watched it. Do you know?
They straight up ignored it.
What did they
They
do?
refused to believe it.
What did they do? Believe what?
They, they, they just accidentally measured the rotation of Earth.
What did they? How did they
And they
measure it?
refused to believe it.
How did they
So watch the
measure it?
documentary.
Well,
By the
do you not
gyroscope.
know? A
How else
gyroscope.
would how else would the Earth rotate if it was not flat?
No,
If it was not
Earth
round?
isn't rotating. Earth is motionless.
Earth is motionless.
Hmm.
And how does a gyroscope work? Go open the gyroscope in your phone. Open it right fucking now. Open the gyroscope in your phone.
Yeah,
And see.
it says you're motion. It says we're motionless.
You want me to open a gyroscope?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, it
Do you know
says,
your phone
it
has?
says we're
Do you know?
motionless.
Do you even know your phone has a gyroscope? Do you even know
Do it.
that?
Open it.
Okay. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Buy a laser gyroscope right now from Amazon, and you will
Do
detect
it.
Earth rotation. It's 15 degrees per hour.
Is that what you did? Is that what you did?
It's a straight up fact. It's a straight
How
up
did
fact. I
you?
don't
How
need to
do
do
you know
it.
it's a fact? No, you just said it was something you saw on a Netflix
All right,
documentary.
let me see how much they are on Amazon. I'm
Then
gonna go
why
buy
don't you guys buy it?
gonna
Why
go
don't
buy
you guys
one,
buy it and
dude.
prove it?
Dude, I'm gonna go
Just
buy
buy
one on
laser
Amazon right now.
Yeah. If you
Why would
buy
we
it,
waste
then you
Yeah,
use
do
it.
money?
You'll find out the Earth's rotation.
No, dude, it's
15 degrees per hour.
it's your thing to prove. You're the guy claiming that the Earth is a spinning ball, so it would be on you to buy some tool that you think is going to prove
Every
it.
Bro, now
person
it's
on
not
Earth,
logical, bro.
every
Now it's not logical. The way you were asking.
every
Calm
person
down,
on Earth
guys.
believes. Every person on Earth believes the Earth is round. You are the only guys who believe the Earth is flat.
No, all of human history,
believe
every
that
culture in history, your ancestors understood.
the responsibility of proof
Hold
is
on,
on you.
dude. Your ancestors understood that the Earth was flat and
Whose
motionless,
ancestors?
as have all
Whose
yours.
ancestors?
Yours.
Whose?
Hindu.
Do, do
The
you
Hindu.
really believe? Then you really need to read the.
Have you seen that?
They knew they were flat earthers.
No,
They were flat earthers. So
Cyclone. You always say that. Have you
don't
seen that?
insult
Give
your
me
own
proof.
heritage.
Have you seen that?
You're gonna have to take a ticket, guy. Do you want a ticket?
Sure. Why not?
Ancestors believed
Maybe
in
don't.
multiple gods and other
Maybe you don't want to
Oh,
buy.
Bella, you've returned.
Hi. Maybe you don't want to buy a boring laser gyroscope. Then buy a
No, we just like some
drone.
evidence that the Earth is a spinning
Then buy a
ball.
drone. Fly it above 50 kilometers, and you'll see.
Yeah, we've done it.
Video on it.
The Earth.
And
You
you'll
fly
see.
a drone up. You fly a drone up, and the Earth is flat, and the Earth is not rotating beneath the drone. It's not spinning.
man, if we actually did that now,
Hey, when you
would have
lift, when
seen
you
that
lift,
the
when
Witcher
you
was
take
hacked.
off, when you take off off the ground
If you
with
would have done
with a
it, if you would
drone.
have done it,
Hold on, dude.
you would
Dude,
have
answer this
actually.
question. So when I take the drone and I lift off into the sky and I just hover in place, is the ground rotating underneath it?
No, no. I'll explain
No.
why it doesn't rotate. No, it
So
doesn't.
the Earth
It doesn't.
isn't rotating.
Okay,
So the Earth's not rotating.
I'll
It's just
explain.
tilt.
Okay. I'll tell you why. You drive a car.
I drive a car.
You know how to drive a car. Okay. Then tell me if a fly comes in your car, and you drive it. Does the fly go back and smashes into the rear window of the rear seat of the car?
Get your
Or does
flight
it
to
float
do this
with
in
you?
an open top vehicle, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but
Have
you're not inside the Earth. You're on the outside of it. You're on the surface.
Then
The car is a closed system.
it has got nothing to do with the surface.
So yeah, so the ground is not spinning away beneath the drone.
Do you know why you can't
So
see a relative motion between the drone and the ground?
okay, what is the evidence for the motion? Hold on.
I'll explain you.
That's
I'll
an
explain
excuse.
you.
That's just an
I'll
excuse
explain
as to
you.
why you can't detect it. So can
I'll
anyone
tell you.
detect it?
Yes, I'll tell you why you can't detect it. I'll tell you why you can't detect it. When
No,
you
I don't
lift
want
the
to hear
drone up
why
from
you
the
can't
ground,
detect it. If you can't detect it, why do you believe it?
because there is a reason we can't detect it. It flies in
Right.
the
So
atmosphere of
why
Earth.
do you believe it if you can't detect it?
The atmosphere of the Earth rotates along with the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, why do you believe that if you can't detect it?
It's so exhausting. You know, fun fact. Only
Why do you
Americans
believe that?
believe in a
Don't
flat Earth.
derail. Answer the question. Why do you believe that if you can't detect it?
Are you even listening what I'm saying?
I couldn't hear that.
Are you really
Cyclone,
listening what I'm
Cyclone, let
speaking?
him speak, man.
Yeah, I am. I'm letting him
No,
answer
you
the
are not.
question. I'm letting him
No,
answer
you
the
are not.
question.
You are
Why
interrupting.
does he believe that? No, because he's not answering the question. The question is, why does he
Okay.
believe it if he can't detect it?
But he has to answer. It is connected.
No, he just has to answer the question.
I answered it. You can't see the relative motion between the drone and the Earth because it moves along with it.
Right. So, but you
That's the reason
can't
you can't detect
detect
it.
it. No, but you can't detect that it is moving. That's an
How would I
explanation as to
detect
why
it
you
but
can't
if it
detect it.
moves along with it?
Right.
How would
So
I
why
detect
do you
it?
believe it? Why do you believe it in the first place if it can't be detected? Why are you assuming it's occurring?
What cannot be detected? The rotation of the Earth.
Yeah. Why are you assuming that's occurring if you can't detect it?
There is a fucking international space station out in the space.
Ah, there we go. So you believe it because there's an international space station that goes around the Earth. That's what you said. So
Yeah.
now we're getting to it, right? The real reason, the only reason that you guys believe you live on a spinning ball is because of these space stories that you've been told and shown videos online. That's the only reason you actually believe it.
Okay. Now that we have gotten into space, okay.
Okay, so
Have you
what
heard
evidence
about
have you
hemispheres?
got? What evidence have
Have you
you
heard
got
about
that there's a
hemispheres?
space,
Have you heard about hemispheres?
dude? So let's follow on,
Does
right?
the
Because
night
you
sky
said the ISS is your
does the
proof.
night
How do you
is
know
not
that
my
those
proof?
videos of the ISS are real?
Are you real? Because I can't see you.
Or do they just require faith?
No, right now I'm doubting. Are you real? Because this internet is made by government and kind of,
That would be a cope, my friend. So how do you verify? Because now we're getting to the heart of it. You actually believe it because you believe this story about a space station in space. So now we're going to see if that holds up. So how do you know that those videos are real? To number 3960. Nope. Okay. I guess we'll pull the next ticket. Who's up? 3961.
I don't know. It was Tassif that was trying to ask something earlier, but if there's anybody else that has a question, speak up. We also have Violet and Tries Not that have joined us. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And Lily's here. JJ. All the flat earthers are here. Welcome to
All
of
the
you.
flat earthers. Go on, the lads and the ladies. All right. So someone was saying hello there. Who's that?
Emma's here. I don't know. Does somebody have a question about flat earth? We're here to answer your questions. Cyclone is on fire today, on a roll. He's already
Thank
up to
you.
number 3,959. I mean, you've been so hard at work.
Yep. This is overtime. Yeah, I'm going to dip off pretty soon anyway, so get it while it's hot.
If there's no Glober questions, I got a quick question for the Globe Believer. My mic working.
Yeah,
you
ask
do.
it. We can't wait to hear it.
Why do you think you live on a 70% or so flat ball? Somebody will explain that to you if you respond. Go ahead.
It's a good question. If water finds its level and Earth is covered in 70% surface water, as they tell us, how can we have a 70% level ball?
Oh, Tassif does have a question. I don't know if he has an answer to Dave's question. Tassif, are you able to speak? I don't know if I'm saying your name right.
All right, man.
Oh, he says he can.
You can or you cannot.
Okay, you'll be back. All right, sounds good. Yep. Ask us all about the ships over the horizon when you come back.
Someone
Ships
used
don't
to,
go over them, right, Cyclone? They don't go over that horizon.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. The Portuguese education system needs to get the latest globe update. They're still out there pushing the curved horizon.
Yeah, we must have sent them VHS tapes from Bill Nye, 1990s era.
They're still on it. I appreciate that because I swear the amount of times I've had to show that video to Glober saying we never said it was going over a curve. So I can get my Portuguese friends to help me out now. So that's going to really give them some cog disc because a lot of them still like to attribute the globe to the Portuguese. But then they'll have to throw the Portuguese under the bus again. Well, they're just not on Discord. They don't know it's been updated. The lore has changed.
Well, Portuguese are not known for being sailors.
Yeah, true. Oh well, fun stuff.
Just a room full of flat tags. Getting more every day.
So you got JJ? What's up, JJ?
Hello.
What's happening, bro?
Somebody called my name. There we
Yeah,
go.
I'm just saying,
Thank you
what's
very
up?
much.
What brings
What's
you
up?
by? What brings you by the Flat Earth channel?
Oh, well, you know what I mean. I see a flat Earth, just jump in. You know, I'm still, to be honest, somehow sure that it's not globe, but also not sure that it's flat. You know, I don't know why it could
Oh,
be.
okay. That's interesting.
Debate.
What's made you
I
sure that
don't
it's
think
not?
it's right.
What's made you sure that it's not a globe?
You know, that's like that water theory. Like, how could water bend? You know, that makes me like.
Yeah, it doesn't really make
If you're
sense.
saying it's a globe, that's if you're saying it's a globe, though, there is a curve. There is a curve mean water should be curving with the curve, and now we're talking about the curvature of water. Now it's a problem, you know.
Yeah. So since the
Only
water
case,
isn't, go on. Sorry.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, the only case where water could, you know, curve is, you know, when it's like almost half a sphere, not even half a sphere. It's just like, you know, we see when this, if you know, like we fill a cup full of water and just before it's spilled, you know, there is, you know, curvature, but I don't know. That could be the case. I don't know, but not in the globe. Sure, I don't see the water curving that much on big of a scale.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you're right. The water just seeks its level. Any body of water just has a level surface. So,
Yeah, I'm actually, you know, I'm
so
somewhere in
if
between, to be honest. But
okay, well that's cool. Well, I mean, if you've got questions or things that you're unsure about, feel free to ask.
oh, I'm more like ready to listen. Also, you know, I like when you spot, you know, like you spot the mistakes of people and trying to demonstrate their, you know, theory. So, you know, I'm kind of interested in listening more for this time.
Okay, well, what topics are you interested, and we can talk about those topics.
Well, what other topics you could say? I'm more like these days. I'm more like into quantum physics. I like to really jump.
I mean, with regards to the Earth, like the Earth being flat or a globe, like are there any
Okay.
particular bits that you don't understand or you want more information on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still like going a little bit skeptical about this sun movement thing. I'm for sure at this point like the sun is moving and not us. You know, that's one almost.
That's good.
Almost.
That's what we observe.
Mhm. But where does the sun go? And you know, like just different time zones and stuff like that. It's kind of obscure.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Mhm.
Does anyone from the flat Earth side want to speak on the sun?
It's nighttime there. That's what I do.
Also, are you on our home server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Actually, to be honest, this is my first day on Discord. Like one of my friends, you know, suggested it for me, so I just jumped in. I don't really know how it works, but
So if you click on, if you go into this voice call and you click on DJ, do you see the user DJ?
User DJ. Okay, just give me 1 second. Decrypt. DJ. Yeah, I see.
There should be a link in his bio to our server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you see that?
All right. So should I go to his profile?
Yeah, I put it in my bio too. I forgot I did that cycle until you just told me, until you just suggested that.
Good. It's very
There it
helpful.
is. Yeah.
I appreciate anyone doing that because it makes this a bit easier. So, have you joined the server?
Oh, I'm checking.
Okay. Just let me know, and then I'll tell you where to look in the server for the resources so that you can study at your own pace.
All right, I just accepted the invitation.
Okay, so scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channels, and you'll see a section called Additional Information, and it's alphabetized A through Z. Starts with Antarctica, has channels like gravity, sun, moon, long distance observations. Do you see those channels?
Give you a hard time here. Can you just guide me like really caveman?
Yeah. So are you
So now I'm in the chat.
Are you in the server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server? Do you see channels like lobby and debate? When you click the link
So
to the
trying to,
server.
like, yeah, and then it says like invitation, accept the invitation, I accepted it.
Yeah, and then has it brought you into the server? Are you on the server page?
So I'm on the server page, but it says I have no permission to send messages, something like that.
I don't know. You shouldn't have to do too much verification other than just saying you've read the rules. And you should be able to browse the channels. Can you scroll through the channels on the server?
You know what?
Okay.
I don't know if I'm gonna be so helpful for you because I'm still confused, really, to be honest.
Okay, that's okay. Well, we can help you out in the background. Someone can message you and get your hand getting on it. But just keep
Yeah, I
working
just
on that.
tagged him. I just tagged him in the lobby. If you do see that, see where I tagged
Okay,
you?
I see.
Yeah. What am I trying to get him to? Cyclone long distance.
Just the additional information sections generally.
Yeah, he said hello to me. There he is. I see him.
What is that exactly? Like additional information? What should I? No.
Well, click on, see where I
left and
put,
right.
where it says like # long distance observations that I just put there. You just click on that word there and it'll take you right to the channel. But then they're all down at the bottom too.
Down at the bottom, and then do I want to go left or right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you just click on that phrase there, long distance observations, and it takes you right to the channel. But then there's a whole bunch of other ones down there too. If you go away from the lobby and just to the general list of channels, and then scroll all the way down to the bottom, then there's a whole bunch A through Z of channels with all kinds of information there.
Yeah, anyway, that's the point.
What did you say? But yeah, I mean, and then also that place where I tagged you before, the lobby. I mean, if you ever have any other questions, you can ask them there, and there's always people willing to
Thank you so much.
answer them.
I'm just getting used to it. I'm gonna watch the YouTube video later on how to use this platform. You know, very useful.
Yeah, it can be confusing. They keep adding more stuff,
very
makes it more
confusing, to be honest.
confusing. I understand.
I'm not gonna lie, but you know, thank you guys for being patient.
Yeah, so that I mean, we can also show you things here in this. What?
Talking to right now?
Oh, you're talking to me, Dandelion. Is that what you were asking?
Dandelion.
Yeah.
Because are you a part of the group, or how does this work?
Yes,
like,
I am a part of the group. Yep, I am.
A question like, is it possible to find only live events that you could jump in anytime you want, or you have to be always, you know, some kind of joining the group or something? I don't know how it works, to be honest, but
yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. There's a little bit of like distortion in your voice, but you can join any of the voice channels. Like you joined this one, which I think is still an event. Sometimes they're like official events. Yeah, it's still an event up at the top. So if you click join, then you end up there. But then you can also join you can also join voice channels when there's not an event. Then you just kind of like click on, where all the names are, and then it pulls up, and then you can just click join voice. So we're here. There's usually somebody here 24/7. That's why we're called the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, meaning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So even when we're not having an event, you can come in here, yeah, and talk to people if you want.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Yeah, and then there's
So
ooh,
your team like flat Earth, right?
what?
Thank you.
What did you say?
You are like one of the guys who are like one of the guys who are that Earth is flat now.
I'm sorry, you're kind of breaking up a little bit. I also tagged you in the chat that goes along with this channel. So sometimes people will put extra information there. Do you see where that is when I tagged you?
Tag me on
You'll figure it out. Yeah, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. It's not too bad once you get used to it.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, welcome. We're glad that you're here. Hope you have a good Discord experience.
Trying to find out more groups.
Yep.
Seems enjoyable. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I think we kind of lost audio from JJ, so if anybody else has a question, feel free to speak up.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to say I was good talk with. I think it was Guillermo and some other guys. But yeah, you as well down the line. Good to hear from you, and I'll speak to you soon. Go and listen for a bit.
All right, Cyclone.
Catch you later,
Thanks, Alan.
Cyclone.
Later.
Now there is no one. Okay, now let's see. Complicator. Oh, there is also info here. Okay. Let's see.
Hello, XW Tech. How are you?
Yeah. I'm just here to see the club has been debunked. Huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the news of the day. Yep. The globe has been debunked. Yep. It is conclusively shown that there is no measured curvature and no rotation.
Is this April Fool's?
No, yeah, it is not April Fool's. It's a different holiday here in the United States of America. This is our Independence Day, where we set off fireworks and talk about how much we love to be an American. But it's not April Fool's. We're totally serious about the flat Earth because it's a measurement. So if you lived on a globe, then there would be certain measurements you would be able to carry out in the real world to demonstrate that curvature, because that curvature would result in the horizon distance being at a maximum mileage, depending on the observer height, and we do not observe that in reality. So, you understand now, if you were standing on a globe, you wouldn't be able to see things that were around the side of the globe, right? But that's not what we find out in reality.
But how Google Maps work if the Earth is flat?
How do maps work? Oh, they work just fine. Maps are flat. Yeah, maps. All my maps are
No,
flat.
I meant Google Map. No, I meant Google Maps.
Oh, Google Maps? Yeah, that's fine
Yeah.
too. Yep, that's flat too, right, DJ?
Yeah, it's a Mercator map, yeah. Web Mercator projection.
No, I can't believe this. The Earth is round.
What makes you think that it's round?
Well, how does satellite work if the Earth is flat?
Well, before we go on to satellites, we could go on to satellites, but weren't you interested in the part where I said that no curvature or drop over distance has been measured in reality? Like, sometimes people think the Earth is too big to see the curve, but actually you would see the curve. You would see it because you would have objects obscured from your view at a predictable distance, right? And that's not what we're finding. In fact, we've done laser tests. Have you ever heard of the laser tests that demonstrate that the Earth is flat?
I heard about it, but there's many experiments that shows that Earth is round. Like a photo of a city just beneath the water. Let me show it.
Okay, so yeah, while you're looking for that, in case you're interested in actually seeing the conclusive proof that we do not live on a globe, you can open up that video, watch it later. That's about the FE core laser test, greatest laser experiment in history, FE core. So yeah, what's happening is that they're shining the laser across the flat water. There were several different ones. Their longest one was around 25 miles. So at that distance of 25 miles, there should have been over 300 feet of drop. The laser target should have been obscured by the alleged Earth curve, and yet the laser does hit the target. So you understand that it shouldn't have hit it if we were on a globe, and yet it did. Doesn't that seem kind of interesting to you? It's real interesting to me. So the target should have been hidden around the curve. What were you going to say, DJ?
I was going to say he probably has a complete misconception in his head about what flat Earth means and what we're claiming, and he's probably thinking of maybe a disk in space with all the other round planets floating around.
That's statistically likely that that's what he's thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're not a disk in space. We don't claim that, XW Tech.
So, what does flat Earth actually means here?
It means that the Earth is in actuality the way it presents itself to you. So have you ever seen a globe anywhere in the real world? Have you ever seen or measured curvature in the real world?
Well, to be honest, I've never researched further because I don't have time for that.
You don't have time for it? Yeah, so I'm not talking about going out necessarily and doing something special, although we have done that. I mean, we have gone out and made long distance observations, many of us that are impossible on a globe. There's thousands of these observations that show that the globe is indeed debunked. But I'm not even asking if you've done that. I'm just saying, when you experience the world, it's flat and stationary, right? Meaning it's not moving.
I mean, I'm locked at home. How do I measure it?
What did you say?
I mean, I don't move very long from my home. How do I measure it? Unless I'm a
Oh.
sailor of something.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, you don't have to be a sailor. I mean, if you were, that would probably make things easier because, we all experience water as lying flat in its container. The ocean is obviously flat and stationary. If you go out and spend time on the ocean or a large body of water, you see the horizon out in front of you. It's flat. You keep going. It's just flat everywhere. There's no time where the water starts to curve or you have hills of water. It's just, and that's what you would have to experience if you were on a globe covered by water. It's just impossible. I mean, that is one way that you can demonstrate it to yourself, because since the earth is covered by over 70% of water, and we know that water lies flat, at no time is that flat water magically turning into a ball. It's just not happening. Plus, are you able to see the chat that goes along with this voice channel here, W? So what is your name? I'm trying to tag you in there. Oh, it's X. I'm sorry, you're not W, you're X. XW. Wrong person. So anyway, what I've shown you in there is a sampling at 17 minutes after the hour. So if you click on that link, you can see a list of different observations. This is what I was trying to explain to you. So we do not think that we are on a disk. We make no claim as to the thickness or the outer realms. We do not claim an edge. We just test the mathematics of the globe and the geometry of a sphere. And we go out in reality because there's a thick drop over distance, which increases over distance at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. It's an exponential increase, meaning that it keeps increasing faster and faster. So at longer and longer distances, there should be a very dramatic drop, but we do not see that in reality. That's what we're saying here. That's why we're saying the globe is debunked. So would you like me to tell you about the observation that I've made in this regard?
Well, I'm a positive anyway.
Yeah.
So no sense.
All right, cool. So maybe you'll open that link. Maybe you'll look at it later. Maybe you'll realize that Flat Earth is not a joke. You asked me if it was April Fool's. Yeah. So it's not a joke. So if you take nothing else away from this conversation, remember, Flat Earth is not a joke.
Is it really a flat Earth?
It's an observation.
Yeah, it's really flat. I don't know. There's a new person asking that. I don't know. Who is that? Hello.
It's me.
I was just agreeing with you, Dandelion. I was saying, yes, indeed, it is. And it's an observation.
Yeah, I heard you. Yes, I heard you. And I appreciated that you were backing me up. I always like to have backup. It's nice. Yeah, thank you.
All is well, and I digress. I'll let you all get back to chat.
I don't think you digressed. I think that was a great backup comment. Yeah, Onion. I was asking who was the next person, which was Onion 46. He's got his little SpongeBob character there. It is flat. Yes, that's the answer, Onion. It is. It measures flat, meaning there's no curvature measured, no drop over distance measured.
What if it's a sphere, though?
Well, it is not a sphere. it has been conclusively demonstrated that it is not a sphere.
In order for it to be a sphere, one would be able to find curvature, but since there is no measurable curvature, no sphere.
That's right. Would you like to hear about the observation I've made that conclusively debunks the globe, Onion?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good thing I didn't force it on the other guy. I don't want to give people observations against their will. I'm saving it just for you, Onion. So anyway, I'll put it. Can you look at the chat here, the little text chat that goes along with this channel? Are you able to look at that? Oh yeah, you're there already. I see you said something. Okay, yeah. So this is the skyline of the city of Chicago. So Chicago's on the southern end of Lake Michigan, which is one of the Great Lakes, gigantic freshwater lakes in the United States of America. And this is looking at Chicago from Sawyer, Michigan, a place called Warren Dunes, although you can see it from up and down the coast, Sawyer, Bridgman, even as far north as South Haven. I've heard of even further north, although I have not verified them myself nor seen them documented. But anyway, the point is you can see Chicago from way further than you would be able to see if we lived on a globe. So it's this particular image, it's 52 miles away. It should have over 1,800 feet of curvature hiding the tallest building completely. But you can see the skyline of the city of Chicago. It should be hidden behind the alleged curve. So here's one counterexample that shows that why that we are naming this event, the globe's been debunked. What do you think about that, Onion?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
Okay, well, now you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you like to watch YouTube videos?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm going to give you another one that you can watch later. We'd rather talk to you now if you have any questions while we are all here. But there's a guy. His name's Dr. John D. He set out to disprove the flat Earth, in other words, to find evidence for the globe, which is what a lot of us here did. And we discovered that it was not there. And then we ended up demonstrating how there is no curvature, no globe. And that's what Dr. John D. did. This particular one, it's one of the shortest ones on his channel, but if you're into it, he's got other ones on there. They very clearly explain the argument. This one in particular has to do with the location of the horizon, which we can explain that argument to you in more detail if you're interested. But basically, there's long distance observation arguments against the globe, and then there are horizon arguments against the globe. But what there isn't is any verifiable, testable, repeatable argument for the globe. We're still looking for that. So yeah, and then the next image I put in there for you, that's a still shot from this video. So the reason I like this one, and I would just challenge you, like if we were playing Truth or Dare, I'd say, I dare you to watch that Dr. John D video later. It's only 15 minutes long. It's very well explained.
Why has no one found the edge yet?
Okay, he wants to know about the edge. Okay, so anyway, it's all about how the horizon, just like I explained to you before, is going to be at a maximum location. So if you can see the horizon behind certain objects, then it's showing you that you do not live on a sphere because that predicted geometric horizon is not there. Have we found the edge? No, we do not, we personally, I mean, the people here that you're talking to, we don't run around looking for the edge. We don't claim an edge. We don't, usually when people ask for an edge, it's because they think that we are, or they are envisioning flat Earth as being a disk flying through space, because that's kind of a joke that's out there. We reject that wholeheartedly. We do not claim a disk. We just claim that the Earth is the place you live, and it is flat and stationary, just as it appears. It's a realm. We're restricted from traveling to the outer reaches of this realm, and also there are technological limitations to digging. So far, the deepest hole dug in to the Earth is 7.6 miles. So, because then at that point their equipment fails and they can't dig any further. So any claims to the outer edges and any claims to the depth are unverifiable. Therefore, we do not make them. But we do reject anyone who's making unscientific, unsubstantiated claims to these things. So, yep, we're not claiming an edge.
Why do people think it's a globe?
Oh, you tell me. You don't think it's a globe, Onion? Do you think it's a globe?
Yes.
And what makes you think that?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. If you had to prove it to someone, like, I mean, I know it's not provable. Yeah. So you're asking me, why do people think it? I mean, and here you are, Exhibit A, to tell us why you think it. I mean, I can tell you why I thought it. I thought it before I looked into the evidence, right? You want me to tell you why I used to think it?
No.
Okay, then I won't.
The globe's literally a religious claim. Goes back to the cult of Pythagoras and the globus of kings. Spheres of influence.
What do you think's on the other side?
Doesn't really matter.
It's hard to give up the globe, Onion. If you haven't heard these arguments before, then it's just a new way of thinking of things. Like AG was getting at, the globe. It's an indoctrinated belief that you've been indoctrinated into the cult of Pythagoras, like he told you, from birth. And like anyone who's stuck in a religious fundamental belief, which is what the globe is, you can make a choice to leave it behind. There's no reason behind it. There's no rational thought. It's just a claim that people make, and a lot of people believe it. So, yeah, that's the reason. People just believe it because they were told, and they thought those people who told them had something to back it up. So you got to look and see, do they actually have anything to back it up? And you might find out that they don't. That's why I recommended this Dr. John Dee to you, because I think it's a good intro, because he just kind of tells you there, when you're looking at this buoy and you see the horizon behind the buoy, and we have other, observations like this we can show you if you're interested. But, if you see that horizon behind the buoy, you're not on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. And that right there takes time just to take that in for most people, but that's what we're saying here. And it's just a fact. It's just the way the world is. That's where you are. You aren't on a globe. If you are, you're just listening to science fiction stories. There's no reality to them. So if anybody else has a question, pipe up. I don't know, Onion. Just soaking in there for onion. Getting through all the layers of the onion. If you've got any other questions, let us know, Onion. Do you have another question, Onion?
On the GIF, the world is spinning.
On the GIF, the world is spinning. Oh, I think he's looking at your thing at 30 minutes after. AJ.
From the perspective of the viewer, they are flying on a aircraft. So the Earth doesn't have to be spinning for you to see Earth move if you are flying over it. It's a non-inertial reference frame.
Hello, Sybane. Welcome to the channel. I'm not sure if you're trying to speak. You're lighting up, but we're not hearing anything.
Are you a doctor?
Is that Onion asking? Are you asking me that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into what my degrees or credentials are, because one thing I've learned about this in this time I've been, debunking the globe with many of the people here in this room and other people over the years, and it's interesting to me because usually educated people, they can kind of like gauge other people's like level of education. And so when people come in and they talk to like some of the guys in here that are like extremely articulate and like very well spoken and explain things extremely patiently with diagrams, so on and so forth, like great vocabulary, like very good at listening to people and responding. But then they'll sometimes make like horrible insults to their level of intelligence and so on, or their level of education, or other, insults. They don't get it. Like they're just showing themselves as being extremely uneducated. But it doesn't matter if the person was educated by an institution where they were issued a paper. That used to matter more, just so you know, I'm probably older than you. Because they're used to be held to high standards, so that when they issued this paper, you would think, yes, this person actually probably does know about this topic and can speak about it and even inform others about it. But these days, it's very possible, especially with the widespread use of the internet, to educate yourself for free. So, whether someone paid, tens or hundreds of $1,000s to get paper from an institution doesn't really mean that much. What you should be able to do is to, for yourself, use your own brain reasoning, listen to the information that's being presented to you, look up the sources for yourself, evaluate them, and maybe even go out in this particular case and test it for yourself in the real world. Then determine the value of the information based on whether what they are saying to you holds together, makes logical sense, and goes together with possibly tests that you do yourself. You could go out to a body of water, you could make a long distance observation, you could look it up in the Earth curve calculator and find out what the drop over distance is predicted for the particular observation you're making. And then you could determine whether your observation in your world matches with what the globe claims. What do you think about that, Onion?
Huh?
Well, hopefully somebody
Pardon?
was listening, you know. It doesn't matter if you have a degree or not. And I'm not going to tell you what they are, because that's not the important thing. The information is the important thing.
Earthology.
In fact, I would recommend to you, are you still in school, Onion? You haven't graduated yet, right? It's fine to say it just yet, right? You haven't graduated from high school yet, right? You're still in school? He doesn't want to tell me. That's fine. Okay, are you a teenager?
Maybe.
Okay. It's not important one way or the other. I was just curious because if you were, in theory, a teenager, my recommendation to you would be to educate yourself beyond whatever they're teaching you in school because, like it's pretty low level these days. So if you want to have success in this world, decide what you want to do. And then at night, find a free course, discipline yourself, be like, okay, I'm going to spend 2 hours on this thing each night, educating myself so I can be way ahead of the game by the time I graduate. And, I can decide what I want to go out and do. Like, what kind of career are you interested in? Do you have an idea?
Cooking.
Cooking, great. Oh my gosh, that's great. So you probably already do practice at home, right? Do you already do extra cooking at home?
Mm-hmm.
Good. All right, cool. All right, well then you're already on board. That makes me happy. You got something practical you want to do with your life. Good news.
We encourage autodidactism, basically self-learning, self-taught. So whenever anybody's teaching themselves, that's a good thing.
Yeah, because already, the only reason I'm even getting into that with you, which I wouldn't normally do, is because you just seem, I don't know, just the way you've been asking questions, the questions you've been asking and so on make me feel like, that you're open to new information and knowledge, and that's a good thing. So don't give that up because we run into many people here who just already think they know it all, and then that's a very sad sight to see anyone who at any age thinks they know it all. I have so much to learn. I learn new things every day, and I hope to keep learning things for the whole rest of my life. Okay, so does anybody else have a question about the flat earth? Or if you have another one, Onion, feel free to speak up there. I don't know if we answered all yours. I think we did.
What do you call yourself if you believe in the flat earth?
I don't know because I don't believe in it. I observe it, I calculate it, I know for certain that there's no globe. So the globe requires belief. We went over this. The flat earth does not require belief. It's a mathematical certainty. So most people in here call themselves flat earth. What? Pardon?
Fractal flat.
I can't understand what he's saying. Most people who understand the clearly demonstrated truth that there's no globe call themselves flat earthers. Not necessarily the name we came up with. It was just a name that was already out there. And so we just went along with it.
Be right back.
All right, Onion. Honey all day, did you have a question? Welcome to the channel. Just the facts. All kinds of great new usernames here. KTC, Light.
Hello,
Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
Good. Yeah, thanks for asking. Have you heard about the flat earth before?
Like 4 years ago, my sister told me.
Cool, your sister. Nice. What did she tell you?
Showed me some videos, and I spent a lot of hours looking those videos.
And what did you think about them?
Nice. It is like other perspective to see the globe or the planet or whatever. But I speak Spanish and I'm learning English.
I got it so far. We got it so far. Yep, sounds good.
Hey, you're doing great, dude.
Oh, thank you.
Carry on.
From my perspective, I like have a wide perspective in everything or every situation, and look both sides of that.
So you researched both sides, and did you come to a conclusion?
To see both sides and maybe create my own perspective or my own things or thoughts.
Yeah, not all flat earth videos are good. So I don't know what ones she showed you. They may or may not have been high quality information. Were you going to say something else, AG?
I was just going to point out that nobody here believes in a space frisbee flying pizza planet thing. Like, the ground is the floor, and you're standing on the ground.
Agreed.
Lights are moving overhead. They are doing exactly what we see them doing, moving overhead. The media, they'll post like on YouTube and these other places, all this weird shilly stuff. They'll end up having that space frisbee bullshit. It's a straw man, a pizza planet in outer space that's kind of superimposed onto the heliocentric model. And I'm just saying that nobody here believes in that. That would be silly.
Does your sister still follow, like, is she still into the whole flat earth concept, or do you still talk with her about it? Do you still talk to your sister about flat earth, honey?
Yeah. Can you repeat, please?
Do you still talk to your sister about the flat earth? Is she like persistent in, like, some people just look into it and then they give it up, but some people look into it and then usually it's because they conclusively realize that there's definitely no globe, and then they keep learning about it. So does your sister still research the flat earth today, now?
No, my sister, I don't believe she searching information right now or that, but I I searched some experiments from in YouTube, only in YouTube, some videos, experiments. That these videos shows a lot of tests, or I don't how I say
Were they laser tests?
maybe, or like somebody stay in any in one place of the earth and see saw some builds in the ocean, or maybe like that.
They saw what in the ocean?
Some buildings or city, or
Atlantis.
Well, it sounds like maybe you were watching something that was a long distance observation, like they were seeing a building across the ocean that they would not have seen if we were on a globe. Is that right?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
And see, I saw videos like that, or nice. They those videos let me thinking about
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Well, put a video there if you want to watch it later, open it up and save it. This one's about the laser test, which is similar to what you're talking about, but instead of just making the observation, they're actually shining the light across the water and showing how that light laser would not be hitting the target if we were on a globe. But yeah, when you said Majin was asking if that was the Chicago skyline when you were talking about seeing buildings across the ocean, because that's you probably weren't here when I was. Oh no, I don't know what's going on. Are people hot miking?
Let me talk to them. I mean, how it was
Is that you, Elbow?
with the freaking.
Okay, I'm gonna mute Elbow.
Top of my titty.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was just hot micing.
Got it. All right. So, oh, now we've got another person. Whoa. Sorry, everybody. I don't know who that was. Very obnoxious person. I'm sorry everybody had to hear that. Okay. There's another one. They are just out in full forces today, huh?
Ce fugi mândro de mine, intimii mi-aș pula în tine. Zi de zi de mine fugi, ca ți-aș pula să ne-o sugi. Când aveam bani mă chemai.
Okay, good job, guys. Getting rid of those people.
Who was that? Anyone see who that was?
The last one was
Mario?
the E, started with an E. They're gone. That started with an E. The last one, somebody muted them right when I got to them.
In the other chat, the mod chat, because for some reason my phone won't let me ban him. It's really the keyboard won't stay up. It like opens up and then closes. Discord's acting stupid. So I posted the name there and I tagged you in it, DJ.
Oh, awesome. Thanks. I'll permaban
I
them.
didn't catch the other dude's name, but I did get the one who continuously did it like multiple times.
Oh, Majin says it's EDYXX. Yep, that's the one. I don't know if that's the same one you guys are talking to. Oh, yeah, that's
that was probably the other one. Yep.
Yep. I'll write it in there.
Thanks. 'Cause nobody wants to hear screaming in their ears.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the copyright and the YouTube channels.
Fair enough. I wish that people came in here and they were auto server muted. Then they go into the side chat and ask to be unmuted. And once they ask to be unmuted, they can shut up and listen. And if they request to be unmuted, fine, we unmute them. But that would take away the risk of some random idiot just joining and ruining the conversation over and over. Just my opinion.
Good on you moderators for doing a great job keeping everybody in check. Been good conversation so far. I've been listening in. 4th of July over here in Georgia. Got the kids having some fun with the fireworks. Had a little break. Just wanted to say hi.
Yeah, I
Thanks,
missed
John.
that. But the children saw fireworks, so that was cool.
Yeah, I can hear him out there. I haven't even gone out there to see if I can see him yet. I should go out there, I guess. I don't know. Then it'd be loud. I don't know. We were talking to Honey before all that happened. Oh yeah, we were saying, Imagine and I were saying, we were wondering if when you said buildings across the ocean, if you were talking about the Chicago skyline, because it looks like an ocean even though it's a freshwater lake. But it sounds like you got the general idea that the long distance observations debunk the globe.
The way I would put it is, you globers see too far. We see exactly as we'd expect to see, but y'all see too far to have a globe.
That's right. That's good. That's good. I like it.
World record for the long distance photography. Y'all see too far to have a globe. It is what it is. What was it, like 200 some odd miles? 280?
The Canigoo, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that one, the infrared
Yeah.
photography. I want to check into that and see the exact altitude that was taken. Then we can use the Earth curve calculator to calculate what you would expect to see based off of that.
Oh yeah, 255 miles.
Yeah. And see, they've been making stories for this shit for a very long time.
Yeah, it's let me see.
What's it?
Observer height for one of them. Yeah, let me see if this is the one. I don't think this is the one. This one's 252. I'll see if I can find it. No, this is a different one. That's not the one we're talking about.
I also find it interesting.
I'm back.
Roll flat Earth observations from the Chinese space station.
Yeah.
Who said they were back? I don't know who that was.
DJ looks like he came in on an alt and left the server. It's probably the same guy. And he used his alt to join in, so ban the other one.
Sure.
Should
I
be
think
fine.
I might have just typed it in wrong. I'm just
Oh, me, sorry.
double-checking.
Oh, Onion's the one that's back. That's what he's telling us, that he's
Welcome back,
Yes.
Onion. Welcome back.
Yeah, I can give you the link to the YouTube. Let's see. Which one is in here? I guess they're both in here.
Yeah, it was the same guy.
Well, people must be mad at you flat earthers then. Abraham Lincoln is mad.
No. Man.
Abraham Lincoln wants everybody to unmute their microphones and start talking at the same time.
At least he's honest.
Oh, I love Abraham.
Yeah, Abraham, you can't complain when you're not talking either. What's your question about the flat Earth?
Anyone else playing
I have
Red
no
Dead?
question. It's just a myth. I don't have any question.
The myth is the globe. The globe is the myth.
No, it's not.
It is.
Oh, maybe he's going to be the one to show us some evidence of curvature. Then you have
Oh, let
some
me grab my
evidence of
popcorn.
Yeah, all right, Rodwin, we're ready. You
I'm
got
good.
evidence
Guys, I
of
just robbed the
drop
train.
over distance. You got
Popcorn and a
some,
coffee and popcorn. I'll be right back.
Okay, we'll still be here. Abraham, you got some measurements of a drop over distance, proof of curvature or rotation?
Curvature or rotation? No, actually, when someone says that the Earth is flat, they are the ones who need to provide evidence because Earth is round scientifically. It's just agreed upon.
Agreed upon.
Yeah.
Me and my neighbor agreed that I have a unicorn in my garage. Now what?
You and your neighbor is different to countries, militaries, scientists, experimenting, sending missiles like through sky to hit other countries. Like the way they count it.
Shooting missiles means that you live on a globe?
No, no, no. I'm saying that it's agreed upon because militaries rely on it, scientists rely on it, and countries as a whole.
Does each military tell the other military how much the globe curves so they know how to, each military knows how to fire their weapons at each other? Or did they all have to measure it for themselves?
I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying
I'm
that
talking
because
about the measurement of the globe that is not there. Earth is measured flat.
Really?
Yeah, really.
So you just take a ruler and put it on the ground and that's how you measure it, or what?
If you want to, if you're up to it, if you think you can do that.
Hey, Abe, honest Abe, what's the radius of the sphere that you believe you live on?
Oh my god. For God's sake.
Doesn't know.
Oh, really?
Quickly Google it, bro.
There must be a war outside my house right now. You can hear all the booms.
I know it's like that here too.
It's a war going on in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I can tell you never had an actual war. You never experienced it.
Well, no, it's a thing. It's interesting that you would mention that. I mean, I definitely have never, but there's a lot of soldiers and veterans in America that have problems with the 4th of July because that's today, of course, Independence Day, and people are just like wild about setting off fireworks. Dogs don't like it, But yeah, it's just, I mean, he's not saying that lightly. It is like, that's just what it sounds like. There's just explosions everywhere. It's how it is. I don't know what to tell you. Right? If you haven't been to the USA on the 4th of July, then you don't know. I understand. But he's not saying that lightly. He's saying that's what's happening right now. Yeah, over here.
Yeah, but it's nothing like a war. The analogy is just weird.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not. And I just told you that people have PTSD from listening to it. So we obviously know that it's not an actual war, but it sounds like it. But let's get back to the topic. Did Abraham give us any proof of curvature?
I'm still waiting.
I'm sorry, just go back. What's going on?
I'm still waiting to hear if Abraham Lincoln knows the radius of the alleged sphere that he's here defending.
Nah. You know what? It's like me asking you, how flat is Earth? Because we have a lot of mountains. Like, do you know how flat Earth is that you believe in?
It's not the same thing at all, bro. That's completely non-analogous. That's like a ridiculous comparison, my friend.
I don't know.
How's that the same thing? Asking what the radius is compared to asking about mountains and hills.
Nah, not about mountains and hills. How flat is it? Same thing. How rounded? How flat?
No, that's asking for the radius, dude. Right? The radius in the R value that's in all the mathematics behind orbital mechanics and all of the globe mathematics, right? Calculating the distance to the sun and the moon and sending the little men to go play golf on the moon where they brought back the petrified wood.
Mm-hmm.
You need the radius value for all of that. Asking about mountains and how flat is it? No, completely terrible analogy.
I heard somewhere that it's around 6,000 or something.
Yeah,
Not
you
that
just
it
Google it, did you?
No. So
Okay,
I heard it somewhere. I'm not even sure about it.
Right, so who validated that and when?
I don't know, not a scientist. I just know that Earth is not flat, sorry. It's rounded, it's a globe.
How do you know that?
Stop the cap.
Well, I know it because when you ask a scientist, they will respond with yes, it is.
So you just appeal to authority, appeal to credentials, so just faulty logic, essentially.
Well, it's not authority if, I see the results of it actually being...
Which results did you see?
I saw the Americans having the moon landing. I saw.
Really? Did you know when they came back from the moon, right? They gifted a moon rock to the Netherlands, and it turned out to be fake, just petrified wood. Why would they do that?
I don't know. Maybe they hate
Funny,
the Dutch
isn't
so
it?
bad. Maybe they hate
What's
the
that?
Dutch so bad they wanted to fool them.
Yeah, so they just thought they'd just give them a bit of petrified wood and
I posted
say
it
it's a
for
moon
you,
rock.
DJ. I posted it for you in the chat so you can read about
Oh,
it.
thank you. Yeah.
What did you post?
So you think they were just trolling? You think they were just trolling the Netherlands and giving them a
I
fake
don't
moon
know.
rock?
Maybe, who knows?
For the museum for everybody to look at and wonder in.
Yeah, so they could just discredit themselves like that.
Guess where the moon rock is from that they found out finally? From Australia.
And it comes from a land down under.
Hey,
Hey, that's near where I live.
how did your thing go, CB?
Oh, it was a great episode. Thanks for everybody that turned out to the Flat Earth Off-Road / Misogyny Meeting episode 2. It was fantastic, man. I wish you guys could have joined. Good stuff.
Awesome.
Special thank you to Mike. A special thank you to AI. A special thank you to everybody that turned out, guys. We'll do it again sometime soon.
And I was curious, how did they know that the rock was from? How did they know where the rock was from? Did they fucking analyze? Like, what was it upside down or some shit? Like
upside down.
The moon rock. They analyzed it.
Oh, okay.
They found it's petrified wood, and then they finally found that same petrified wood in Australia later.
Damn.
Australian genetic.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, so this Abe Lincoln guy believes in the moon landings. He's
Yeah, I still
globe
do.
proof. That's
Maybe
the
the
globe
moon is
proof.
maybe the moon is a petrified tree.
I mean, you'd have to believe that, though, low key.
Maybe the moon is Australian.
Here we go.
Yeah, I just
Here
wonder
we go.
about if Earth was so flat, like very flat and stuff. What's on the edges? Like when you get to the edge, are you gonna fall in space or whatever?
Space is fake. No, you won't fall into space. Space is fake. It doesn't exist. Don't you? So you never have to worry about falling off. You don't even have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah. You can't put flat Earth in the solar system, bro. The idea that you have a space currently where it's like a solar system with a sun and a bunch of planets, the flat Earth doesn't go in there. So if you're thinking of flat Earth like that, you got to throw that idea in the trash.
So there's no universe.
Yeah, that's all fake shit. That's all fake shit. Those stories that you fly around the sun and that's all fake.
Oh,
Flat Jupiter. Flat Jupiter.
No. See, there you go again. You're thinking of a solar system with a bunch of flat planets or a bunch of globes in one.
Jupiter's supposed to be a gas ball. Jupiter's supposed to be a gas ball anyway, and gas balls don't exist in vacuums.
Exactly.
Okay, how about the stars?
Trash.
How about the stars you see when it's nighttime? How about the stars you see when it's nighttime?
Oh, they must
What
be
is that?
burning balls of gas in vacuums. In a vacuum, bro. Got to be burning balls of gas in a vacuum.
Globers, calm down. Only one speak at a time. Don't get all excited. We're here 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's not a big hurry to get your time in. We're here all the time. And look how big our channel is. It's everywhere we go. We're this big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to rip the Band-Aid off. Whoever asked about stars, you don't know what stars are. Nobody knows what stars are. I wouldn't worry about that. There's a whole saying that says, come back down to Earth. Why don't you worry about the Earth that we're on right now that you can actually test? And we have done, and that's where the flat Earth is, right down here. Don't worry about the stars. You don't know what those are anyway.
So we are all that exist in the universe, or there isn't any universe.
Yes.
It's just Earth.
Yes.
Oh God.
I mean, yeah.
We are all that exists.
Yes.
And how about the sun?
Let me re-clarify that.
Remember,
he means
you don't
that
know what
we're
the
the
sun is
only.
either.
We have life. We're the only thing with life. Okay, there's all the other things are just luminaries in the sky. That's all it is.
But it's not like a solar system with the Earth in it, the sun's in it. Like you don't even know what the sun is for starters, or what the moon is, or what the sun is, or stars, or moon, anything.
Even with
Wait
the
a second.
Matrix.
Wait. I can answer something. I know what the sun is not. It is not a gas ball in a vacuum because space is fake.
What is
Exactly.
it? What is the sun?
Don't know. We don't know. No one
We're in
knows.
the
You don't know.
Matrix.
I don't know. No one knows.
How about the moon?
Matrix.
You don't know. No one knows. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
The Matrix?
We heard you, Onion. We heard you. Yep. We heard you.
Here's the thing. We can know what the Earth is. That's why we're flat earthers, because we measure the Earth. We don't stare up at the sky and wonder what the ground is, when you can just go to the ground to determine what it is directly. Like if you go to a shoe store and
But
you
you're
need new
limited.
shoes, they measure your foot. They don't look around and check your fingernails and look up at the ceiling and all this other stuff. They just go right to your foot and measure your foot, and that's your shoe size. So when it comes to the Earth, we just go to the Earth and measure the Earth, and that's the Earth.
I know, but if you take a gigantic ball, like a globe, and you put a
Why
little
would we do
ant
that?
on top of it,
Why would we do that?
hear me out. If you take a huge globe and you put a little ant on top of it, it cannot see like it.
No. But if the ant measured the ball, it would measure curved. Period.
Correct. Yeah, if two ants went out and started measuring it, they'd figure out that it was a curved surface they were on.
So yeah, you're nice. That was cute though, your analogy, but that doesn't work because if we're the ants and we're on the Earth, when we measure the surface, it's not curving, so it can't be a ball at all.
Hmm. How about if the curving is so gigantic you cannot measure it with a ruler?
No, but it doesn't matter. Yo, if we're on a ball, like if you have a ball, right, a ping pong ball. No matter what size the ball is, it could be a bazillion miles large, it's still a ball. Therefore, it's curving. So the surface would be curving.
But you cannot.
It would be,
you
no,
cannot
listen.
measure
It would still be curving. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
Regardless of its size,
measure it
it's
that
still
way.
curving.
You
No,
cannot
but that's
measure it that way.
Yo, that's the thing though. The claim of the globe Earth is it's not a gajillion bazillion miles large. It's claimed to be like 4,000 miles in radius at most.
I
Well,
don't think
certainly,
miles.
like you can. Okay, well,
How much
what is it?
kilometers?
9,000 kilometers? Like under 9,000 or 9,000 or something?
Who's the caller we're speaking to?
Abraham Lincoln.
So it's not so big that it's flat. Even if it was a bagillion miles large, it's still a ball and would not be flat ever.
Abraham.
Hold on. Did you just say that the size of Earth is 9,000 kilometers?
In radius, that's what they're claiming. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you guys say it is.
Well, no, it's 6,300 in kilometers in radius, so somewhere in the ballpark of nearly 12,000 kilometers in diameter. So let me ask you, Abraham Lincoln, if you can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface, how would you ever leave the Earth to determine whether it was a ball if you need to know the size for your orbital mechanics?
Ooh.
I mean, it seems like somebody measured it here. I've seen pictures.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, there's no proof of anybody ever measuring it in the history of everything.
I think it's just pointless, you know. Like if you fly, okay, if you take a plane or whatever, you're gonna see a curve.
No, you
never seen it.
No,
I've flown many times, never seen it. That's a lie.
Wait, why would you say that? Wait, watch this. Watch this. How many photos do you have in your phone right now? A couple thousand?
No, hundreds.
Hundreds. Okay, and then you flew and saw the curvature, right?
Okay.
Did you take a picture?
No.
Oh, so this is just
You got random selfies and random pictures of everything else, and you saw something magical that no human has
They're
ever
not
seen in
random.
history, and you're
They're
telling me
not
you
random.
didn't snap a photo?
They're not random. People fly all the time.
No, I said you have random photos in your phone of everything else. Then you saw something in
They're
human
not
that
random.
no human in history has. Yes, the photos in your phone are just random shit, like selfies and other garbage. And then
That is
you
what you
went on a
believe. They're
plane.
not.
Hold on.
No, they're not. They're all practical. They're all practical.
Fine. The pictures in your phone are very practical and amazing. So then you went on a plane and saw something that no human has ever seen in history, and you're telling me you didn't take a picture.
I mean, I didn't know that nobody saw it before, you know?
Okay, so Abraham, here's the problem. You have anecdotal evidence that the Earth is a sphere, but if nobody has measured any curvature, maybe you're wrong.
Facts.
I mean, I'm not sure about nobody ever measuring it.
Oh, okay, no problem. So then you can go ahead and show us who has measured it, right?
Okay, I'm gonna Google it.
Okay, Google it. Now, when you come up with Eratosthenes, we're gonna wreck your entire globe as soon as you do that. So when you come up with Eratosthenes or Jaren, it's game over for you. Just want you to know.
Jaren. Has anyone talked to him yet about water and the level?
I mean,
what about?
Nah, he told us that scientists apparently have measured or confirmed the Earth being a globe with experiments, but I don't know what kind of experiment you would conduct to determine the Earth is a globe.
Says who? There's no such thing as a science experiment that proves the shape of
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, so the science proved that water can bend? I mean, I need to see that.
Exactly.
Yep.
Hold on, guys. He's Googling. You got to give him a chance.
Google Earther.
Almighty Google.
The pre-Google vocalization syndrome as well.
That's all they have is Google. That's how their mind works. If they think they know things because they can just look it up, when they found out that when they came in here that they're just looking up bullshit that's paid for ads. Google's an advertising agency, kids.
What is the point of all that lying about everything?
No one's lying. What? No one's lying.
No. What is the point of lying?
He's talking about the people lying about.
Oh, wait a minute. So Creation Bear, he's admitting that they've lied about the Earth being a ball, and now he admits that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying if that's the case, why do you think that there's any point of that?
If that's the case, nobody here said that they were lying, so you must have come to that conclusion yourself, since there's no Earth curve measurements.
That's usually what conspiracy theorists sound like, that when they start talking about people are lying to them and telling secrets and all that. He sounds like a conspiracy theorist.
He does. Abraham, are you a conspiracy theorist?
No.
Oh, why do you think somebody's lying to you then?
I don't think so. I think that you are conspiracy theorists.
Why? I didn't talk about any kind of conspiracy at all. You thought the government was lying to you. Or somebody.
No.
They? Who's they?
No, I'm saying that when the government says Earth is round and you believe that Earth is flat, then I don't know. You must think that they're lying to you.
You're incorrect. The Earth is measured to be flat, not believe. Measured.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured the government didn't go out and measure for themselves. They just don't know any better. I didn't say they were lying. They just don't know the difference. I went out and measured it too. It's flat.
Really? You took your ruler and you measured like a mile or two?
12.
Ooh.
Yeah, I can show you 21 miles right now with zero curvature if you want over a lake. Crystal clear observation.
Yeah, I got a 25 mile from a cruise ship to an island.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. God, that is so
Love the
interesting.
games. Love it. Can get mad about it. They're games. What can we do?
How about, Mike?
Yeah, Elbo's got the hot mic happening tonight.
But like, dude, I was just watching my boy Myron. He used to be an HSI agent. And he said like what they would do is they would just present the evidence and let the people come to the conclusion. So when you come in and your first thing is to worry about motive and be like, but why would they lie? Your job should be to just simply gather evidence. And that's it. Let the people come to their own conclusion. When you come in, you're like, well, I can't fathom why they would lie without addressing any evidence. It shows you're not really interested in the truth at all.
You wouldn't have to have that answer in court either. If you went in there and were saying, hey, I measure the earth flat, and somebody could say, why would they lie? You don't have to answer anything. Nobody, that's not part of the courtroom questioning.
Exactly. I have a clip of a police officer who says, they're like, so sir, what about the motive? And he's like, listen, we don't know, but look, we've got all the evidence. Like, that's all you need is the evidence. The motive, and whether you know it or not, doesn't defeat the evidence.
But
if there's
you
like
cannot
a
measure
crime scene, if there's a dead body, a bullet shell, camera footage, and blood, you test the blood, you grab the bullet casing, grab a fingerprint, you look at the CCTV footage, and you have all the evidence you need to convict the person. Not knowing why they did it does not defeat the evidence that's on the table, ever.
Creation Bear, if I could add to that, it doesn't really need to be exact on why they're doing it either. I mean, you could just assume if they're doing it with ill will because they're lying to you. I mean, it's pretty simple. You don't got to go farther into that.
Maybe it's not ill will. Maybe they're doing that to protect everybody so we're all safe and are warm and fuzzy.
So Abe Lincoln posted his globe proof in the chat, so I went through his video, right, and it does show the curvature of the Earth. So I'm just gonna post the screenshot, right? This is gonna shut down the flat earthers. See the curvature?
Oh shit!
Yes, DJ. Yes, DJ.
We live in a concave Earth. We're concave Earthers. Shit.
What the fuck, blood?
Abraham, you got anything better?
It's always the same shit. We can know what they're gonna post before they post it.
God, yeah, because it's the same boring topic. Of course, it's all the same. Like you already knew the name of the scientist who measured Earth before I told you anything.
Yeah,
he wasn't a scientist.
Is he showing us that the Earth is a black ball in a white outer space? Is that what that is? Because that's all I can see from that. Is Abraham Lincoln, is Earth a black ball in white outer space?
Got him.
This is hilarious.
Got him.
Poor guys. They don't know what to do. They come in here, gotta laugh at these flat earthers, and then they start presenting stuff, and we laugh our asses off at them because they got nothing at all.
Yeah, so far, like all evidence you have for a flat Earth is you grabbing your ruler and measuring some miles. I don't know, in the forest that you have near your home in Florida.
No, dude. How much curvature do you think there should be over 21 miles? Right. The answer is 293 feet. Okay, so if we can go to a 21-mile lake and zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, it's not going to work well on the globe, right? That should have 293 foot of curvature over that distance.
Welcome to 24/7.
There should be a bump of Earth in the way.
Earth Discord.
You would have to have a skyscraper on the other side of the lake, right? And then if the Earth was a globe, you would just see the top of the skyscraper popping over the horizon. But that's not what happens when we go to a 21-mile lake and observe across the surface of the water. We just see flat water. Imagine water being flat on the surface and needing a container. Imagine that. Crazy claims.
Well, you just measured it. Well, you don't understand that what's being claimed is that there's curvature at 3 miles. So if they're measuring over 10, 20, 30 miles, then yeah, that's very significant. If you just go to Google right now, Abraham, go to Google right now and just search, how far can I see? It's going to say 3 miles. So when you say you're just measuring a couple miles, Well, that's what they're claiming, that the curvature is in 3 miles. So if you go and measure that or test that, yeah, you can debunk that. So you're not really saying anything when you're like, well, you just measured a couple miles. They're claiming a couple miles is where the curve is. We can absolutely shred that idea. With
That's 72 feet.
What?
72 feet and 3 miles.
72 feet what?
What did you
3
search?
miles.
No,
What
bro.
did you search?
How much curvature is in 3 miles?
No, search.
That's not the
What
question.
is it?
And
Do it
there's
for
not 72.
21 miles, not 3 miles.
Yeah,
Is there
21 miles.
is there a language barrier problem here?
Besides, you were
We are in the
supposed to just ask the question without giving.
Okay, in 21 miles, there's 3,528 feet curvature.
In 21 miles,
Wow.
it's a lot of curvature, bro.
That's
Yeah,
like
there's-
that's like 3/4 of a mile.
What are you using, like Temu search or something like that? Like, where are you getting this?
Oh, he's
crappy
using
information
AI.
from?
He doesn't even know how to ask the question to AI. That's why.
8 inches per
These
mile.
AI users are the downfall of their whole life is going to be in 5 years when they go to get a loan for a house, and they're not going to be able to because they're not going to have a job that pays them enough because they use AI for a living.
Really?
Yeah, the answer is 293 feet. Hey, ask it, if you're 5 foot tall and you're looking out over the water, how far away should the horizon be?
You don't even have to search all that.
That
Just
is
search
convoluted.
how
That's
far can I
convoluted.
see? I'll search it. I'll post it for you.
Yeah, I know, but my observation is from 5 foot observer height. Well, not my observation, but there we go. 3 miles.
More gunfire in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
I should go out there and join in.
Well, don't forget to take the curvature into account.
Oh yeah, the fireworks won't work unless you shoot it over the curve.
I blew off all the fireworks. I want to go join in on the gunfire.
That actually sounds fun. You should live stream it.
Oh my god, how does television work?
Oh, here we go.
On a flat Earth.
It's kind of related.
Over
Did
a
you know
horizontal
90
baseline.
Did you know 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables?
I was just going to say to him that all television comes to you by a cable now, unless you use antenna TV, which is, I don't know, whatever your line of sight to that antenna is. Line of sight.
And if you want to talk about satellites, those are just high altitude range expanders, and there's only like 30 of those.
So all the budget
All kinds of, I got all kinds of antenna TV where I live because we're on top of like the mountain part of where I'm at. So I get just antenna TV in the garage. I have like 45 channels.
Nice. So you have broadcasting horizontal baseline. There's your answer, Abraham.
Any other questions you want to talk about? Do you want to know how bicycles work? Woo. Woo. Woo.
Wow.
I've got you in my sights.
Yeah, it's loud. He's about, I don't know, 100 feet away from me right now, that guy. Maybe 200. But he's blowing up big, fat like 3-inch diameter balls, so that's why they're so loud.
Nice. They always be launching mortars.
Hey, you guys in the other countries that aren't allowed to just go blow fireworks off and shoot them at other people like we are allowed here. Come to America, you can do that here. But do it the proper way.
What the hell bans fireworks?
I don't know what you do that. You can't shoot them at people. You can shoot them, not at people, though.
Who's going to stop me? I just hold a Roman candle and say, run.
There you go. There you go.
It's called Roman Candle Wars. You can do them as much as you want. As adults, we still do this.
No, I agree, though. Launching a rocket, that's certainly dangerous. That could cause major mayhem to somebody. But Roman candle fights are a thing. And they have been the thing for quite some time now. And it is fun. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. But it is definitely fun.
So what do you think, Abraham? Daz's 121,000 foot high weather balloon footage. It's been done many times, right? You gotta send it up without a fisheye lens, right? If you want to see the actual horizon.
Plus, if that was outer space, that would be in a vacuum, and that balloon wouldn't last. It would explode. So that's not outer space. That's just high in the air.
Yeah, I didn't hear the word outer when you said that space doesn't exist.
You can have space in like the trunk of your car.
I got space. I got a bunch of closets in my house. They all have limited space now because my wife buys so much crap.
That could be a doctored image there.
Yeah, so if that space does exist, why can't you fall off the edge? If there is some space.
Space is fake. Yeah, we're not floating around in outer space because space is fake, so you don't have any edges to worry about.
So that photo is fake. Why would you use it as evidence?
Why would you call that outer space?
It is not outer. Nobody's talking about outer. Just some space.
So going high up in the air doesn't mean that you fall off the edge of a ball in a vacuum or edge of a flat surface in a vacuum.
So Earth is endless. Like you can never reach the end of it.
No, it's not, because we have here. I'm going to really hurt you now. No, it's not endless because we have 14.7 psi air pressure at sea level, and that number doesn't change, which means we have a container around us that's solid and not getting bigger or not getting smaller. It's just one size, and it ends somewhere, but it's not in outer space. Then you just fall off because that's all fake. Our air pressure that we have means we're inside a container. See, now I ruined your day. And yes, this place was created by somebody.
Oh, yeah, really? Is it Jesus?
Bruh.
Dude, I'm not religious, so I don't go with all your shit. So you guys can say whatever you want, but this place was created by somebody.
Space is also in a container.
And they just left us like that. Total ignorant.
Not ignorant. He gave us the ability to create our own reality.
We're so winning. Earth is so flat. If it was a globe, you'd be able to easily prove it, bro. We'd be globers by now.
So
a lot of you guys are just now looking into it. Folks like Radwin, we've been here for a long time actually investigating what the Earth is. If anyone was going to be a globe earther, it would be me. It'd be Radwin. It'd be DJ. It'd be Heretic. It'd be the folks in here right now.
And my
a lot
dad
of you guys are
worked at
new
NASA.
to this.
Yeah, my dad worked at NASA. Retired from there.
Like, you guys just found out about this whole argument, like, probably 2 weeks ago. Like,
Actually, I just entered.
That proves my point even more.
Exactly.
Like,
So
if
guess
anyone
what
was
you
going to be a
found by
dedicated glober,
accident?
it'd be me.
Guess what you found by accident? You found the top flat earthers there are ever in history. You found their channel. Not the people on YouTube that say they go places. Those are just TV people.
Edwin, that's a really well said. We are kind of the top flat earthers, like low key. That's true.
You know, every time you post a video, Abraham Lincoln, you're just digging like your hole even deeper and giving us more great content.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did he post? Oh my God! Live streams from space. Good Lord. Where's all the stars? And water doesn't behave like that either, too. By the way, bro. Like water doesn't curve like that.
I love every time he sends a video, I open it up and it takes 5 seconds to find a funny screenshot. All right, so here we go. Just 5 seconds of
Take a look.
searching.
Let's take a look.
One sec, it's uploading. There we go. Stitch
Hey, can
lines.
you guys hear me?
Yeah, bro, we can hear you.
All right, so I wanted to say something too. Abraham.
Hello.
I hope you understand, right? Us flat earthers, we're not telling you a shape of Earth. We're describing Earth. Unlike the model that you believe in, they're telling you the whole thing. And then they even say they know how far the sun is.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I don't know.
Yeah, because they also tell you a lot of stuff. A lot more. Like, you have satellites around the Earth, you have weapons in freaking space, you have what else? You have missiles going to space and then falling onto other countries.
No. Who told you that silly shit?
Yeah.
Who told you these silly stories?
Call them silly, but doesn't matter.
So you mean I can just shoot a rocket straight up in the air and land it on your house?
Yeah, that is a rocket, not a guided missile.
So I can shoot a rocket straight up in the air and land it on your house?
Yes, you can.
Oh my goodness. You do watch a lot of television.
I mean, if you had an actual rocket, and you had scientists to guide it with you, or military trained people.
Scientists don't build rockets, engineers do.
I said guide it with you.
Scientists don't guide rockets.
Okay, I said also or military trained people.
So not scientists, just regular army guys.
Yeah, trained army guys who know what they're doing.
Well, they're using a flat Earth, and they have a target at the other end of the other side. It's a big, long, flat plane, and then they aim an angle, and they say, I'm going to shoot it for this high, for this long, and it should land over there because it's flat. Would you like to see some trajectory stuff?
God. How about the International Space Station?
Fake.
Is it fake? Really?
Bro, you just posted the live stream, bro. Just scroll up a little bit. It took me 5 seconds to scroll through that. Look at what Creation Bear posted out of the video that you shared.
They were flying somewhere different to your screenshot.
No, look at the screenshot, bro. That's out of your video. I went into it. I scrolled for like 5 seconds and took a screenshot.
DJ, that's a Blender seam. That's what you get when you wrap an image around the ball in Blender. You can't not get that. You have to get that in Blender.
It's like the polygons. Yeah, you're right. That definitely looks like some Blender shit right there. At first, I was thinking Google Maps because there's a lot of weird seams on that too.
Facts.
One of the weirdest ones is the Antarctic thing. Measure the circle around it. Circumnavigate Antarctica and see what happens. Measure it. It's kind of funny to me.
Yeah, I've seen that. Some weird stuff definitely happens. But NASA, says the chat.
You can't see curvature from the space station anyway, so that video is fake.
Damn, we got a Glober saying that? Wow.
He's been listening to Matthew. Matthew says the same thing, right? He says you would not be able to see the curvature from the space station.
Nice. That's good. Good stuff. Clipcord, where you at, brother? Need that clip.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said something similar. After talking about the Red Bull space jump, on a later occasion, he talks about the ISS and says that you wouldn't readily see curvature from that altitude either. I wish folks would just listen to these scientific communicators. They're actually telling the truth. To an extent.
Yeah, the ISS, it's low Earth orbit. It's like very close. It's nothing. I mean, you can see it with the naked eye easily. So it's not far.
Low Earth orbit.
So do you think,
like
Mushkan,
20 times as far as the ISS? No, like even farther than that. They're way far. Way farther.
Mushkan, do you think Google's lying to the sheeple when it says that you can only see that you could see the curvature from 35,000 feet?
Google's not lying. Google's just Google says all kinds of shit. You can get Google to say all kinds of shit, just like you can get AI to say all kinds of shit.
No. Like a Google search, it comes up like Wikipedia and stuff like that. So you're saying it's wrong when you search up, like, let me search it up. So yeah, like everything says like, okay, so Earth Science Stack Exchange, first result, right? So slightly below 35,000 feet, and then the top response is from the Google AI. It says 35,000 feet. And then we got...
Yeah, but what about 35,000?
Then we got Then we start getting contradictions now. Then we got Outpost Magazine, 60 to 130,000 feet. We got Neil deGrasse Tyson under that, saying you can't see it from 350,000 feet.
I mean, really, it's just a math problem. It's not like we have to guess about the shit because, I mean, the Earth is a claim size, 24,000 miles. So then you got to think, okay, well, how far is the ISS above that? You can only see 3%. There's like some calculations you can pull up. You can only see 3% of the surface from the ISS.
Yeah, that's a lot of numbers. That's a lot of numbers.
Geometric steel man.
Okay, here's a stupid question.
I don't believe in stupid questions, just stupid people.
Okay, I'm a stupid person who's gonna ask a question that is stupid just like them. Okay, so if Earth is flat, is America the country or the Americas, are they on the west or the
English?
America is a continent. North America and South America are continents.
Yeah, are they on the like north, south, west, east of Earth?
Everything's on the ground, and east and west are oriented based off of north, and north is oriented based off of Polaris. So if you face Polaris and sidestep left or right, you're going east or west.
I'm from the UK. Are they west of it? Are they east of it? Are they north, south?
I can hear your UK accent, actually. You sound like you're from
the same
UK.
place it's always been from you.
Yeah, dude, we're across the pond.
Can you like rephrase this in a simpler language?
East and west are circles around a north pole.
What does that mean?
I was trying to say.
You know, I'm very, very stupid. Like you have to dumb it down extremely.
Dude, stop calling yourself. You're probably that way because you keep calling yourself stupid. So don't do that. You're pissing me off. Stop calling yourself stupid.
Don't you think I'm stupid? I believe in a globe Earth.
I never said. Did I ever claim that you're stupid?
No. But don't you think I am?
So don't call yourself that. There's enough people out there that probably have told you that. Then
you've probably never considered. Yeah, you probably never considered anything else, right? Like
we don't think you're dumb, dude.
Okay, so all I understand, like when you view a map of Earth, whether it's flat or whatever, you're gonna have something on the right, something on the left, something up, something down. From the UK, is it right or is it left? Talking about America, USA.
Dude, there's all sorts of different map projections that are laid out differently depending on what the purpose of the map is for. Like you'd have to get specific with a particular type of map.
Isn't there a factual agreed upon map?
Maps are just cartography cartoons, dude. It's just a
all maps are wrong. Exactly. All maps are wrong, right? But all maps have useful purposes depending on what you're using the map for. Right? Like the most popular map, the Mercator map, right? Like all the continents are like the complete wrong size, right? It shows Russia like it's real giant. Greenland's super giant, right? Those countries aren't big like they look like on that map.
Everybody knows that it's flat.
Well, all maps are flat.
Everybody experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, right? And then when we go test the Earth, it's flat. So it's just because people are taught that it's a globe from a young age and they never really thought about anything else. Right? Most people don't know anything about the globe either. They just kind of believe it because they were taught it, which is fine, right? They've never been presented anything else.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like shaped like a donut.
Yeah, well, that's what Abraham Lincoln's footage showed earlier. That he said was globe proof. It was like curving the wrong way.
There's a center hole.
Do you think that flat's a shape?
Yes.
Draw a flat. Go ahead. Draw me a flat.
It's like a plane.
Plane's a shape?
Yeah.
Yeah? Sure about that?
Yes.
I think the flat is the description of a surface. So is a square
what is
flat?
a surface?
A surface is what's a surface? Well, it could be a flat surface or a curved surface, right? But the flat is the description.
He's going to ask you what is the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why are you stuttering?
It's a surface area that doesn't have curvature.
So a plane?
Flat. Yeah, but that's not a shape, right? You could have a flat.
Why are you like stuttering and stumbling all over your words when you talk about it?
What the fuck is
You don't
this,
know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Cantaloupe, you're
this guy, bro?
Cantaloupe, yo, just
Why are you
relax,
upset?
dude.
Yeah,
Go on,
you're
man.
funny, bro. Run away.
Fuck you.
Why'd you mute me?
Because you're just a troublemaker.
I was just trying to have a conversation.
Bro, you don't even know what you think flat's a shape. Like, go look up Peppa Pig on YouTube shapes. Type in Peppa Pig shapes, and then come back once you learn the basics of how shapes work.
Facts.
Yeah. Who doesn't know the difference between an adjective and a noun? He's not qualified to have this conversation.
What's up, RC?
Yo, look in your.
All right. What the fuck is that?
I don't know how to explain that. Ask Abraham if he could.
Abraham, what did you do?
Didn't do anything with.
What is this in the chat, bro? What is that?
So I went back and I scrolled just a little past whatever this is, and that's what I seen.
Oh,
I took a screenshot.
It could be fake. I don't know. I just sent you whatever I got. I mean,
It's hilarious.
yeah. I mean, I just think of basic stuff. If you can measure stuff like on the ground, how can't you know?
Yeah, DJ is funny.
How far is America from Russia? Is that a known thing? If you can measure stuff on the ground, have nobody ever measured the distance between Russia and America?
Yeah, of course. And
Why do I need to do that?
horizontal
Though?
baseball.
Why do I need to do that?
To know the distance, how much
I'm
time?
not going there. I'm not walking.
Yeah, you're gonna take the plane.
I'm
How much
going
time?
on an airplane.
How much time is it gonna take you? On the
Whatever
airplane?
it says on whatever it says when I book the ticket, it'll say when I'm leaving and when I'm landing. That's how much time it takes.
How did they know?
Because they fly those
measured it.
routes every day.
Yeah, how did they know the direction? They must have measured it somehow.
Oh yeah, you think that they pick a straight line and then you fly to Russia? That's not how it works.
Really? How?
Oh, you fly in a flight corridor. The air traffic control tells you where to go, how high to go, and how fast. Well, yeah, how fast to go. To keep you, if you don't know how to calculate your own shit, you need to be at a certain point at that airport at a certain time, so that you're not there with 50 other airplanes trying to land, all circling around waiting. They don't want that because you hit each other when you do that. So they want you all spaced out when you come in.
So they measured it.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they?
Oh, okay. So, how far is it? Do you know?
Nope, I haven't flown to Russia yet.
No, but how far? Not how much time is it gonna take to get you from?
I don't know. I haven't tried to go there. That's not even close to what I do for a living.
Yeah, but it's just information.
It sounds like you want me to have useless information that's supposed to inspire my imagination.
Nah. I mean,
Radwin, are you gay?
If the space is really like, if there's so much distance.
Hold on, I got dudes hitting on me in here. No.
If there is so much distance between Russia and America, why is a flight from New York to Moscow, like, it doesn't take as expected, like as much time as expected?
Dude, it's
How
like
long is it supposed to take?
It's like 2 kilometers or something like that to get from America to Russia. You can walk across in winter.
No. You're talking about from the
You
west
can
coast.
swim to Russia from America.
You're talking
In
about
winter,
the
you
west
can walk
coast.
across the ice. Yeah.
We're talking about from the west coast, but can't you reach it from the other side, like from Ukraine?
You can get to anywhere, right? You can just take a plane and just go there. Doesn't require a globe. Yeah.
I mean, if you got when there is a flat Earth and it's not a globe, you cannot reach Russia from multiple directions from America. There's got to be one direction only, because you cannot use north and south and east and west.
Do you know how east and west work? They're circles, right? Do you agree east and west are circles, not straight lines? Like if you have just say you have like a big lake, right? And you just put down a big giant magnet in the middle of the lake, just as an example, right? And just say you've got some islands in the lake, and you're on one of the islands and the other island's on the other side of the lake. You could choose to go east, or you could choose to go west, and you're still going to get to the other island. On the other side of the lake, if you keep going east, you'll get back to where you started. Or if you keep going west, you'll get back to where you started. And that works just fine on a globe or on a like a lake or a flat Earth. or a flat football field or wherever there's the magnet, right? So you have that north, you're pointing north and then you're following your compass and then you got to keep correcting to the north. Yeah. You know what would debunk the flat earth, right? Like, tons of people have done circumnavigations around the earth, east to west. But no one's ever done one north to south. Isn't that crazy, right? That's all it would take is like one proper north to south circumnavigation. And we wouldn't even have this channel here right now having this conversation. But no one's ever done that. But countless amounts of people have done east to west, which works just fine on either. But no one's ever started in the north, right, and then flown down or sailed down or anything, right, then gone over Antarctica and then come back up around the other side of the globe and done like a big great circle route. No one's ever done that.
Nigga.
All right, what's next?
You muted everybody. Now it's all awkward and quiet.
No,
You just talked.
it's fine.
Though, so
Yeah, we didn't
We muted the idiots who only came here to insult, and that's perfect.
But it was like dead air for 30 seconds there.
Who
Yeah, it
gives
was
a
that-
shit?
God, 30 seconds. Oh no!
24/7, 365
In my day, somebody would lose
days
their
a
job
year,
over
and he
30
expects people
seconds
to
of
just
dead
be
air.
continuously talking over each other, everybody unmuted and just talking, right?
Yo, stop crashing out, bro. Stop having a mental breakdown.
That's what you want.
He wants everyone, everyone talk at once. That's what he wants. Sash is triggered. The sound effects triggered Sash. He's complaining about it. In
Oh
the
really?
chat. Yeah.
There hasn't been any sound
Sash
effects
has
in the
been
last
crying about everything this whole time.
Yeah.
There hasn't been any sound effects in the last 10 minutes or more. Wait, should we get the violins out?
Everybody's laughing at that, buddy. The real good one.
So yeah, I'm gonna ban anybody who only comes here to insult.
So, Sash, you were cool last night. What happened, bro?
Because you muted him.
He's unstable, right? He comes in. Sometimes he's okay. Sometimes he spazzes out. It's been very consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, I'm about to ban him, but I'll hold on. If he wants to have a conversation about this, he can in the VC.
You guys just censor anybody. Oh my god.
He's fine.
Bitch about being
censored. Who's been censored?
If I got nobody to chat with and nobody to talk to, then I'm leaving too.
Who's been censored? He's in the text chat saying whatever he wants to say.
Yeah, but nobody reads that shit.
No, it's on live stream, bro.
Yeah, it's on our YouTube streams. I like to
Sash,
make
say
fun
some
of
whole world
stuff so that you can report it.
Bro. Yeah, no, see, we don't censor, but we do abide by TOS. So if you're going to be a big baby and you want to say something stupid, then we'll just go ahead and go by Discord's TOS and they'll censor you and we'll remove you. Well, nothing, but I'm just saying, why are you crying?
You want people to type in shit to get us removed, right?
No, it was a joke.
Oh, it's now a
Actually,
joke. It's now a joke.
I've been subscribed for years.
I get it. It's a joke.
Yeah, I'm actually a dedicated fan.
Nobody cares. Hey, John, shut the fuck up.
Wow. So nobody cares and shut the fuck up? Wow.
Yeah.
That was really
John,
I was telling
nobody
you that I
cares
was one
about
of
what
your
you
greatest
think.
fans, and then
Hey,
you just
John, I don't care.
Talk shit.
Hey, Listen, there we go. Hey, John, nobody cares that you're a big fan. You sound like a bitch. So shut up, bitch. Okay? Anyways, Sash. Unmute Sash.
Yeah, let's unmute him and see if he'll stop tripping.
Hello, Sash. Why are you throwing a big fit today? You were cool last night, but now you're freaking out. Can you tell me why?
Yeah, earlier you were not here, and I was mistreated out of the blue.
Oh, really? So it was unprovoked. You didn't do anything. You didn't say anything. It's just live stream. So if I go back and I look at what you did, I'm not going to find anything, am I?
Well, I can tell you, I'm a transparent, honest guy. That sometimes
okay, great.
has a
So
outburst, but yeah, I'm an honest guy.
Why were you muted?
Well, I was muted because I came in and I basically I wanted to say, okay, you know, I
Because
don't
you're
come with an
unstable.
argument. I'm not going to like.
You're an unstable person. You're
No, I'm more. I'm
That's
more
why you were
stable
muted,
than you.
faggot.
Shut up and let Sash finish talking.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
Sash, continue.
Yeah. So I came in and I wanted to say, like, hey, I'm not here to argue or go against flat Earth. I'm here to be all ears. I want to learn the flat Earth model, you know. And I just said that or something like that, and I got banned because someone was like, "Oh, he was muted yesterday." Boom, and they banned me.
Did you call us a cult? Did you say we were a cult?
What?
Did you say we were a cult?
What?
Hey, so no worries, Sash. Can you give me the timestamp of when that happened so I can take care of the people that
I don't know. Let me see.
Unreasonably banned you because you asked a simple question? Because people come in here all day and they ask simple questions like the one that you asked, and they don't get banned. So I feel like I don't believe your story.
No, I was talking about the gravity. I said, like, why objects? He was saying like the density and the density is holding you down, something like this. And I was talking about that, and there was an Indian guy speaking as well. And so I think that the pretense or the reason was because this other Indian guy was speaking, and I came in, and I spoke, and they just muted me. They didn't ask me, like, okay, I want to speak with the Indian guy. Can you please shut up? And I would just shut up. No, just boom, they banned me. I mean, they muted me out of the blue.
That's what happened. Yeah, I remember what happened now. Right. So yeah, there's someone else was trying to have a conversation, and you were kind of triggered, so you just kept talking over the top, and then we asked you to stop interrupting.
I wasn't shouting, and you can go back and you can listen it. I wasn't shouting.
So I can hold somebody accountable. Sash, give me the timestamp, please.
Well, I don't have it, brother, because I don't have anything to, you know. I had a conversation with the Indian guy on private, but then I deleted the conversation, so I have no information of the time stamp.
Sash, this is just hearsay.
It's weird how.
Do you have any evidence to?
Brother, I'm not here to back
so
it
this
up.
is just hearsay.
It happened. That's what happened. This guy is saying that's what happened. Like, we both agree. I didn't shout, but I was speaking, and this other Indian guy was
for
speaking.
you. I'm sure there's people right now rewinding and looking for you. So
yeah, he just got muted for interrupting.
I just said the truth of what happened, so it's okay. You can look for it.
Sash. So, is there any reason for you to kind of come unglued and be very rude in the text chat? If it was some kind of misunderstanding, I'm sure you agree that we would make it right for you. You don't have to come unglued in the text chat, right?
Well, I believe in free speech, and I believe that what I said doesn't I'm not making any threat. I'm not doing anything that I mean.
You're under some kind of impression that this is the same jurisdictional control, like, let's say, the American Constitution, where there's this free speech thing going on. That's not the case.
I mean,
you're in a different jurisdiction. Excuse me. This is a different jurisdiction. This is TOS, and this is employed and enforced by Discord, which we are asked to enforce. So your free speech ideals don't work here. It's a private corporation. So if you're expecting free speech here, you are mistaken. You understand?
Yeah, plus it's a curated forum. If we don't like what you say, then we just shut you up.
Yeah, well, and I can interpret it as whatever I like. I could again think that you're just triggered by what I say, and you cannot handle me. You cannot.
No.
Curated room.
Yeah, and you can interpret that any way that you want to, and we'll still boot your ass out of here because this is a curated forum. It's Discord TOS, and we will enforce it. If you don't like it, don't enter the chat or the VC because you will not be experiencing the ideals that you think you should experience.
Yeah, okay. I think it's a weak move because you can just tell me, like, can you mute yourself and don't speak now? And I just respect that.
This is pretty shit content. I might have to turn your mic off soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think that you should.
Josh, you have freedom of speech, but you do not have freedom of reach.
Confirm trolling the shit out of us. That's not what we have the YouTube channels for. We'd rather hear why you think the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
No, I came in today and I was not defending that. I was asking about the flat Earth theory. I wanted to hear more about your theory.
It's measured flat. Yeah, it's not a theory. So that's where your confusion is at.
Well, about your, what do you call it? Reality. About your reality. I wanted to learn more about that.
No, we can teach you about reality. Everybody here can teach you about reality.
Yeah.
Sash, is it not your reality that you experience the Earth as a flat and stationary plane?
My personal reality? No, it's not.
Okay, so tell me where you experience the Earth curve.
Well, when I see, like, for example, a stationary camera pointing to a star and following the stars, and so it's not geocentric. But
stop. Dude, he asked you about the Earth curve, not stars.
Yeah, but this is how I interpret it. Like, imagine you're a detective and you go into a house and you see a clue. Well, you're not going to just stay with the clue. You see the context of the clue. And the clue is the stars, how they move, and that's it.
Okay, so you experience the stars. Do you experience an angular relationship with the stars as they move through the sky?
Yeah, I see all the stars, which to me are massive objects that are very, very far away, okay, moving all at the same time. So it's either they're all moving together in unison and they are always at the same distance from each other and all that, or I'm in a globe that is rotating, and so I see them as if they're moving, but it's me that I'm moving, right? And I'm rotating, and there's a sun on one side, and then there's a moon, and the moon is just going around the Earth, and it's changing faces. And you see the faces because it's a ball that when the ball is to the side of the Earth, the sun is hitting it on one side, so you see half of it illuminated. When it is on the other side, you see it completely illuminated, right? Therefore, you see the full moon. And when the moon is on the same side of the...
on top of fantasy stacking.
What you just described to me was a flat Earth, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I'm telling you that it is a round Earth. A round.
Yeah, I asked you if there was an angular relationship to the stars, and you said, yeah, well, that's a flat Earth.
An angular relationship with the stars?
Yeah.
Everything has an angular relationship. Any points have an angular relationship. So I went ahead and posted for you what an angle of elevation to a star looks like. Looks like a flat baseline. It's an angle in between the star and the ground, basically.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
There isn't one on a curve. You can't do it on a curve. Yeah.
Yeah, brother. But if you know about circumference, basic analytical geometry, you know you can draw a
tangent. That's not how you do it. Yeah, sailors 300 years ago didn't give a shit about circumference geometries and all that shit. They just have a flat line and they just sailed to it.
Yeah, yeah. It works.
Circumnavigation is just going in a circle. And you can do that around the block in your own neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, but I'm not here to defend my position. I wanted to hear more about yours, how you justify all of these things. Because if you give me reasons...
So you do know what triangles are, then?
Of course, yeah, but you can create an angular relationship by drawing a tangent line over the sphere.
Like that one? Like the one I just posted? That's a little boat there taking an angle to the star.
No.
Is that how you do it?
No, that's not how you do it.
That's not how you do it. Well, is it like this? Here, is it like this?
No, brother, I'm going to show you. I'm going to get an image.
So it's
and
not.
I
It's
cannot-
not a ground position to the star in celestial navigation.
Let me feed you an image on private chat, and you can show it.
Are you out of your mind? We are live running 2 streams right now, probably more than that, and we do this 24 hours a day. You're going to post it in here.
Can I post it in here?
If you can, if not, somebody will take it. I'm closed. I have too many fans right now. I keep mine closed.
Oh man, you're a popular boy. Cool.
What did you say about
That's called a sextant right there, and you see how it gets an angle to the sun, and the horizon is flat and nice and perfect. And that's how they do that. You can't do that on a ball.
Yeah, I know. You can do it with a tangent line, if you know a bit of
Yeah,
maths.
well, you don't do that though, unfortunately for you.
Yeah, you can.
Prove it. Yep. Okay, I went ahead and posted one for you. Pick which one is correct that this guy's showing you. This Glober is showing you how it works.
I can send you the image, or whomever I should send it to.
You could send it to Mushkane.
To who? To whom?
Mushkane.
Mushkane.
Let's see. And then when you want to know where you're at in the ocean, you're out there in the middle of the night and all calm and shit. You can do one of these and you figure out exactly where you're at and then plot your new route, because that's all you do when you sail is you keep plotting routes. Did you know that, or did you think you plotted one route and then you just went that direction and there you are?
Don't act like a smarty with me, please. Just ask politely. Don't use that.
Politely, do you see how you have to have what looks like triangles?
You don't need to reference the ground when you make an elevation angle. You can make one without reference to the ground. So you're basically taking like he said, I think whoever this guy is on, he said a tangent to the sphere.
They don't say whoever this guy is.
Yeah, just look at the image above and you tell me which one is correct. Which tangent, because he's got about 7,000 in that quick image right there, just by moving it.
Sir, just look up tangent of a circle.
And what is that going to tell me? How does that get me to the ground position?
The ground position?
Yeah, to the star that I'm looking at.
Because you have to understand how circumnavigation, how navigating by the stars works.
Yeah, I just posted it for you. Go ahead and read it.
Yeah, I know how it works. I'm not going to read that.
So that's only, flat. Nice triangles. You can't have, you don't have triangles on the surface of a ball. So that's the end of that.
You have a fixed star, pointing directly towards the east or the west or the south or north, and you're just pointing to it, and you're constantly correcting your navigation based on that star. That's it. Yeah. It's a relative line, brother, so you can do it.
Yeah, so not a sphere then. It's got to be a
relative line. The sphere is so big that the line is bending very, very slowly.
Not like what I'm pointing.
For you, not for you. Your mind, the information about flat Earth is inside of your brain.
No, it's actually at Lake Erie.
No, but it's stored in your brain. That's where you store the information.
At Lake Erie.
Flat and level.
When you move your mouth to speak, the information you're emitting comes from your brain. You understand that?
The outward
but I got the information from Lake Erie.
Frame of reference, it doesn't exist.
Okay. So in your brain, there is this notion that the world is flat.
Did you know water is flat and level?
That's petty, dude.
Water is flat and level in relationship to the center of the Earth.
Oh, you got to prove then you got a center of an Earth then, because we have to go to that point. Then go ahead, prove you have a center of an Earth.
Oh, you have to prove. You have to prove also that there's a non-center of the Earth. Have you proved that?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Did you go there?
Flat and level, yes. Water proved it.
Oh yeah! Oh wow!
Oh, can you please talk to me nicely? I don't like when you talk mean to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna treat you right, honey. Relax.
Radwin keeps getting hit on. It's like the third
They
time.
love me, don't they?
Yeah.
That's why my DMs are closed.
Oh, you're so popular, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if you even know what a triangle is. I can probably give you the test right now and you'll still fail.
No, brother, you don't even know what a tangent is, and I do know my trigonometry, brother. So relax. The one who's
Which
lost
of
is
the figures below are not triangles.
You don't know what a tangent is. I mean,
Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Little brother, you should be proud that I'm speaking to you. I'm wasting my time on you.
Below are not triangles.
I'm wasting my energy on you. You should
I'm going to
appreciate it.
ask you until you answer the question or say you don't want to answer.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
No need to appreciate this waste of time.
I got this all under control.
No, he was talking about you.
That's fine. I'm batting him around like a kitten with a ball of string.
Oh.
Too bad the kitten keeps scooting its ass on the floor.
Answer the triangle question, genius.
Yeah, I know. I know how this place works. It's like you bring someone in, but you cannot do it with me, you know. But I've seen it. I've seen how this whole flat Earth thing works. It works like this. The ideal situation is you have a bunch of muted people, and they're all witnessing some bully, which is some of you, just abusing a
it
guy
works like this, Numpty. Shut up. We're sick of listening to your crap.
Bye-bye.
Be gone then. This is how it works. You bring in your proof of curvature, we assess it. If you happen to be the man, we all go, yay! You're the one that proved curvature. So far, nothing but failures.
He's gone.
He was scared to answer the question. That's why.
Yeah, no kidding. He was looking for a way out. As soon as I posted that, after I told him, you're going to fail this test, and then I posted it for him. I said, I can give it to you, and you'll fail it even after all this shit. I can predict these guys.
He literally ran away from a triangle test.
I banned him for running away from triangles. Feel free
You
to
could like
unban him.
not make it permanent, you know.
I could, but also I can't edit things. I have to go, I have to type in another window and then copy.
No, you just type that in, space, 120, 2 hours. It's in minutes.
I think
space, after his number, space, that number amount.
No, what I mean is the keyboard on Discord is malfunctioning for me. So, but I'll fix that and change it to give it a time. But I can't just post it in the side chat.
Yeah, because you permanently banned 3 people tonight.
It's because I learned what 0 does.
Yeah, you're able to type in 0.
I'll add a couple other numbers to it. So that it's not permanent.
Yeah, just re-click that and you change that, and it'll be fine. Because right now, there's all those people are permanently banned.
Bro, how is Earth sphere?
What?
It's not a sphere, bro.
Yes, Earth is flat.
Got any proof?
This Earth is flat.
Got any proof?
No.
Oh, well then, That's because you play Xbox.
I'm joking. Earth is spear. Fuck you.
Goodbye. He left. His troll didn't work. Damn. Who's next up to the plate? Knocking you guys out like batting practice.
That was some gold. That was some comedy gold. I was rolling.
This is weird. I'm gonna have to go on my damn computer. I learned another one. FLA heal. That removes all penalties against everybody.
Yeah, I was excited to see him fail that triangle test. That guy is nothing but trouble. So annoying.
I should send a picture of what Discord looks like to me on the computer. This sucks.
Well, I mean, we need to be cautious with the perma bans, but in this particular case, I think Cyclone wanted Sash to stay on mute for a while, right? So he's just been a repeat troublemaker. So maybe in this particular case, you could just leave it.
Well, I can leave that one, but I still want to unban the other two.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, the reason why I banned them is they were being absolute trolls and they weren't here to have a serious conversation. They were basically setting the stage to be intellectually dishonest. Fuck out of here.
Now, when I got them on the mic, when I had people on the mic, I got them. I got it all figured out. That's why I'm talking to them.
I got you. That's why I was like, I'll leave Sasha alone because I actually had it locked and loaded, ready to ban. I just left it there until you were done with him because yeah, that would kind of suck if I take your plate away. But now I want to switch that out, and I want to unban the other guys. Here, I'll send you the picture of what the hell my damn screen looks like.
Wait, did he leave after Matrix came in and interrupted him? Is that what happened? He was about to answer the triangle test.
No,
I think
he
he was
was
put
just
on-
answer the triangles.
He wasn't trying to answer that test. That's kind of why he was avoiding the question.
Yeah, I would have gotten all that out of him. I'm pretty good at it.
If he was going to answer the triangles, he would have done it in less than 5 seconds. That's
Right.
how
That's.
stupid
I
it
would
is.
have talked to him about why he can't answer the test and just expose him even more, like I like to do.
Yeah, you were getting under his skin. He was calling you sweetie and stuff. It was pretty cringe.
That's my favorite part. I live for that. That's why I come on here. I want them to always remember what happened to them.
DJ,
Oh man,
Hey, Violet.
can you tell me
Yeah.
about the black swan?
The Black Swan. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Just a second. Yeah, so this is one of many of these long distance observations, right, where we can see much, much further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth's a globe. Now, this one was done off the coast of California, and you can see the oil platforms in the observation. So basically, the horizon should be a certain distance away from you if the Earth's a globe, and that's depending on the height of the observer, right? So if you're like 1 foot off the surface of the ground making the observation, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. And if you're 6 foot, it should be 3 miles, and and so on. So you can calculate it based off the radius of the globe. So in this particular observation, the observer is 8 foot off the surface of the water. So that means the horizon should be like 3.5 miles, basically, a bit less than that, 3.4 or something. So we have the oil platforms, right? They serve as distance markers, because if the oil platforms weren't there, or any type of distance marker, we would not know how far away the horizon was. Could be 3 miles, could be 10 miles. It's just impossible to tell, right? So we've got the oil platforms, and we can look up the names of the oil platforms and the distances to them. So the first oil platform's about 6 miles away, and then the second platform is called Platform Habitat, the one on the right. It's actually a shorter platform, and that one's 10.1 miles away. So we can tell that the horizon that has to be at 3.46 miles on the globe is actually way beyond the 10-mile platform, which is not possible on a globe. The second oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon, and the bottom 30 foot should be missing behind the 3.4-mile horizon. So this is just a good example, right, of how we can see much further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth's a globe. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. It's a bit to wrap your head around when you first hear about the math and that kind of thing in relation to the observation. But if you have any questions about it, just let me know.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's okay.
You ran her off.
She's still here.
So, going to report on the ISS with my ham radio. It's going on the 4th day. No beeps, no talking, no sending of images, no nothing, no shit. So I haven't looked for it, but I assume if I just let this thing going, I would pick one up sometime. That's not true.
It's a nice looking radio. You showed a picture of it the other day, didn't you? It looks pretty big. Big radio.
That's a little guy, but
it was maybe
big
it was
antenna
just
on it.
Okay, yeah. And what? That should technically be able to pick up the signal from the ISS.
Yep.
And what? It passes over you once a day.
I would imagine so. I've never really actually looked into it.
Yeah.
I didn't give a shit about it when I was a Glober. So now I'm interested in it. Because I'll just talk back to it if I can. If I can't, there's going to be I need a reason why I can't.
Do you have a license to operate that radio?
Nope.
What, are you getting a dub on him?
Oh, you can do whatever you want. Catch me if you can.
Stitches.
I would have been surprised if you did. I just always thought that was funny that you're required to get a license and all that. Yeah.
So, what if I actually do and I said no? Because I'm not going to give up my ID, am I? That would be silly.
Well, then you did the correct thing, because that's the funny thing to say is the correct thing to say. So, yeah. I mean, how many people have ever been arrested for operating a ham radio without a license?
Obviously, you haven't seen the movie Pump Up the Volume.
No. Maybe if you're broadcasting, then maybe. I don't know if there's a difference there, though.
Is that a UHF reference right there?
Oh, you should start Flat Earth Ham Radio.
Already doing it.
DJ, is the event still happening right now? Or did you end the event?
No, it's still going. It's been a long one. Yes, there's not another event, like a stage event. Like the main thing is we just can't overlap the stage events, like the English lessons. And there's not another one for like another 10 hours.
Did we regain the lead? Have you redone the stats?
Yeah, I don't know how often it updates. I don't think it doesn't, it's not like a constant tally. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Let me check. Damn it. Yeah, it doesn't I don't think it's like updated for I bet by this time tomorrow we'll be back on top.
Yeah, that can't be accurate based on the amount of traffic we've had in here today with open
Yeah,
mics
exactly.
blaring.
Maybe it just updates once a day or something.
Oh, have you spoken to this person, Forgive, or Quester? I know you've spoken to Violet. Or
Yeah, I've spoken to
Undefined.
Violet. Spoken to Violet a bunch of times. Violet's always cool. Yeah, Forgive, welcome. If you want to ask, if anyone wants to ask any questions, go ahead. Here we've got a bunch of people in here. Undefined Behavior, welcome. Rose Crucis, welcome. Questa. And Ara, welcome to the channel.
Yeah, Aura has us deafened. I mean, we'd have to actually
True.
tag her. Yeah, we'd have to tag her in the side
If
chat.
Earth is flat, why do satellites hang from balloons?
Have you heard them referred to as strataloons? I just heard about that today. If you type in strataloon, it's
Not
like
that. Stratosphere like thing.
Yeah.
Oh, now I know it. Just satelloons.
Yeah, strataloons. Like that's like the official name that they call them. Yeah, I'll type it in. Something like that.
So, yeah, I'd like to be able to pick these up too. I just don't know how to do it. I guess I could figure it out. Since if I was at work and they said figure out how to do it, I would have to do it. So.
Yeah, you got to get those laser gyroscopes.
Yep, couldn't find any. I did find a picture of the one I'm going to get to use for my next test, though. Hold on. This should go over well. So this is the one I'm getting. So I'm going to prove that the Earth is rotating.
Oh.
It does look like the dude who told me to get one. You go buy a gyroscope.
Wasn't he trying to say that we have them on our phones or something? Sure, he said.
Yeah, there is a type of gyroscope in your smartphone. The type of it's not like the conventional one. They call it a gyroscope. But yeah, I think it's got multi ones actually to tell you all your axes.
I have them here, right. Hold on, right here. With my box of shit, I have all kinds of accelerometers in here. That's what they sell as electric gyroscopes. That's what he was trying to show. I just wanted him to tell me.
Yeah, welcome to the room, anybody who's new. Do you have any questions about the event topic? Go ahead and mic up, introduce yourself. Ara, welcome to the room. We got visitor. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Ahmad. Good to see you, man. Yeah, if anyone wants to ask questions in the VC, go for it, right? But you can also ask questions in the side chat if you don't feel like talking.
He wants the video.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, so Violet, there's the full video of the observation that I showed you earlier. You know, he
I'm
goes
sorry I
over
can't
the.
talk because it's raining cats and dogs here.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Hear me.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just saying that I put the video link, right, for the observation that I showed you earlier. So if you want to watch the whole thing in high definition, it's there in the side chat.
And no, we can't hear the rain.
Thanks, DJ.
Okay, so visitors asking what is the event all about. I don't know who wants to cover that for him.
Yep, told them the globe was debunked tonight. I think that's what was the announcement. It's all over. It's all over for the globe. Tonight's the official night. It's over. You can tell all your friends the Earth is flat now.
Yep, long distance observations debunk the globe.
Wait, he said it's not flat. That's the part I don't understand, is where did they get this from?
Yeah.
From Google, he says.
The horizon is horizontal, but it's not flat.
Google's an advertising agency. Where else do you think you're going to buy globes from?
They've cornered the market. Globetardia. All right, I'm gonna go try and get some
It's
sleep.
weird how you can corner something on a globe.
Catch you later, Aethagris.
See you later, man. And yeah, red one. That's true.
See, we're claiming to be an engineer now. This is going to be good. Go ahead, get on the mic. I know it works because you're an engineer. We're going to take a little test, engineer.
Yeah, I tap out, but I'll probably just listen. I'm going to sleep. But y'all carry on. This sounds like it's going to be fun.
All right, man. Catch you later.
See you.
Just patiently waiting. Bait you into what? I want to ask you a question. You're an engineer.
Here's an entire series debunking the globe by a high-level engineer in the side chat there for you.
Ouch. I think I'll save that just in case I need that one. Episode 1. That's funny. That means he's like, you know what? I'm telling everybody. This is one of many. I thought he said he was an engineer. He's just shouting something about Earth is round because of gravity. Like some kind of weird chanting person or typing it in there. Anyway, engineer, I have a question about engineering, but tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead. I'm going to post something in the chat there. Which of the figures, I can't do this without laughing. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Are not triangles. B and D.
Very good. Let's see. This was very good. Here's your answer. Unfortunately for you, you just debunked the globe.
What's this?
Yeah, so to get an elevation angle to a star, you need to form that angle, and you can't do that with a curved surface. And you said B is not a triangle, so you debunked the globe. See how quickly you did that, engineer?
See, there's a difference between point of observation, point of reference, absolute and relative, right?
Yeah, you don't know the first thing about celestial navigation, so don't try.
Yeah. You think relative and absolute are two different things, right? When we are trying to form an angle sitting on Earth, we assume it's relative, not absolute.
Are those angles what I posted?
Yeah, it's not a triangle.
Are they angles?
Yeah, they are.
What's the angle?
What's the angle?
Yeah,
A 90 degree
not 90 degrees.
is 90 degrees.
The yellow star with the smiley face says no, not 90 degrees.
And why you think like that?
I didn't do that. This came from you guys. I just steal the Glober stuff.
That's why see what you're trying to reference. It's a absolute. It's an absolute observation, which is correct. It's not 90 degrees. But when you look close, when you go into sub-zero domain, it becomes 90 if you zoom in. If you zoom into
And
the
when was the
particular
last
line
time
that
you
is-
jumped into sub-zero domain? We're talking about
it's
reality.
yeah, that's obviously that's not reality, but we have to assume things in order to calculate
So when you're
stuff.
out in reality,
Yes, always.
and you're measuring
That's
an
the reason-
angle, do you use a curved
See,
surface
that's-
to measure an angle off? Yes or no?
Is there a way to get see, in mathematics we have pi, right?
That's right. You don't
believe
answer
that?
it because you know the truth.
Yeah, that's the truth. You can't calculate shear. You can't calculate something which is 100% accurate. There's always going to be some kind of a loss in calculation.
So you can't calculate an angle off or measure an angle off a curved surface. Thank you. So in order for us to do celestial navigation, you need a flat
we need to
surface
assume.
to do it off
We
of.
need to assume. Yeah, we assume.
You're assuming the ball. You know how we know this? Because there's no measured curvature. That's how we know you're assuming the ball.
You know why I don't play chess with pigeons? Because they don't follow
That
the.
doesn't work in here. Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah,
work in here.
Try harder.
You don't play chess with the masters because you'll lose. That's what the real reality is. He left.
Yeah, you know why I don't play chess with pigeons? Because I shit on the board and fly away.
Triangles fuck them up every time.
He was good with the triangles. What broke him was you debunked the globe. That's what broke him.
Well, I know. But that's what I mean. I just wanted to get it right out and write it there right away for him. So, unfortunately for you, you debunked the globe, and here's why. And that's where he lost his mind.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hi. Well, what do you think of that topic, flat Earth?
Sounds pretty correct and true.
No, I'm serious. I'm like that serious.
Yep, me too.
Yeah, he was also.
How about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's flat.
Why?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why it's flat, but you
Okay.
gotta you gotta just listen because I'm gonna talk too much.
Well, I mean, we'll see how much of it I want to hear.
Like it's only 3 minutes.
That's way
So-
too long, dude.
CB, your cam's on, man. It's limited the room. Cheers.
I just wanted you guys to see some fireworks, man.
Okay. I just said that because I didn't know if you had it on purpose or not.
Of course, I had it on. I saw there was 24 people in here, so I had to throw it on. But I got a great spot.
What happened to that last guy? What he just dipped without saying anything?
Boot scooted.
He instant transmissions?
Yeah. Bailed out.
Damn.
It's a sad loss for us all today. He was trolling on us anyway. Just going to take 3 minutes to tell us how he knows it's flat.
Platter says he's at a SpaceX launch. Dude, honestly, I think rockets are pretty much just fireworks. You guys are not watching the film right now? Are they over where you are? Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah, the fireworks in my town ended a long time ago.
It is 9 o'clock. I'm on the beach. Fireworks going crazy right now. Arbor? Yo, Daz68, are you here right now? Oh.
It looks like Visitor's back. Welcome back, man. Visitor.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just chilling.
What's his name?
Visitor.
Visitor. Yeah. Oh, okay. Visitor, welcome. Hey, man, I have a question for you. So, the globe Earth, is that something you know a little, or you're still learning about it? Hello? Are we live? All right, we're not live. Welcome, Doperman. Welcome, 9VI.
Doperman with the. He's got like a Professor Dave. And he's got the flat tag.
I know, that's crazy. Yes, you gotta add your flat
That's
tag,
nearly
bro.
bannable.
Yeah, he was in here like 2 days ago with his regular profile picture, and then he tried to post some Professor Dave video. So I hit him with the Flat Earth Truth, debunking Professor Dumb Dave series, episode 1 and 2, just to get him going. And then he came back in yesterday with that new face.
The Strawman Dave. Just strawmanning every single point that he makes.
Capman Dave.
Capman
Hey,
Dave.
he left, bro. He instant transmission out here, bro. Oh. Well, who's next? I guess flat earthers don't like fireworks, right?
No, that's what we go and watch when we want to see little rockets.
We got V in the chat.
True.
Welcome, V.
Thank you.
Is that the guy at the top of the panel?
No.
Oh, I mean, this got to be one of the better holidays, right? 4th of July? Or do you guys disagree?
I can't
I
tell.
think
They all blend
Halloween's probably
together.
the most fun. I feel like Halloween's number 1 and 4th of July is number 2. This got to be the second best holiday, or like, what do you think is better? New Year's? I mean, all this fireworks, bro. That's so cool. Like, everybody's launching fireworks. That's like super dope. It's got to be top 5 best holidays here. Is there any other country that does stuff like this? Or is it just America? We just blow shit up for fun? Like that seems so W. Agree, disagree? What do you guys think?
Holidays are good when you're young. You could just go out and you ain't got no responsibilities really. The older you get, the more it's for your children, in my experience anyway.
Feel you. I mean, 4th of July's got to be top 5, though, dude. Just blowing shit up for fun, like that's America shit right there, bro. Did they do this in Australia? Made it Tetrix?
What, blow shit up?
Yeah.
We used to have fireworks years ago, but apparently they're too dangerous and too many bushfires or whatever other stupid excuse they made up. So we just get to go to major venues and like Sydney Harbour, stuff like that, where they have fireworks, New Year's Eve, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Australia's a failed country.
I'm still alive, so it hasn't failed yet.
I'm gonna put a jacket on. Cold.
It's a little summertime over there.
Yeah, it's just chilly right now.
Welcome to the chat, Bongos. Yeah, visitor. If you want to mic up, give us some globe evidence. That'd be great. Love to hear from you again. Yeah, anybody new to the VC? If you don't want to go ahead and voice chat, you could continue to post your questions or proofs in the side chat.
This dude has a laser. Can you guys see this laser? Oh, I can't go on video.
Okay, so visitor in the chat said that lines are virtual. On the screen, he said it helps to calculate angles. That doesn't mean the Earth is flat. The only reason that line exists is the Earth is round. It says who's like giving him an earful here. That's good. Yeah, it looks like Says 2 got onto Rage Quit for a second time now. So, no, he's back. Visitor, why don't you mic up, buddy? Perhaps we could discuss something else other than celestial angles. We could talk about long distance observations that debunk the globe. DJ, what's your best long distance observation with data that you could post in the side chat for him? Give him something to think about.
Yeah, I like the 21-mile Great Salt Lake observation.
Nah, that's vague, brother.
Gosh, that was. This fake. This 4.5 miles. Been lied to.
Yeah, he deceive you.
Yeah, I got it ready, but I'm not going to post it yet because it looks like Says who's mid-conversation with him.
Yeah, he seems to be spiraling a bit, attacking, using ad homs. Not a good look, brother.
Not a good look. Not very classy.
Mic up, visitor. Mic up and tell us about your curvature measurements. It's time. Oh, okay, you're a pigeon and you're telling us not to play chess with you. Well, just do your pigeon thing then. That's fine. Go ahead.
Claims to know the rules, but he doesn't even know what he knows and what he just believes. There's a difference between knowledge and belief, visitor. I think that's your struggle right now. You need to figure out how to differentiate the two. It's not your fault.
How do you know what you know, visitor? Tell us. Let's hear all about it.
In the meanwhile, we got Tay who entered the chat. Welcome to the chat, Tay. Nice horse duck profile pic. We got Haas in the chat. Welcome. And we got a lot of great speakers in the panel.
Hello, guys.
Well, hello.
I'm from Brazil, but my English is very bad. I come here a few times to practice my English.
That's good.
My English is very bad.
It's fine.
Awesome stuff. You're on the ball.
Oh,
Now, do you think you're on a ball? It's time to learn the difference between idiomatic and literal.
Some things I understand. Some things.
Your English sounds good, Tay. English sounds good.
La tierra is plana. Oh, you guys speak Portuguese, right? My bad.
Meu português é melhor, né? Espanhol hablo un poquito también, pero no hablo muy bien.
Okay, wasn't too far off.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Shark Fox. Yep.
So-
Welcome to the room, Shark Fox.
What is this about the globe has been debunked? What? That's a wild,
Yeah, by water.
that's a wild statement.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
Not really.
No, that is a very wild and very inaccurate statement because that's not true.
No, the globe Earth was the inaccurate statement. We're just setting the record straight.
No, that's not. No, water literally proves that the Earth is round.
How?
What?
So
How does it do that?
If you actually do tests, you actually do see ships go over the horizon as they go further away from
On flat water.
It's
Okay.
not
I need
flat.
to- Horizon.
It looks flat to you because the Earth is so large. It looks flat to you.
Okay,
You're not
so
taking
how do you know?
perspective into
looks
account.
flat, it behaves flat.
You're not.
How do you know
know,
it's-
you are not. You are
All
not
right.
taking perspective into
All right.
account. And also,
Yeah,
on a
maybe you're
flat
not.
Earth-
Maybe you're not. Maybe
hang
you're
on,
not.
hang on,
Calm
hang
down,
on, hang on.
dude. Just
Hang on
calm
one
down.
second. Hang on 1 second. On a flat Earth, explain to me how gravity works.
Okay, you're jumping all over the place, dude. So you made a claim that a ship disappears bottom up because it's going down and over a curve. Can you substantiate that with measurement? Like, how do you know that that's an actual geometric thing that's occurring, or just not an optical phenomenon? So what measurements are there that would prove that there actually is a curve there that it could be going over? So maybe it's you who's discounting perspective here.
Because I am definitely
Yeah, they used to
not.
say flat earthers were like on perspective because they always considered perspective. So the fact that you would come in
You
2025,
aren't.
almost 10 years later, after they were mocked for considering perspective too much, and you're saying we're not considering.
No, I'm saying
way
y'all
off.
aren't. I'm saying y'all aren't considering perspective because the reason it looks flat
No, we used to
is because of
consider
size.
perspective so much that we were mocked for that.
It's
and they
because
called
of
it
size.
perspective.
So I'm just wondering if you're looking at a phenomenon and just declaring that it's due to curvature, or are there measurements that you could use to actually back that claim up?
Yeah, Aristotle literally did measurements that proved that yes,
How? What did he use?
Oh, I guess this guy is so hungry.
I'm not.
That's
Oh,
what
yeah, we just
I'm
everybody
not-
has to take turns, guys. Everybody has to take turns, so we're gonna have to. Yeah.
I need to.
Tay, we're having a conversation with Shark Fox Panda right now. Just take your time. Mute yourself for now. If you have a question, you could go ahead and mic up afterwards. We appreciate you being here.
I need to put a caption on Discord.
Yeah, he's wondering why Shark Fox is spiraling out like a crazy maniac just because we're questioning his globe.
Because it makes
Yeah, well, Shark Fox says that Aristotle had the measurements. Maybe he meant Eratosthenes, I don't know, but maybe he can shed a little more light on that.
I don't know, maybe.
You're getting your Greeks all mixed up, are you?
Maybe.
So is Visitor available? Because I was requested to talk to Visitor about elevation angles.
He ain't here no more.
He ran away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I believe
I'll
that
see if I can-
I come here every day, I will learn to speak English.
Correct.
That's true, Tay. That is true. Oh, I think we lost Shark Fox as well. I guess he did
Yeah,
a few Google searches and realized he didn't know what he was talking about.
English schools in Brazil are more terrible.
If you don't keep them in the hot seat, they'll just dip out. Second, they get a spare minute.
Well, Shark Fox Panda is going to write some. Oh.
In 3 years learning English in Brazil to say I have a headache and check in airport. In 3 years. More terrible.
Wow, visitors like sitting here trying to console Shark Fox in the side chat, saying that we're just trolling to make people feel stupid. Yeah, visitor. I mean, if you're listening, you should come on back in and just state your points. It's not like we're not giving you the opportunity to defend yourself and your beliefs. Just it doesn't add up, man. You just haven't given it a good thought. You haven't given it a good run.
I going to
Having a lot
down
of faith.
beginners wrong. I going to I going down to beginners wrong.
Okay, bro.
Wow. Give them a stage to state their proof and their evidence. And I think Visitor's best evidence was basing his calculations off of the center of a sphere that hasn't even been proven. And when we direct him back to the surface of the Earth, he says he doesn't play chess with pigeons because they don't follow the rules. Meanwhile, he doesn't even know the rules of his own game. Yeah, to be fair, I bet you Shark Fox Panda had a furry meeting he had to go to. He couldn't hang too long.
Yeah, I got that vibe as well,
damn.
man. Yeah.
Prior arrangement.
Damn. Damn, bro.
Hey, that wasn't a dig. That wasn't a dig. To each their own. You know what I mean?
I mean,
You want
it's
to use a
probably
litter
facts.
box?
Yeah, fact.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want to use a litter box, that's your prerogative, man.
Welcome, Abnor. Abnor, welcome. This your first time? All right, Abnor is shy, guys. Abnor is shy.
No. Mike. Oh.
Here we go.
No, crying.
We got some firework action, chat. Somebody did something bad. There's helicopters circling above over there.
What's going on? We're losing the crowd.
We're still live, chat.
It makes me feel like saying
Yeah, we have max capacity right now.
Are we? All right, but
We got these guys in the chat spiraling.
They really need to change that. Oh well.
change what?
Like it maxing, like they instead of having a max on the people that can be in a chat when there's a video call, they should just max the amount of people that are allowed to video chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, these fireworks are just so beautiful, man. I just don't want anybody to miss this shit. Oh, we're still live? Damn.
Fireworks, one of
This
nature's
helicopter right
greatest
here,
wonders.
it's been circling the skies. Facts. God. It's going ham over there. It's got to be one of the best holidays of the year, bro. I wonder what's going on over here, though. This helicopter's been circling in the skies freaking for the last like 10 minutes. Coriolis over here, Mr. Coriolis in the sky.
Coriolis in the sky with diamonds.
Yeah. I mean, name a better holiday.
Victoria Day.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is, gang. The
Family
only
Day.
holiday I think is better.
I like Family Day.
Oh, really? Nice. I feel like Halloween's maybe like the only other candidate that's for a great holiday.
Ready. What's there?
Yeah, I was in the side chat trying to reel these fools back in here, man. They're you know they're asking their Chat GPT and their Google for help. You know, they need a lifeline. Speaking in absolutes with no frames of reference. It's the usual.
DJ totally gets it, bro. He says in the chat, trying to debate us, but you don't know any of our claims or what flat Earth is. That's not going to work out well for you. Yeah, that's a big problem. When people come in here, they're new and they try to tell us what flat Earth should be like. I'm like, what the fuck are you? Well, if it was flat, it should be like this. It's like, no, no, hell no. It's crazy how popular this topic is.
Yeah, it's very popular, but what's also popular is the idea that gravity is a law, which is hilarious. Um, these guys seem to resort to that all the time in these discussions, and they have no idea what they're even talking about, but they would like to sound smart, so they cite it all the time.
The gluteus maximus of the question. We also have to ask ourselves, what is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm? Speaking from a sort of crustacean zeitgeist, calcium deficient paradoxical exfoliation sort of juxtaposition.
Yeah, I've got a list somewhere like this table, and you use all these different words. You put them together so that, like, if you're at a party and someone asks you what you do for a living, you can just put a bunch of these words together, right? Like, I'm a what is it? I don't. I can't think of it at the moment. Like, exponential retail analysis expert or something like that, right? And they just look like people just look at you, and because they don't understand what you've just said, they think that you know what you're talking about, and they go, "Wow, okay, cool." Like, they just go along with it, right? I got the list somewhere. Like, you could literally make a list out of any fancy words and then just string them together and sound smart, and not really.
Yeah, that's literally the name of the sound effect. It's called Sound Smart.
The gluteus maximus. The gluteus maximus of the question. We also have to ask ourselves, what
Is the molecular harpsichord of the bro?
Video, it's gigantic.
Yeah, it's so easy to just lean on your educator's curriculum when you don't even have to understand any of it. Just sit back, eat your bag of potato chips while you're watching your favorite TV show or film or playing your favorite video game, and say, "Oh, well, the smarter people are taking care of everything right now, so I don't have to worry about it." But yeah, I could rest assured that gravity is a law, even though I haven't followed any of the timeline of its genesis to its evolution to where it is today. Yeah, I mean, these people conflate that. They don't even know the difference between Einsteinian gravity and Newtonian. They mix the two up all the time, and yeah, it's just a common thing that happens. between people who believe that, yeah, everything's already been figured out. Just ask ChatGPT. You'll get the answer. Usually stump these folks by asking them what the radius of their alleged sphere is, and then they have to stop and Google and pretend that they know and pretend it's not important. But they say the Earth is so big, right? And then says who asks them, "Well, what size is it?" They're like, let me go confer with my colleague, ChatGPT.
Because they don't have to be. I say, they were saying, I think it's funny that everybody has some like. But like, I don't feel like they don't get us like stand next to us like I feel like I'm like, what? It's so fun. Yeah.
What are you at a sandwich party?
Oh, me?
No, they're at the beach. They're at the beach. They're watching fireworks.
I was just kidding.
You can hear the 304s in the back. Yeah, they're loud as hell, as usual.
Then I figured they'd be making you sandwiches.
Hey, let me get a turkey and Swiss. Such a loud ass 304s. I mean, these fireworks are beautiful, though. I'm not gonna lie. You seeing this, kangaroo guy? Oh shit! Oh,
Welcome to the room, Temper.
Thank you.
thank you.
Yo.
Nice.
Wait, Temper. Have you talked to Flat Earther before?
No, this is my first time actually. I was trying to see what you guys were talking about.
You got any
Wait, where are
questions?
you from? Where are you from?
I don't reveal that on Discord.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
No?
You got any questions or what?
No, not at this moment. I was just trying to spectate or listen to the conversation you guys have.
We're doing a no listening panel tonight, so welcome. We're glad we can have you. So
No,
you've
so
never
I have
talked to a Flat Earther before?
never. Hmm.
We want to know what
Wow.
you want to know.
Okay, sure. I mean, is there anyone who believes in the flat earth theory here right now?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all flat
What's your
earthers.
question?
Yep.
Ask
Really?
away.
I don't quite believe that, but yes. Do you actually believe
The
it?
majority of us on the panel, we know that know the Earth is flat.
There you go. It doesn't require any belief because we observe it and it measures that way and we use it that way. Everybody does.
How do you measure it? How do you measure it? I mean, what kind of tools do you use?
A level. You can use levels. You can use lasers. You can do long distance observations. Yeah, there's a few ways. Every time you you take an elevation angle measurement, referencing the Earth's surface, you're measuring it flat. So yeah, there's lots of different ways.
Interesting.
Just for example, every time that you use a level, you try and get something to be horizontal, like a TV on your wall, hanging a TV on a wall or a painting, or you're trying to get a pool table to be flat and horizontal so that the pool balls don't roll around every which way. You're essentially making sure that that's level with the world, right? Which would be to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon being the place where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky.
Yeah, the numbers they tell you about the Earth are not right.
Okay. All right. Why don't you guys try to convert me? I mean, how would you convert me? Say, I just walked in blindly, right? How would you convert me into a flat earther?
Well, you have to test the claims that the globe Earth even says. You have to verify that the measurements that the globe Earth claims are true. And once you do that, you understand that they're not true. That's step one.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well said,
All
Wes.
right
I was
then.
going to say the same thing. It's like we probably just walk you through what you think you know to be true about the globe and show you how it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe we can show you some flat there. But
Very nice.
Testing the
I think a
claims.
lot of people
That's
think it's a
number one.
globe like just default. We can show them how that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like,
And if you
do you think it's a globe like 100% or 80%, 50%? What do you think there? What do you
I think
think?
it's a globe? Yes, I do think
Yeah,
it's
do
a
you
globe
think it's a
because I've
globe
been
like
taught that way.
100%? Oh, okay.
Yes,
Why? Why?
because I've been taught that way.
Well, we were taught the same thing though.
all of us.
Mm-hmm.
How do you test that? How do you
Did you
verify
check?
it yourself?
Yeah.
How do I
That's
verify
the
it? Because of
important
all the
part.
pictures that I see. Because of all the pictures that I see. I mean, like, say, the solar system and all those stuff. Like, if you were to believe that you are flat earthers, then you will also have to disprove people landing on the moon as well, right?
Quick question. Quick question. Do you have faith in these space agencies?
I do quite have a lot of faith in it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So if you were to see a lot of footage of them, not faking, but like passing stimulation off as reality. Like there's a lot of instances where you can catch these people not doing exactly what they say they're doing. Therefore, you can't really trust them, and that's the case almost all the time.
All right.
So, how could you verify that the Earth is what it is without appealing to the authority, knowing that the authority is not being honest with you?
Yeah, that is quite true. But then, do you have any proof for this claim that the authority are not quite truthful?
Yes. Yeah, you can look at the footage and see that they fade in and out of the frame. That there's
Then how would I
bubbles.
know?
Right.
Right. Then how would I
You
know
would
that
have to
that's not
you would
me?
have to take the time to examine them. It would take time,
All right.
Yeah, that's one way, Wes. That's definitely one way. Another way you could be sure that they're being dishonest or disingenuous in their statements is to compare the data that they've claimed to be fact. Right? They've they've claimed a radius of the spherical Earth at 3,959 miles, and that requires some drop over distance that would be measurable. So if
Yep.
you test
You just look at the data.
required, yeah, you test the required drop over distance, like over a distance of 10 miles, you would need 66 feet of curvature, right? Which would be visible, be testable, especially over water, because water always seeks to find its level. Now, if you can
They
see
say the
beyond,
devil is in the details.
yeah, if you could see beyond that 10 miles, with well, from the observer height of a 6-foot observer, you have just under 3 miles, or just under 3 miles, to the horizon, the physical horizon, right? So you could put all this data based on your observer height and what you're looking at, right? So you could find something off in the distance that's a known distance to you, and you could put this to the test yourself, which many people have done. If you go ahead and check in the side chat, I'm sure people are posting some stuff up right now. If the two gentlemen that were in here earlier are done spiraling, yeah, you'll be able to see. Yeah, you'll be able to easily debunk that radius that the space agencies are claiming to be factual. So once you see that
It's easy
the
math.
data that the data that they're providing us is not accurate, then that puts all of their claims into question, right? Because they have already been caught out there. So that's one way that you could test their radius compared to reality. Now, once you find that there's zero curvature that's actually measurable, then you're left with a whole nother conundrum, right? It leads you down this rabbit hole of, okay, well, now what? And there's so much to go through at that point, because our whole education is kind of based on this lie. So it leads you down a path.
That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Like, when you want to talk about flat Earth, it's basically debunking all the claims that we've been taught as children, right? Not saying that we have the answers, like I could tell you what the Earth really is, but we're telling you that what we're coming to find out is all these claims that we're testing these and come to find out it's not true. I mean, that's as far as it goes, The Earth isn't what they claimed it was. We didn't want to be flat earthers. It sucks being a flat earther.
You didn't want to be. You didn't want to be flat earthers. You had to be for the people, right?
Well, if you respect the truth, if you
because the Earth's flat.
Yeah, if you respect the truth, then there's really no other option. It's not like you know what the Earth is, but you know that it's measured flat. You know that the Earth isn't what they tell us it is. It isn't what they taught us it is. It can't be. It physically can't be. According to science, it can't be. So, but it takes a while to kind of get to that, But if you're interested, you'll get there.
Sure.
Do you have any questions about it? I mean, maybe we
She asked
can
us
help you.
to basically make our best case, Wes. So, I mean, I'd say you did a great job, and
Yeah, you guys did a pretty good job.
It really does boil down to most of the evidence that you have. One of the things I like to make clear to people that I'm discussing this with, in my personal life, because I'm pretty new to speaking to people online about this, but I've been speaking to people in my personal life about this for a long time, and it's about what you know, right? And just organizing your information, right? So if you can organize your information into categories of like what I can know, what I do know, and what I believe, based on trusting other people, right? Then I'm going to have a better grasp on what I actually know, right? Rather than what I think I know, right? So someone can lie to you. Yeah. So someone can lie to you and you trust them, So you believe that you're believing in something factual, right? So you could go around telling everybody else about it. And in your heart and in your mind, you're not actually lying to people. You believe you're speaking truth to people, right? Because you trusted that individual who gave you that information in the first place. So that's where we're at with like teachers and stuff. We're not saying like everybody's lying to you. You know, a lot of people just believe the curriculum that they were taught in school was 100% accurate, right? The history, whatever it may be, the science, the geometry, right? The geology, all of this stuff, the astronomy, right? The astrophysics, like all of these different topics, the engineering. So if I tell you, yeah, you know, this trusted source gave me this data about something I can't personally verify, but I trust the source, I really shouldn't be making knowledge claims, right? I just have to, if I want to be honest with the people I'm discussing this stuff with, I have to come from a point of honesty and say, well, I believe this person or I believe this source of the data, but I don't know myself, right? I'm trusting them, right? But so many people say, oh, because I got this education from a trusted source, that I just believe it's true to begin with, right? And or I know it's true, right? And that's just a mistake in categorizing your information and your knowledge, right? So you could say, okay, this is believed knowledge, but it's not known and verified knowledge. There's a difference. So knowing that
Yeah,
difference,
but
I think,
then
is really important. Yeah.
yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you're a good speaker as well. So, but then the thing is that it's not just education. We have enough evidence and enough proof to back up the education provided. So that's why people believe that the art is a globe.
Stop the cap.
Right. While for flat. Okay. All right. No, now I'm curious about what do you think? I mean, if you actually believe in it, then what do you think the future would be? I mean, about the flat earthers. Do you think people would come to realize it, or would people would still go on with this belief that the art is round?
I think people are coming to the realization that they've been misguided by
Uh-huh.
the education system. Well,
Okay.
and it's mainly because of the radius, right? The proposed radius, the alleged radius of this alleged sphere that they claim that we live upon. And that's really where they shot themselves in the foot, because they never thought that optics would catch up with them to the degree it has. And yeah, we could put the globe to the test on the ground using long distance laser experiments and observations that really just are the nails in the coffin for their radius, right? So
Yep.
at
They
this
fucked
point,
up
at
because
this
they
point,
told us the numbers.
yeah, we're all gonna people are gonna either come to terms with it on their own, or they're gonna have to be shaken awake. You know what I mean? But there's plenty of people who have that cognitive dissonance that just don't want to hear it. Why? Because they're so mentally invested in the globe that they can't get out of it, right? You know, so
Oh, more
the
like
more you're
they're
invested in it, the
Yeah.
more you've invested your time and thoughts, the
Sorry.
harder
Go
it is.
on. Yeah. Mhm.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Right. Okay. Because I was saying, it's more like, what I think is that flat earth, like believing in a particular thing, like a philosophy or a belief, is more like a privilege these days because people are so busy with their life, barely surviving. So this kind of theory, like you told me to do all these experiments and stuff like that, but then I'm quite, I believe that is a privilege. Do you think you're privileged?
No.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I work a lot myself. I mean, I have a family I have to provide for, and yeah. I mean, I count my blessings every day. It could always be worse. I've always looked at my life from that lens, through that lens, right? It could always be better, but it could always be much worse. And yeah, I mean, thinking about I think the education system has taken advantage of the students in a way where they're not taught to think critically, and basically they're not taught to be skeptical of any of the stories that they're told about this stuff, right?
Agreed.
So many people we talk to in these VCs have no idea about the radius of the Earth. They don't even know what the radius is, and they don't even know what the curvature is supposed to be. Like, how far are they supposed to be able to see? They don't know any of this stuff, and you would figure if you were supposed to be educated in school, why wouldn't you know this stuff? It should be
They should teach
commonplace,
you all
right?
that. Right.
Yeah, you should know why it's spinning. You should know how fast it's spinning. You should know about the 3 different alleged motions of the Earth, right? You should know it's rotating around the sun at a certain speed. You should know that the sun is rotating around the galactic center at a certain speed. But all of this stuff is kind of left for the higher academics to learn and just kind of write off, right? So many people come in here.
Have you ever?
Yeah, there's
Have
so
you
many
ever
people bringing
experienced?
up different points.
Have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe, other than a flat and motionless plane? Have you ever had that experience where you had the Earth as a globe?
I haven't actually thought of it that way.
Has it always been flat and stationary?
That's stationary because I don't know. Think there's scientific proof for that, right? I'm not much into science, but then I mean, if you were to say that,
that's how they treat the Earth.
Okay, well then how about? Okay, genuinely, I'm curious. How would you, explain gravity then?
Well, what do you think gravity is, first of all?
It's like a force that binds us to the center of the earth. Yes.
So you're saying gravity is mass attracts mass?
Something like that, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Something that binds us to the earth.
Gravity equally mass attracts mass is Newtonian gravity, which was superseded over 100 years ago by Einsteinian, or the theory of relativity, which is the bending and warping of space-time. Because mass attracts mass did not hold up, right? They had the Cavendish, which never worked. So they never was able to prove mass attracts mass. That is not a thing. There hasn't been a thing for over 100 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then Einsteinian gravity was debunked based on the motion of the luminaries that they couldn't explain. So they had to make up dark matter. Now, dark matter was now if your calculations are wrong based on observations, right, in reality, you would throw away your equations, right? But no, they then made something up that's never been seen, never been verified, never been tested, and then said, okay, we put a Band-Aid on gravity, on Einsteinian gravity, and now it's fixed. So, but most people don't know this.
Isn't it?
Do you have any? I mean, I would like to read this. Do you have any? Where can I read this? Can you send me the proof for this? I'm just curious. Yes.
Well, you can do the research on your own, but I mean, as far as conversation, we're trying to tell you what's current. You know.
No. You gave a statement, and then I just want you to send me the proof. You have to have,
Well, I'm standing in a room. I can't send you shit right now, but there's no issue with you looking it up yourself.
It's okay.
Yeah. You could look up dark matter, and basically you'll know when you start researching this. It hasn't been proven.
Very nice.
Pseudo science.
One sec. Someone asked about information, providing information, and I went to respond. Right, I went to respond and it crashed on me. So if you click on our tags, okay, it should lead you to so where it says flat on our tag. You know, the new tag system.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you click on that, it leads you to our server, and on our server, if you scroll down the left side of all the channels, you know, the channel list, until you find additional information, we have a lot of subtopics alphabetized from A to Z there, from everything from asteroids to to gravity
Any
and
question you
satellite
want. Yeah.
everything. So any questions that you have related to this should be covered in there. Also check out all the links and sister servers, partnerships. So we have PDF files, PDF storage channel. So there's a lot of information in there. A lot of websites, YouTube videos, documents. There's a lot there if you're interested in knowing more. So in learning.
Only for the serious. If you really give a fuck, it's for you, man. It's not.
Hey, Oviva, can you mute yourself, please? We're getting a lot of background noise from you.
Gue sih nggak, lu ke GPT dulu, carikan link di DC komunikan.
Hopefully, print design, man. That'd be nice. It'd be good.
Nah, sudah. Ntar dia ngasih linknya GPT-nya, ntar lu tinggal buka.
Oh my god.
Olivia, chill.
Udah.
Olivia, chill, dog.
Yeah. Is that who we were speaking with?
No, we were speaking with Temperament, but I think she left. I think she left the VC.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you could tag her with anything you want to send her to. Yeah, at Temperament, if you want to give her a shout out on how to get to the home server. But yeah, welcome to anybody who's new to the VC that's listening. If you have anything that you'd like to bring up about the room topic or the event topic, please feel free to either mic up and voice your opinions or your questions, or you can go ahead and type that in the side chat if you don't feel comfortable miking up. We'd love to hear
Well,
from
I've been
you.
a flat earther for a long time, but this is the first time I'm up in the VC. I'm trying to make it more of a regular thing because I've been here for a while. I enjoy listening to you guys. You guys are very intelligent. I would love to be amongst you motherfuckers' ranks. So, just saying what's up to you guys, giving you guys your flowers, and I'm glad to be around. That's all.
Yeah, thanks, Wes. We appreciate you, brother.
I hope to contribute to the cause. It's really my only goal. I'm just super entertained by this shit, and I don't know. I would love to contribute. I would love to be part of the fucking part of the gang, man.
We welcome, man. We welcome you, brother. Thank you.
Sure.
So we got Zana. Welcome to the VC. Thanks for listening. Undefined. Thanks for chilling with us. Zigmoid. Thanks for being here. Obviously, Wes. Flat Earth. We got Ultimate Flat Earth Final Boss. We got Toby Dog. Man, your name is so long, but I'm gonna get this right. The Honorable Shlomo Moonbuggy. We got T-Dub. We got Resolve.
Lomo Moonbuggy, that's my guy, bro.
We got Oviva, Rodlet Tifa. We got Orion. We got our music bot. We got Matrix, Kembo Beats, the Honorable Heretic, MC in the house, Flat Earth Batman, Elbow TV. Welcome, Dion. We got Daz68 and good old Creation Bear. Yeah, what a nice panel. And we got some spiralers in the side chat. We got the furry in the side chat. Still going ham. But yeah, good on everybody. If anybody has any questions. Yeah. Anybody got any questions, or anybody thinks they have any undeniable globe proof? Yeah, please go ahead. Voice your opinions. Oh, Viva, we had to mute you because you had some serious background noise coming through. You were hot micing. So when you're ready to mute yourself, yeah, just post that in the side chat and we'll take care of that mute on you, okay?
Most people talking about seeing Chicago from Michigan, but being from Chicago and spending a lot of time at the lakefront, I have seen Michigan. I have seen land from the lakefront of Chicago. I haven't seen it as an adult, but I definitely remember seeing it as a kid. That's my own testimony. You can believe it or not, but I swear to God, I fucking saw Michigan from Chicago. Most people see Chicago from Michigan, but I saw it the other way around. I spent my whole life here. It is what it is. Bada bing bong.
Yeah, Seer, welcome to the chat. Yeah, Wes, what a great testimonial there. I mean, I'm sure you've seen Rob Skiba do his, because people were saying that it was, yeah, it was a mirage. So he did a live recording and sailed across from the other side, to Chicago. So
I remember that.
Yeah, just to put that to rest. Yeah, I mean, it's the lengths that some of the flat earthers have gone through to try and get the word out is admirable.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just people are thirsty for truth, and it's important.
He was a good one.
Important to get that stuff out. Yeah, he was a
good
great
one, man.
Yeah,
He was a good one. You know, it's a shame because most of the prime components for flat Earth no longer with us, man. Some of the most articulate people that could, you know, really do some damage to the globe Earth are no longer with us. That sucks. That fucking sucks.
yeah, Wes. With this server, if you could, try and keep the F bombs to a minimum. It's part of the TOS of this particular server. They're not as lax about language as others, just because they have younger people here trying to learn English. So
sure,
we could get strikes on the server. Yeah, just for future reference. I figured you didn't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that.
Oh, no worries, man. I have a mouth like a sailor myself, so I could appreciate somebody not knowing the rules. At LOL.
I should.
Yep. Welcome.
I should because
welcome to the server.
I should. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the room. If you have any questions,
I know lots of marine terms too. Sorry, John.
No, it's fine. And I was just welcoming LOL to the room.
Cool.
See if they want to mic up and maybe ask some questions either in the side chat or.
I mean, we must sound like sailors sometimes when we're talking about sextants and, you know, celestial navigation and, and water being flat, right? Ocean horizons.
Yep,
Well,
for
that's
sure.
the truth,
Man.
ain't it?
My God, heretic! For somebody who really didn't want to have a conversation with us, he sure is typing away down there.
He was going to leave
but
because
anybody wanted.
he didn't want to waste his brain cells on this place, but here he still is. That's good. It's probably the most mental exercise he's probably ever done.
Yeah, Yeah, it's pretty remarkable how he didn't want to engage, but he's so engaged. I have a feeling, a sneaky suspicion that he's going to be one of these cats that is in the VC every day, kind of like another Sash.
He's not going to give up.
Has nothing. Yeah, has nothing. Had no nice things to say about any of us, but just can't get enough. Has to come back every day. I mean, people are changing their PVPs in real time, PFPs in real time. It's pretty wild. This one at the bottom changed to PFP, and this one at the top, Dion, changed to PFP too. Just while they've been sitting here in the past 20 minutes. I observe these things. I'm observant. If anybody wants to go ahead and mic up, or try and get your question in the side chat in between the spiraling, we'll try and get to it. I have to like scroll up because the furry keeps, just new text chat after new text chat. It's just hard to keep up.
Just a question. Is the question for a Glober or a Flatty? Hello?
No, there was a couple questions about the server. There was a couple questions about where's how to get to the server. We have members of the panel actually getting these questions answered. I'm just saying, for me to actually read them out, try and vocalize them to everybody on the panel and for the listeners on YouTube. Basically, trying to keep this at least YouTube friendly. We don't want it to be like
keep
long,
it entertaining, right?
Yeah, well, we just got to keep it. Yeah, people are listening.
Entertaining.
No, they want to hear what's going on, and it's a
Well, what
chat.
are Globers
so-
at?
Yeah, we want it to be educational for the most part, which means there's going to be families listening, maybe possibly with we have had that before where parents of young children are listening in with the children in the background. Next minute somebody's like, "You effing retard," and all this, right? Yeah.
Well, all right then.
Yeah, that's
And
another
of course
great point there.
I was never one of those people, right? I'm looking side to side very suspiciously, right?
Oops. No, I've blown up on a few people that were just being downright rude, but still, I'm still not cursing them out because it doesn't help you or help them, and it doesn't make the situation any better. But yeah, the worst of it usually only happens if someone's being just totally disruptive and just they don't even want to talk. They're just shut down and they've gone into attack mode, right? Just all ad hominem attacks and stuff. I don't like it when people are not engaging in a genuine discussion, right? There's several things that'll set me off. Yeah, but it's not much. I have a pretty high threshold before I, lose my patience with people. But yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it, man. I really thought your testimonial was great. The fact that you could see Chicago from your location, Wes, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's on a regular, man. I live in the west suburbs of Chicago, and I work in the city. So most days I drive towards the city. So I see the sunrise, and I drive towards Chicago most days. So I get to see the sunrise most days. And some days, holy shit, man, it could be huge as fuck, bro. Like the sun looks like magnified like times 100. Like I've seen some crazy celestial phenomena just driving in, looking towards the East Coast, pretty amazing. Like it solidifies the fact that the sun is moving. Whatever the fuck the sun is definitely moving. We ain't moving.
Yeah, you should definitely
but the sun's fucking moving.
get some footage. You should get some footage on those days if you got some time. If you got some time and you remember.
Yeah, I should. Like, I've done it so long, but so long before I was like a flat earther. Like, I never really considered how much that type of footage would be beneficial to me as a flat earther. Like, it's just part of my day, right? Part of my commute. I just fucking drive towards the city and I see the sunrise, and sometimes it's fucking huge. Like, the magnification on the horizon is insane sometimes. Like, the sun looks ridiculously big sometimes. And it's all over Lake Michigan. You know, it's the humidity and the heat over Lake Michigan that magnifies the sun. You know, pretty cool.
Cool, man. All right, so Rang, welcome to the chat. I think I've seen your PFP before. Welcome back. Elias Tariq, if you have any questions, you could go ahead and type them in the side chat or
straight up, man.
unmute yourself.
Ask a flat earther, bro. Ask a flatty.
And yeah, let's just remember to mind our language. I mean, I think I had you at like 15 that last
You're
story.
right. I'm sorry. I gotta mind myself. I'm sorry. You're right.
Just a friendly reminder.
No, I appreciate that because you know, I gotta work on that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, no, I'm just kidding. No, but for real, man.
Fudge sake.
It's rough, but you know, if I focus, I'll be good. I'll make sure that I'll be hit. Yeah. It's just too easy up in here, man. Because y'all give me
Have you seen The Man? Have you seen The Man? The movie The Man?
The Man? No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's Eugene Levy and Samuel L. Jackson.
No, I haven't.
It's action comedy. Yeah. So he gets a tip in that. He's like, he's always saying, "Oh, for F's sake," right? And so Eugene Levy's this real prim and proper, you know, like character, you know, like he's like, you should watch your language. Instead of every time you go to say that, say, "Oh, for crying out loud." So he's like, "Oh, fuck, crying out loud," and he starts to learn how to do that because he's got a daughter, you know. So he doesn't want him swearing in front of his daughter all the time.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I wish I would have taken the time to watch that one. I knew it was going to be good because Eugene Levy's good.
Yeah,
I love all the. I love all those. Well, the Spinal Tap crew went on to make like a bunch of movies after Spinal Tap, and he joined them in like the series after the fact where they did what did they do? A Mighty Wind. They did a Best in Show. What was the other one? Yeah, the Mighty Wind was funny though. That was like about like a fake folk group. Yeah, there's some good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, so we got anybody else in here?
Yeah.
Nobody wants
Anybody want to talk globe? Globe burst flat? Anybody? Where we at?
Yeah.
What room we in? I don't even fucking know. Sorry.
We're in the English hub. We're in the English hub.
I use the F word again. Yeah. What's alright, man? Okay.
You'll get it.
I'm getting, man.
Yeah. I guess everyone here is
because what's important is the message. You know.
Mm-hmm.
The message is awesome.
Mogu, welcome to the room. Thanks for being here.
Welcome, Mogu.
Curious. I'm sorry. I'm just curious. Go on, go on.
No, ask
Oh
a
yeah,
question. Go ahead.
fine.
Floor is yours.
Yeah,
Go
we're
ahead.
looking for people to help them practice their English and also maybe learn what they think of the earth that they live upon.
Yeah. Spit it out. What's up?
But yeah, if you want to practice speaking to a native speaker, I am a native English speaker, and so is Wes, as well as T-Dub
Yeah.
and the ultimate flat Earth final boss, and yeah, there's plenty of us native speakers here. So yeah, don't be shy. If you have any questions and you don't feel comfortable miking up, any questions about the event topic or about the room topic, you could go ahead and type them in the side chat, and we'll get to them.
Totally.
Yeah, so today basically what's gone on, at least since the early morning in my time. I'm in the United States, so I got on this morning, and there's been just a ton of people, hopping into VC and asking certain questions. So yeah, we've gone over long distance observations and how they debunk the alleged sphericity of the globe. So yeah, we're dealing with a alleged radius of 3,959 miles, and that requires some drop over distance that should be observed by everybody. Especially over the water where we find sea level,
That's the specific.
mean sea level for all of the people who live off of the coast. So,
do you
if live
believe you
inland,
live on that ball?
Yeah, so if you live inland, you would have bodies of water that would be above sea level, that are still flat, right? That are still not curving. But yeah, you would need curving water, basically, or curving lands, which you don't see. We don't find any of that drop over distance. So that's really the globe killer, is the lack of drop over distance. That's why we find ourselves here having these discussions on Discord and the
You
various
understand?
guest rooms that we have. So, Raj, welcome.
Are you catching on? Do you understand what he just said?
Mogu's in the chat. That's why I was kind of reiterating all of that. So you could go in the chat with us and take a look at what's been going on in the side chat.
I was just seeing if they cut along, if they followed along, because that was important. What you just said, You.
Yeah, so because this is an English learning server, it's much different than politics or politics and religion, where we have our guest rooms there. We have a lot of people who may not feel comfortable just jumping in the VC and having a conversation with us. So it's important to meet people where they are, and if they don't feel comfortable miking up, yeah, not press the issue and try and stay cordial.
Agree.
There's not a lot of trolls here. You're going to get some trollish behavior wherever you go. But kill them with
Not from
kindness,
us though.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I agree with you, man. Meet where they are. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Well said.
So yeah, Mogu. I mean, we've had several rebuttals to different points that have been brought up, but we always get to an issue where you have a trust-based belief system or trust-based knowledge claims, right? So a knowledge claim based on trust, that where whoever provided you with the information initially, it requires your trust rather than you have verified it, or that it's been verified by you, right? Or it's verifiable by you, right? So if I say, okay, yeah, I sent a satellite up into outer space with all of my money that I got from all of the people of my country, and I tell you, but you can't verify any of this, and that's okay because you could trust me. Just trust me. I have a whole organization of very intelligent individuals. Yeah. If my whole entire organization of trusted individuals are all compartmentalized and left to sign a bunch of NDAs, and they have no idea what each other are working on, you can create this atmosphere of groups of people that don't know what each other are doing, right? And then you can also put out a public, like a PNR campaign where it's like, yeah, no, everybody's working together on these projects and everybody's in the know and we all do this stuff together. So yeah, you can deceive the masses with this type of organization. So that's what we're finding ourselves dealing with. We're finding ourselves dealing with a group of people who don't have anybody overseeing what they're up to in the public sector, and we're just getting information from them, and we just have to trust them, right? But if I'm going to go around telling everybody I know something that I don't really know, then I'm basically lying to people, and it's based on trust. So if I trust NASA and I go around saying that everything that they say is true, and I don't verify anything that they tell me, then I'm technically not being honest. So saying that you know something based on faith is really disingenuous. You really should stay away from doing that. You have to be completely honest, to say, no, I believe these people. I believe these people are trustworthy, but I don't know for sure. And that would be an honest place to come from. So just wanted to get that out there too, because that's one of the things we like to clarify is know what you know, but also know when you're trusting somebody based on what you think they know. Oh yeah, but we got Matthew Learns in the house. Matthew, welcome.
Hey, happy 4th of July.
Yeah, happy 4th to you too, sir.
Did Matthew finally learn?
I'm trying to
Matthew
learn
learns every day.
new things every time.
How you doing, Matthew?
I'm doing all right.
I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. You too.
But you know the Earth is flat, right?
I don't think it is. I think the evidence shows otherwise.
Well, you said think, and that's telling.
Right. I'm telling you why I believe the Earth is flat, because of the evidence. I mean, it isn't flat.
How telling!
I had one drink.
Freudian slip.
But one drink is
right. All right. I guess I'll let it go. I mean, but good to see you, brother.
Yeah, likewise. Hey, it was the aphelion yesterday, with the point on Earth's orbit where we're farthest from the sun was yesterday.
Allegedly.
Well, based on the measurements of the Earth's, the sunlight and the
Based on assumptions,
the angular,
Matthew.
yeah, the measurements.
How come
of the
you're in
angular
summertime, mate?
resolution.
Furthest distance,
Because
hottest weather.
summertime.
Like, what the?
Because the weather depends only a tiny bit on the distance of the sun, and mostly on.
And where did you get that information from?
Allegedly.
It's just common sense, I think, right?
No, that's not common sense. That's just complete spastic. You go to a campfire, you get close to it, you get hot. You go away from the campfire, you get colder. And you're telling us the complete polar opposite happens in reality.
Right, because it's only 0.3% difference.
Oh, it's only a
Excuse me,
percentage
gentlemen.
difference. So let me get this straight.
Adam, welcome.
3 million miles versus 800 miles. Let's just try everyone else on the panel. Boys and girls, which one would have the greatest effect? moving 3 million miles closer to a fire or 800 miles closer to a fire?
Well, it depends
I'd
on
have to go with the 3 million.
Yeah, Matthew doesn't, which I find quite entertaining because he's supposed to be a mathematician.
Oh yeah, it's a 3 point. What is it?
What you meant is actually, it's not common sense, it's common nonsense what you meant. Probably mispronounced it.
It's 3.4 percent, right?
It's 0.0001. Counts that it is a globe.
Well, the thing that affects the weather more than the distance to the sun is the angle of the sun and how long the sun stays up in the sky. So that's why it's summertime here.
And how did you measure that angle, Matthew?
I didn't measure it, but basically in the summertime, the sun's higher and stays up longer.
Higher what?
Higher elevation angle.
Right, which is measured off of?
It's farther from the ground, farther from the horizon.
Which is measured off of?
The sea level? You can just see. I mean, it's eye level. I don't know.
Well, James has got it right already.
Sea level?
Yay! Level. Good boy. We're going to train you eventually.
Yeah, I mean, by level, I mean, 90 degrees from
Oh, now you've got to
online?
redefine level. Interesting how some of you globers have to redefine words just to suit your own twisted ideas. Why don't you just pick up a dictionary and go, oh, level means X, done. See you later.
Wait, level is 90 degrees from a plumb line? That's redefining and twisting it?
Horizontal. Level.
Right. Yeah, those are all synonyms. Horizontal, level.
So you walk around with a plumb line your whole life going, oh, that looks level to me.
No, I don't walk around with a plumb line.
Right. That's what we're all just imagining, some little old cripple walking around with a bloody plumb line. Elevation angles, Matthew, are taken off a flat surface. Horizontal, level.
You could use a tangent.
Well, you've got to assume the ball in the first place, in which case you've got no evidence of. And we all know that.
You have 90 degrees at the GP with a tangent. I ain't seeing that.
Well, something that's horizontal, a surface, a plane of reference, right? It must be treated as horizontal at all points along it. And you can't do that on the globe. Because as soon as you extend out on that plane from the tangent point, it no longer is perpendicular to vertical, to your version of vertical. So therefore it becomes not horizontal anymore. So it's not horizontal. So your line, your plane, your surface, whatever it is that you're calling horizontal is not actually horizontal.
No, we're saying that every point on the globe has a different horizontal, so it changes when you move locations.
And I'm telling you that the globe has actually no such thing as horizontal. They'd have to redefine the definition of horizontal.
Yeah, we define it as 90 degrees from the plumb line.
Yes, and that's a point, not a line or plane. So something that's horizontal is actually extends further out from a single point, and it's treated as being horizontal at all points along that line or plane. But if you dropped another plumb line anywhere else on that line or plane, right, apart from that one singular point, it's no longer perpendicular to vertical. Therefore, it's not horizontal.
Right, different locations on Earth have different horizontals.
No, they are not horizontal, as I just described. You can't call them horizontal by the classical definition, like the one that's actually used in reality. On paper, in what you call non-Euclidean geometry, you're going to call it horizontal, even though it's not, right? You have to redefine it. It's just simply a line or plane that's tangent to a point which it meets the edge of a circle from a straight line from the center, right? Radial from the center. And
that's pretty good.
That line can't be treated as horizontal, right? Because you're not using it as horizontal. You're just using it as a tangent plane.
Well, I mean, if you're taking measurements from a point on Earth, and so I think it's okay to use that as the horizontal. In fact, I think that's one of the key ways to tell the difference between the globe Earth and the flat Earth is that on globe Earth, we say that the direction of down is different in New York than it is in Los Angeles, that the direction of a horizontal plane is not parallel in Los Angeles to a direction of a horizontal plane in New York, whereas on a flat Earth, they would be.
No, part of something being horizontal is that it's parallel with other horizontals. There's no such thing as non-parallel horizontals. Sorry.
If you have different horizontals for different locations, they would not be parallel.
Yeah, you don't.
On a flat Earth, you don't. They're all parallel. On the globe Earth, you do.
So no, that's incorrect, right? So sorry, I was just talking to my lady in the background. No, in reality, you do. In your fantasy globe, you don't, right? Have parallel horizontals. You can have parallel horizontals in your fantasy globe, but you can also have intersecting horizontals.
If the Earth is a globe, horizontals intersect. If the Earth is flat, they don't.
No. If the Earth is a globe, then there's no such thing as horizontal.
I'd like to know how he does these comparatives. It's not like you've got a little rocket ship, Matthew, where on a Tuesday you can fly to Flat Planet, compare how everything works, and then fly back to Globetardia and go, boys, this doesn't work on Flat Earth. Maybe you've just misconstrued some of your measurements that what you believe you've taken outside and perceived as flat, Matthew. Other than that, are you complete numpty, thinking that you get closer to a fire and get colder?
Yeah. What's also interesting is that when a glober with the mindset that they live on a globe actually utilizes horizontal, they're not treating it as if it's a tangent plane. They don't. For any practical purposes, they just treat it as if it is level with everything else in the distance, and as if there are no intersecting horizontals. I find that really interesting.
So Matthew, when Marconi sent the transatlantic signal from the New England to Scotland, are those two positions parallel horizontally?
New England, on a globe, New England and Scotland have different directions of parallel, of horizontal, different directions of down. And so,
but he did it line of sight from tower to tower.
Yeah, a horizontal plane in New England is different than a horizontal plane in Scotland on a globe.
But in reality, he did it line of sight, so therefore no globe.
I don't know if it was line of sight. I think it might have bounced off the ionosphere in that case. I don't know the details.
No, they invented that excuse like 60 years after that happened.
Oh, really? Well, then why does it change at nighttime versus the daytime?
What changed?
The amount that you can bounce off the ionosphere, because during the nighttime, the chemistry changes or something changes up there so that you can bounce radio waves off, and then the daytime you can't.
So if Marconi never claimed he did that bouncing, and they also said that it was a two-way line of sight, why will anybody 40, 50 years after will say it was done this way when they weren't even there?
Because line of sight should work in the daytime and nighttime if it were line of sight. But because it's not line of sight, because it's bouncing off the ionosphere, it changes, and it works in the nighttime and doesn't during the day.
So what about the signal from England to Australia? Is that bouncing off what? Another planet?
I think that was bouncing off the ionosphere too. Again, it probably depends on the.
That one was the one from New England to Scotland was like 2,800 miles or 3,000 miles or something, and then the one from England to Australia was 10,000 miles.
Yeah, it's much farther.
It will make a lot of sense in common sense that those positions are parallel horizontally.
Yeah, that would be the simplest explanation. I don't think it's the right explanation, but it'd be the simplest.
All right, I got a question for y'all, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So, in sailing, generally there are two routes. There's the straight line, and then there's the great circle. Which route is the fastest route to get from point A to B?
What do you mean by straight line?
So there's the run line, which is the straightest possible line to get from point A to B in either a flight or sailing. Then there's the great circle, which takes into account curvature. So theoretically, like on the theoretical flat Earth, the straight line route should be the fastest, right? Is that correct?
I think we're not sure what you mean by the straight line, because it depends on which map you're using. What do you mean by straight line? Because my impression is on the globe, the straight line is the great circle.
No. When you are sailing, there are two paths that you need to do. Say constant latitude.
So you're saying that they take the shortest distance over a curve?
Yeah.
What curve?
Again.
Is that it?
That's not my question. My question is on if the flat Earth is true, the straight line route should be the fastest. But we know that the great circle route is the fastest in sailing.
I was begging the question. You just said that they take the shortest distance. Well, because
that is not
inherent in what you're saying is the curve itself. It's sort of like a circular argument for the curve. Because the great circle already invokes the curve. So what curve?
But again, again,
you don't have to repeat it. We've heard it 3 times.
Explain why the great.
What map are you using, Shark? With this sailing, what map are you using?
The globe. That is what I'm using. I'm using the globe.
So you go out sailing with a globe. You're an idiot and you're a liar. Go away.
So you got a globe, and you're plotting out a course on it, and then you're going, that's going to be the shortest distance on the globe because it's a globe. Because globe things, you know. Well, it's pretty circular. Got anything better?
No, I'm asking you, because this is actually a question in sailing of which path is fastest.
I don't know. Show us.
In sailing? Like,
go ahead and
you
show
can,
us.
You can Google this.
Okay, then Google it if it's so easy. I don't give a shit.
I have.
Sounds like it's your claim. All right, go ahead.
No, I have. Literally,
All
just search on Google. Like,
give us a path and show that it is a great circle. How about that? That is, show us that it is the shortest distance over a curve. Just do that. Uh-oh. Why are you begging the question of your globe, dude? Just
I'm not begging the question. You guys.
Well, you
will not
are. You're
answer my
claiming that they're
question.
taking the shortest distance over a
You
globe.
will not answer
dude.
my question.
Well, I mean, you've got all these fucking assumptions loaded into it.
You
we got to deal with
refuse
those.
to answer my question.
I need you to show that there is a great circle.
Why do planes not travel in a straight line? Why do planes travel in a curve?
They fly in flight corridors, dude. Do you know what those are?
Why do planes fly in a curve and not in a straight line?
Okay, well, that's a loaded question. Prove that they do.
It's
And
not.
also they fly.
It is not. It is absolutely not a loaded question.
Okay, prove that they do then. I'm not going to just take your premise on board and start answering questions about it. You got to prove your shit.
It is. It's how planes work, dude.
This is how planes work. They fly in corridors. I already answered this. They fly in corridors. Yeah, they fly in corridors. Do you know what those are? Okay, you don't know shit about how planes work, so just maybe stop trying that one.
No, you need to answer the question.
Okay, they fly in corridors. That's why they don't go in a straight beeline, dude. Yes, it does.
No,
that would tell you why they don't go in a straight beeline. It's sort of the same. Okay, answer me this. Answer me this. How come a car doesn't go in a straight line from one city to the next?
A car? What are you talking? What that does not answer my question.
No, yeah, well, answer my question.
No,
I answered
that
yours.
does not answer my question. No,
I already answered yours, so now you can do one of mine.
You did not.
I don't care. You can reject the answer, but I gave it to you, so you can do one of mine.
You did not actually answer my question.
So you can do one of mine.
Shark Fox. Obviously, you don't like his answer of they fly in flight corridors. You shouldn't be talking through me. Did you hear him say they fly in corridors? Yes or no?
My question was...
No, stop. It was a yes or no answer. Did you hear him say they fly in corridors? Yes or no?
Do they fly in a straight line or a curve?
So who's not answering
That's not the answer to the question.
Because you didn't answer.
I don't have to answer your shit. I wanted you to acknowledge the fact of what he just said. Did you hear him say they fly in corridors? Yes or no?
Yes,
and I'll let you
say that. I now need you to explain.
You did hear him say that.
Yes,
Thank you.
I need you to explain how that works. Explain to me how that works when the shortest path is the curve.
They don't plan flights like that.
They do.
No, they don't. They fly in flight corridors, dude. Do you know what those are? I've asked you this. You haven't answered that question. Do you know what those are?
They plan flights for the shortest.
Do you know what a flight corridor is?
They plan flights.
Do you know what flight corridors are, dude? Dude, no, they don't. They fly in flight corridors. Okay, so they fly in flight corridors, dude. They don't just make a straight beeline from one place to the next through the sky. There's all sorts of shit in the sky that they have to account for. They don't just go straight wherever they want to go, willy-nilly. Yeah. It's got to be planned out. They go through flight corridors.
That they do not fly in a straight path.
Those are designated airways that they use, okay? They don't just go wherever they want.
So you're admitting that they do not fly in a straight path?
Of course they don't. The same way a vehicle doesn't go in a straight path from one city to the next. So answer me, why doesn't a car go... Why doesn't a car... Shut up, dude. Shut up. Why doesn't a car go in a straight shot from one city to the next? Why is that?
What do you... That makes no... That is not a question.
Yes, it's a question. Why would that be?
It's not a question.
Yes, it is. How come a car doesn't just travel in a straight line from one city to the next? Why would that be?
What are you... Because roads exist.
There you go. So that's the equivalent to a flight corridor. That's the equivalent to a flight corridor on the ground. Yes, it is.
That is not the equivalent.
Okay, you don't know shit about...
That is not how that works.
You don't know anything about planes, dude.
That is not how that works.
This isn't going to work for you because you don't know anything about planes. I don't know much, and you know literally nothing, so don't bother. Yeah, so anyway, any curvature measurements?
Do you have the gravity equation?
Okay, I'll take that as a no. Another win
And
for me.
I'll take you not giving the gravity equation as a no.
Okay,
Because gravity doesn't work.
You're going to claim a win from. You're going to claim a win.
Gravity doesn't work on.
You're going to claim a win from your
Gravity
deflection.
doesn't work on a flat.
Okay, so you failed to answer my question. You don't have the curvature proof, and you're going to take that as a win for yourself because you changed the subject and nobody bid on that. That's pretty stupid.
Gravity doesn't actually work on a flat Earth.
Okay, that's nice. Any curvature proof?
I don't care about, again, like my.
Well, you should care about it because a major component of a sphere, my young shark fox panda friend, is curvature. So if you've got no curvature, you've got no ball. You do understand that?
Yeah, then we can just chuck out all your claims. We can chuck out the globe. We can chuck out your gravity. We can just chuck it all out. None of that's a problem for us. You can't prove the globe in the first instance.
The curvature is proven by the fact that how planes work. The fact that
it's not.
The fact that
you don't know how planes work. We already did this. You don't know how planes work, dude. So don't bother doing that again.
It is the shortest. They take the shortest possible route. That is
dude,
why
you don't even know what a flight corridor is. You have no clue what you're talking about.
They take the shortest possible route.
Okay, they go in flight corridors. We're not doing this again. Just measure the ground.
If you're not willing to explain it, then just don't mention it.
Yeah, you have no clue what they do. I've told you now like 6 times they fly in flight corridors. You refuse to.
You're wrong.
You refuse. I'm wrong about that?
Yes.
Just Google, do planes fly in flight corridors for me, please?
Because here's the thing. Ships work exactly the same way, dude. Literal, like, ships work exactly the same way.
Yeah, that's really cool.
They also travel in a curve because that is the quickest possible way to go from point A to point B.
That's not how routes are planned.
Oh man, don't be a dumbass.
Okay, Shark Fox Panda, have a listen to this. How do airline pilots know the route they need to follow on a flight? And you scroll down the first one. As we've commercialized the sky, we have developed uniform rules and routes. Pilots follow assigned routes for going from place to place. And they are even lanes, just like on a road.
Okay, yes. I'm not saying that there aren't lanes. I'm saying, why do those lanes exist and what are those lanes for? Those lanes exist because those are the shortest possible routes.
No, they don't exist because they're the shortest.
Yes, they do.
Stop. You're assuming that. Those lanes are there for particular reasons.
Why
would
he?
Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. Why do you have to suddenly have the need to jump all over someone when they're halfway through talking?
Yeah.
They do that due to fuel reasons, due to safety reasons. We don't fly straight across the Pacific. Why? That's the shortest route. Why don't we do that? Because there's nowhere safe to land in case there's some kind of malfunction. That's why they follow some of these paths. You've just assumed it's because of one reason and one reason only. Open your eyes, son. There's a myriad of reasons why things happen. Please.
Okay.
Yeah, there's all sorts of considerations, not just, this would be the quickest way over this ball I'm on. And then if that were the case, who measured the ball in the first place for them to even know to do that?
Then explain why ships do the exact same thing.
So he's just going to deflect completely. Do the exact same thing that Matrix just explained to you? Okay.
Why do ships do the exact same thing when they are traveling across the Atlantic Ocean?
You haven't shown that anybody does. Dude, you just ignored the Dude, this is becoming really pointless because you get a rebuttal and you just absolutely ignore it and reset.
They also travel on a curve.
Okay, prove that.
That ships travel on a curve? Google it.
No, you do that. Yes. This is your claim. You find the evidence. You Google it.
My God, hold on.
Yeah, so why don't you just prove that the water itself is curved? That would take care of all of this. Who measured that? I'm going to plot a course over what I know to be a curved body of water. Okay, how do I know that? Who measured that?
You know, I
That's what I thought.
He has a more fundamental issue. You cannot have water on a globe dart.
Can't do that. Can't have gas pressure. Can't have liquid water. Can't have flat water, which it is. Can't have any of it.
He's just basing his whole argument on his opinion. That's
Yeah, he's
it.
just
That's all
saying
you got.
they do this thing, and then you ask him how he even knows that, and he goes, I don't know, go Google it. He doesn't know, he's just saying stuff. Oh, did he leave? Yeah, he's gone.
Once he heard water, he was like, "I'm out of here."
But he's done that twice now, so he'll be back again.
Should we hit up a server?
Yep.
How does navigation work? Because globe. How do airplanes work? Because globe. How does water work? Because globe.
No
Everything's
Globers in
globe.
here?
Yeah, celestial
Everything is globe.
navigation works because it's on
Because
based
globe.
on a globe.
Because
Yeah.
because globe. Everything is a globe. Oh, everything on you drink coffee because globe.
Matthew won't learn.
You know what I think is kind of funny is when he said, if it's flat, you can't have gravity, and it's like, and that's a problem for me. Gravity's your claim. All right, yeah, okay, throw gravity out then. I don't care. Like, I'm going to show you that the water's flat, and then you're going to have to go, oh shit, there can't be gravity now.
Matthew, we have water in reality. That doesn't work on a globe.
It does. We just say that the surface of
No,
water
it doesn't.
curves.
You know you cannot have water on the outside of a spinning bowl that is not pressurized with a container. You know this.
No, we can if there's
Oh,
large
yeah.
enough pressures involved.
Hey Matthew,
Large enough
ever
pressure.
done any long distance measurements?
No, but I did do some measurements of the full moon and saw that it was the same angular size all night long.
Yeah, but about the Earth though, not like about the moon, about the Earth.
Wait, bro,
I
I was
know,
talking to
I
him
haven't.
about water and you took him to the moon? Damn. That's a big
Yeah,
jump.
I'm talking about the moon. I'm talking about the Earth. Did you ever measure the Earth?
No, I don't think it's possible to directly do a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Do you heard what he said, bro? He said that he can have water on the outside of a
agree.
spinning sphere in a vacuum. Isn't that like
I would agree
nonsense?
that it's impossible to get a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. I would agree that
Oh,
it's impossible.
I think it's a language barrier. That's the possibility.
I mean, you can't get a.
It is nonsense. It's non-demonstrable.
Ain't no curvature, so you can't get it, right?
There's no curvature observed. There's no curvature measured, and the Earth is not used as if it is curving.
Correct.
It is when you do celestial navigation, it's assumed that it's a globe.
Bullshit.
No, it's not. It relies on principles which are flat Earth based.
The fundamental equation is that the 69 miles times the vertex distance equals the distance to the GP. It's a proportional equation.
The fundamentals of it is that you'll be taking elevation angles on a plane.
No, a vertex distance, not elevation angles. I was talking about the basics.
Yeah, no, that's the fundamental principle. You'll be utilizing the flat Earth in order to get an elevation angle.
Flat baseline.
Oh, I misspoke. The zenith distance, not the vertex distance.
Yeah. For a start, a nautical sextant is described as being used to measure the angle between a celestial object and the horizon, the visible horizon, which the horizon is horizontal, and that's what the line which where the sky and the land or sea appear to meet, and that would be a flat, straight line. So you're utilizing flat Earth before you even pick up your sextant. You're going to be planning that particular procedure. And you've already got it in your head. Well, I'm going to use the flat Earth to get the angle between the surface of the Earth and that object in the sky.
So Daz posted a right triangle, and the question is, how do you find the value of y, the distance to the GP of Polaris?
No, we don't. We've been through this with you over and over again. We're not doing it here, and we're not doing it now.
Yeah, you don't use right angles. You don't need the distance. You don't need the horizon to do celestial navigation. You just need the zenith distance.
No, you need the ground position.
Right, the zenith distance tells you the distance to the ground position.
No, the angle tells you.
Right, the zenith distance is an angle.
Well, okay, if you want to call it an angular distance, yeah, sure.
I'm talking about the definition of zenith distance. Zenith distance is the angle off from directly straight up into zenith, how far angularly it is from straight up.
I told you that the purpose of this channel specifically is to engage with those who are here, who've joined this server to learn English, and then they can come in here and practice their English. We will engage with those who come here to tutor as well. I guess we have spoken with some fairly well-speaking English people. I can only assume that they've joined this channel to aid in the learning of English, right? For those who are learning. Not to engage with people like yourself, Matthew, who we've spoken with multiple times already, who are adamantly opposed to flat Earth. Okay, that's not the purpose of this particular channel.
I applaud that. I think it's great for people to. Yeah, I think it's great for people to learn English, and so if you and I are talking in English, I think that helps people learn English. I'd be happy.
Yeah, it's specifically designed so that to encourage them to speak, right, and practice what they've learned.
That sounds great. Let's have them. Have them speak up. Sounds good.
This isn't. You weren't invited here. I
was invited here.
You were invited here? By who?
I don't remember. I forget who sent me the link.
Yeah, but you're lame, bro.
Okay. Well, you're a very you're a non-VIP. Let's put it that way. Okay. While you're here,
you're non-interesting. Like nobody gives a fuck about you, bro.
Relax, bro. Cyclone has stipulated right to us that This is not for the regulars, the anti-flat earthers that we've spoke with multiple times, who have access to our other channels and our home server where they can discuss in depth this topic, right? And get into heated debates and blah 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 blah. Right? Not what this channel is designed for.
Exactly. Yeah, let's have some non-native speakers speak up. They can both talk to them.
What do you want to talk about?
Idioms in English? I don't know.
What you want to talk about?
I think today's idiom of the day is awesome. It's on the ball, right? Meaning doing great, right? So, doing great at what you're trying to achieve or whatever, So, it's good for those that are learning English to see how how that's related, like literally, right? But in this sense, we're asking people, do you literally think you are on a ball or on the ball, right? So it's a very apt idiom of the day today, right?
Yeah, I like it.
Is there anyone on the ball? Anyone feeling ballicious?
No.
Oh, and the word of the day. Let's read that out. Factoid. Factoid. Noun. An item of unreliable information that is reported and repeated so often that it becomes accepted as a fact. Now, what could be more appropriate that could apply to than the globe? The globe is a factoid.
Agreed. But they think it's real.
Heretic, you like how I reeled him back in here for you?
Is he back again?
No, I reeled him back in. No, I reeled him in from that first time he left.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah. And then I just let you have at him. That was hilarious.
The thing I thought was funniest is when he's like, if it's flat, there can't be gravity. It's like, okay, so if one of my claims is wrong, then this other claim that I make also was wrong? Okay. And that's a problem for me?
I would have just loved to hear what he actually thinks gravity is. He's like, get the equation. It's like you know what the equation actually represents, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Just buy it.
I asked him that, and he kept saying, it's an equation. So an equation is pulling things down. But then he said, it can be an equation and a force. And it was just kind of a mess.
Yeah. I just wanted to know, like, what messed up, retarded version mix up between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity he was going to start discussing. But yeah, I'm sure he'll be back tomorrow.
Well, he's back in the chat again, I see.
Oh, good. Let me see. Oh, he's talking. Is he talking about shipping lanes now? What's he going to be bringing up this time?
He's just not letting go of the plane thing.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, dude, with the amount of flights going on, like, just across the map, to think that they wouldn't have corridors for the planes to travel on, it's just like, yo, dude, just use your brain, man, just a little bit.
Yeah, the only thing they consider is the curvature of the ground that nobody measured. Nothing else.
Yeah, it's truly laughable. So, Ahalia, welcome to the chat. If you're just listening and you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and ask your questions in the side chat. Yeah, thanks to people who've been listening for a while and haven't said anything. Rice and Peas. Who else do we got here? Toy Quinn. Let's see if I can read this. Toy Quinn Sao can report abuse. Okay. Namno. Wow, that's hard for me to even think about trying to pronounce your name. But yeah, welcome. Thanks for listening in. If you have any questions or you have any globe evidence or you just want to practice your English, go ahead and mic up and say hello. Let us know who you are. And yeah, see if you could practice on us. I'm a native speaker. We have plenty of native English speakers on the panel here. We got some bilingual speakers in the house too. So we got Kembo Beats, he's bilingual, I believe. Gemsy, I know, is bilingual. So yeah. Welcome, Leo. I just want to tip my hat to you, Matrix. I thought that was a great point about, you know, how in the heliocentric globular model, when the sun is closer, it's colder, and when it's further away, it's warmer. That's one of those things that always made you scratch your head when you were a little child, right? When you heard that for the first time, like, huh? What?
Yeah. You're standing about 6 foot from the campfire. You still feel a bit chilly. So someone tells you, get back another, 15 feet and lean back on an angle, right? And then you'll be warmer.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. Really good stuff there. Things that make you go,
Oh, wait. Oh, you're too hot? Get closer, but lean forward at an angle. You'll be right. It's stupid. Curl yourself up in a ball, right? Spin yourself around really fast and tilt yourself on an axis.
Before you do that, throw your common sense in this garbage bag right here. And yeah. I'll get rid of that common sense for you. It's recyclable.
Just wondering too, like, is the equator perpendicular to the axis of rotation? That's pretty much the yeah, and it's supposed to be the hottest place. Well, it doesn't make much sense to me either.
Well, the equator has more sunlight than other places on the Earth.
Allegedly.
You'd kind of expect it to be the hottest if there was no axis of tilt in that globe paradigm. But, there is, and it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, throughout the year, it still has the most sunlight compared to other places on Earth. Even if
Well, that'd be a huge region. That wouldn't just be one skinny little band. It'd be a huge region, and it'd change as it orbits.
Right. I'm talking about on average throughout the year, the equator gets more sunlight than other latitudes.
Do you think that the part that would be the part that is actually perpendicular? Well, no, sorry, level with the plane of the orbit.
Haas, welcome to the room. KC, welcome to the room.
Yeah, welcome in all the newcomers. There's quite a few joining at the moment. Halia. Who else have we got? 1 sec. Just look at the full list.
Jedi's here, for fuck's sake.
Jedi, welcome in, man. Welcome in. Tell us why you think the Earth is a globe.
Oh, because I saw it on TV and all my friends think it's cool.
Oh, right.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was some good evidence you brought to the table.
Thanks, man. It's the best I've got.
Okay. We had a guy spiraling in the chat who was gracious enough to grant us the privilege of hearing his voice. And he was demanding from Heretic to provide him with the gravity equation. Which I found rich.
Yeah, like what is that answer?
Wow, I'm upset I missed that. That sounded funny.
I think he's still lingering in the side chat. He's still lingering in the side chat right now.
Right, yeah. We also have Haas. Who else have we got? We got Magrums. We have Oais Tariq. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it. Rice and Peas. And that's about all the unfamiliar names I see in here at the moment. They'll probably become more familiar the more time we spend here. But as for now, yeah.
Ahalia.
Welcome in.
Ahalia. Yeah. And we got KC.
So yeah, please feel free to take this opportunity to either practice your English with us here in VC speaking over your microphone, or in the side chat. You can text in the side chat, practice some English text, and we can respond either in text, or if you're in here listening, we can respond in voice to your questions or your comments. Thank you. Oh, so we don't think that the Earth is a plate, Ahalia. Yeah, we don't think it's like a disc in space where there's a place where you could like fall off the edge of it or anything like that. So we'll report to you that we live on a motionless and enclosed plane, a closed system, nowhere to fall off to.
Yeah, water needs containment. That's something that it's just inevitable, right? Lakes are contained
As
by the
does gas.
shoreline. Yes. Exactly. As well as gas pressure. If we have gas pressure, that means it's being contained against some type of container. So there has to be containment for the shores of the oceans, right? It means the oceans have to be contained somewhere. Sakura, welcome to the chat, to the room. And yeah, let's try not to base our knowledge on assuming that the people who are providing the knowledge are being 100% transparent with us. Why? Because most of the information we've been given has been provably confirmed to be inaccurate, right? Like the radius of this alleged sphere that they've claimed we live upon, right? 3,959 miles is the radius. So this curvature should be measurable by any individual who seeks to find this drop over distance, which, yeah, it's elusive at best, as in non-existent. Dude, that was awesome, Jedi. Learn to swear. Oh my god. Yeah, Wes was putting on a master class earlier on how to swear.
Oh, damn, I missed it. Damn me and my sleeping.
Yeah, he did like I think like a 45-second monologue about driving to work. I think he dropped the F-bomb maybe like 30 times.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we call family-friendly content right there. PG-13. Yeah, the dude that Heretic was talking to, I think that took him like what? It took between him and Matrix, it took him like 5 minutes to concede that planes fly in flight corridors. But he was talking about it like he was some type of authority. Meanwhile, he didn't know the first thing about flights and flight paths.
What was this guy's name? I'll look out for him in the future.
I think
Wesley.
it's just a hunch, but I think he's a furry. That's just a hunch, though.
Okay.
His name is Shark Fox Panda. Yeah, put that in the memory banks. Shark Fox Panda. All right, welcome, Lock Power.
Yes.
Welcome, Exodus.
It is the funniest line.
quiet, but there's a lot of people here. Nobody talk in the server.
Oh yeah, sometimes you catch us while we're
Anyone,
busy.
only you
Yeah,
or
we're here, man.
nobody discuss about this server.
I can't hear you very clearly, but yeah, I could definitely hear you voicing some
Oh yes.
words.
How about it? You can hear me?
Yeah, that's much better, much better. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we're here. We're just we're waiting for some great discussions to arise. So yeah,
Yeah.
the server topic is we're talking about
Yes.
the globe being disproven by long distance observations. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. This is discuss about the flat Earth, flat Discord, right? You are a flat Earth or globe Earth?
Yes. Oh
You
yes.
are
Many
flat.
many members on this panel
This is
are flat
okay.
earthers.
So you believe
Yes.
about Earth is a flat, right?
Yeah. There's no curvature. That's correct. No measurable curvature.
Mm-mm. Oh, why was I replace someone who said
So, Lock Power, what unit of measurement do you all use for your long distance measurements? Are you a kilometers guy or are you a miles guy?
kilometer? Kilometer. You hear me?
Great. Does anybody who? Yeah. No, that's awesome. Does anybody who speaks kilometers want to tackle this gentleman and explain the long distance measurements to him and the radius of the alleged
I
sphere?
I cannot tell that, but I think people to measure, I use the kilometer, but I cannot scale that.
Oh, so Lock Power, do you know the radius of the Earth in kilometers?
No, I don't know.
Well, it's I believe just over 6,000 kilometers is the radius, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't done the
6,000 kilometer for what? What?
well, the radius will give you how much drop over distance in the Earth curve calculator. So you could Google any Earth curve calculator, and you could put in your observer height, and you could go off to any shorelines that you have, where you have like some landmarks in the distance, where you could verify the distance between you, the observer, and the known object in the distance. You punch that data into an Earth curvature calculator, and it'll let you know how much drop over distance you should witness when you're observing that object in the distance. So I posted some stuff in the side chat. I'm going to find something. Let me see if it's close enough in there. There we go. Yeah, so I posted a long distance observation in the side chat there if you want to go ahead and look at it. It's in miles. But yeah, that's supposed to be the the horizon should be well before the first oil rig in that image there in that GIF. And you could see that the horizon is well beyond the second oil rig. And yeah, that's a globe killer right there. Shows that we have no curvature where we should be seeing quite a bit of curvature.
Oh, you talk about this, your video you share there on the chat, yeah? Or the oil exploration.
Yes, correct.
There is a proof is Earth is flat.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, it's definitely not curving. You know, as you can see, this observation proves that the radius that has been given does not explain what we witness here on the surface and what we can test here on the ground.
You say is 10 mile, yeah?
Yes, it's over 10 miles to that horizon that you see beyond the second oil rig. The second oil rig is at 9.41 miles, so it's at least 10.10 miles away, the horizon in that image.
I see on Google 10 mile is 16 kilometer. 16 kilometer. It's not too far. As you can see. And just 10 mile, you can prove it is Earth is flat. But I think it's not too far. It's just 6 kilometers. Just 10 miles. Because if the globe, I believe, Earth is the bigger planet.
How big?
So if you if we as you measure just as 10 miles, it's not to prove it.
How much curvature should there be over 10 miles?
Yes.
You said 10 miles isn't going to prove it. I'm asking you how much curvature should there be over 10 miles?
I don't know, but
you don't know.
I don't know what. Yes, I don't have proof.
So how can you say that it's not enough if you don't know?
Yes, that's not enough. Because
Okay, so according to the radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles, from point A to point B along the surface, point B would have descended from point A at a distance of 10 miles by 66 foot.
Yeah.
So the math for it is 8 inches per mile squared. 7.98 inches to be more exact. That means after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of descent. After 10 miles, that's 66 foot. After 100 miles, that's 1 mile. So your 10 miles, you should most definitely be able to measure the curvature of the Earth over that distance, given the radius value. It's just a very simple piece of mathematics to figure that out.
Yeah, so this is the proof it. This is the evidence of the Earth is flat. Just 10 miles.
10, 20, 30. I can give you measurable distances of up to 149 kilometers if you want.
Yeah.
Not all distances the surface of water is measured to lay horizontally.
Can you give me another proof?
Pardon? You'll have to say that again.
Is more than 10, more than 10 miles.
Yeah, I'll start posting them in the side chat for you. No problem. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Hello, my friend.
Yes.
Hello. We're here. We got a few conversations going on in the side chat right now. We got Heretic and T-Dubber speaking to Ahalia in the side chat, responding to different issues that have been brought up.
Hello, welcome.
Alan Laserface. Yes. I have watched this video a long time years. Thailand.
Yeah, thanks for being a good sport, Locke. We appreciate you being patient. I'm sure Jedi's posting that stuff.
I have watching this video.
Yeah, he's getting it for you. You said. Yeah, he's getting it for you.
3 laser tests in the side chat. Do apologise for taking so long, but there's 3 laser tests in the side chat. I'll see if I can find you more as well. I don't want to dump 30 on you, but I've given you 3 to start with.
Yes, HD.
Rennie 14, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you being here. Right now we're having a conversation with Locke Power. But yeah, if you have anything you want to discuss after we're done having this discussion with him, please, feel free to unmute yourself and introduce yourself if you feel like practicing your English, or you can post any questions that you might have or proofs you might have in the side chat.
Any H-Mail.
So, Ahalia, it seems like so far you've just given us a belief about the property of the surface of liquid at rest. It's a claim that over a large enough distance, there'd be a curvature to it. But for all intents and purposes, you observe it, measure it, and use it as flat, right? So you said in a cup or in a lake, you said, okay, but any greater than that, it's going to start curving. We'd like to see the measurements of that, please.
Doesn't matter if you're lucky enough to have a swimming pool that's a mile long or a lake that's 2 mile long. It needs to show curvature. All bodies of water must show curvature over the distance of the sphere because it's a sphere. Spheres necessitate curvature. According to the math, with a radius of 3,959 miles, the distance between point A and point B, the declination in distance is 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches.
Yep. And after 10 miles, it's like 66 feet.
So a 10-mile lake, 66 foot of curvature. There's plenty of lakes that are 10, 20, 30 miles in width or length. They don't measure to have curvature, though, as you can see by the laser test that I put in the side chat. There are more if you want them, but we can provide them for you, no problem.
Jedi, take a look at the side chat.
Yes, Mile is same to 45.
So I just looked in the side chat and I just saw Newtonian. That's all I saw.
Newtonian, save me! Sorry, Lock Power, you were coming in a little bit quiet there. Were you trying to say something?
No, I don't want to ask anything. You wanna hear about this discussion?
Well, we're discussing the nature of the surface of the Earth. Some people have this idea that it's curving, that it's the surface of a sphere, a big ball. Do you agree with that?
I still confused about Earth. Maybe this is sometimes fraud, right? Sometimes is. Oh, I I just wanna ask. I wanna just join the server. I just wanna know what discuss about flat the right.
So you want to know why we say the Earth is flat?
The Earth is flat. I agree, but no disagree. I'm neutral.
You don't disagree, right? Okay, yeah.
Agree and
cool.
Disagree.
Oh, you agree and disagree?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a bit confusing.
Yeah,
How can you do that?
Yeah. Sometimes the proof, many evidence is the agree, but sometimes not disagree. And maybe about I want to ask about satellite.
Oh, satellites.
Yes, right. Maybe it is. Oh, but
Yeah.
all the society say satellite is fake.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to get devices up in the stratosphere, right? Or this that commonly known place, right? So you could get different altitudes, using balloons, high altitude balloons, and you could attach different weights to these
Yes.
balloons based on different
I see on
sizes.
video on YouTube.
And
Satellite is
Yeah.
usually balloon. How about the internet use Starlink? You know Starlink, like modem to the sky.
Oh, the internet? Are you talking about internet?
Internet.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's plenty of undersea cables
No,
that are known about, and yeah.
If you do you know Starlink? Starlink.
Oh, you're talking about Starlink.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Well, internet has been around way before Starlink.
You just put on the ship on the sea and use your phone to the sky. You can on with your internet without cable.
Yeah, well, Starlink is a different topic, but yeah, I mean, there's different ways that you could have things, different devices suspended in the air. You could speculate on the stuff, but at the end of the day, we know that outer space is a story that hasn't been verified, right? So they tell you that these Starlink satellites are relatively small, and their alleged altitude above the surface is what I think they're claiming, that they are 350 miles up, and yet people see them in the sky, which is impossible due to their angular size. But yeah, I mean, whether or not they're actual satellites, or if they're, they are they're actually high altitude balloons with devices attached to them. That's to be determined right now.
If the satellite is used to
Yes.
battle, how Starlink work to connect to the satellite?
Well, however they work, they are working above a flat, motionless plane of, a horizontal topographical plane, right? So, yeah, you don't need outer space to keep things aloft, right? So
Yeah,
you could
I know. It's like the
there's other ways to keep things aloft. So
other server, right? But not use the satellite, but the sky to help Starlink to connect it to some to server. Yeah.
oh, thanks for that one, Clipcord. I just saw that. That was great. Sorry about that, Lock Power. No, yeah, it's yeah, we could speak all day about things that we can't really verify, confirm, or deny. But one thing we can't deny is that the Earth is not curving, and that we can't go. We also know that we can't go to outer space. It's just, yeah, you need a container to hold in all this beautiful air that we're breathing. So, yeah. Yeah, if we were next to a vacuum, near perfect vacuum of outer space, it would suck all the air off of the land that we love.
Okay.
Hey, Rice and Peas, you want to mic up? You seem to have a command over the language. That was quite the essay you posted in the side chat. Unless you copy pasted that off of a different source.
Oh, that's copy and pasted. Basically, what our friend Rice and Peas is doing is, I mean, look, they've even posted Professor Dave now. What we have here is somebody's first day at research, it seems, and is just going to Google something and then look at the very first thing that they see. You'll probably notice on the YouTube searches, there's a little caveat that comes up with all of your flat Earth searches, that flat Earth is an archaic, disproven scientific model. You should probably post that too, if that's level of citation that you're going to reach to. But you might want to look at the laser tests that I provided you. These are done by universities and the military within the USA. These are done at distances up to 149 kilometers with different wavelengths of light to measure the different refraction values over distances. So the laser line of sight targeting system is a very, very useful tool. It's used every day to defend people, warn people early, and attack things and blow things up at distances. If you think that the best research you can do is just some anti-flat earth website on YouTube or on Google or whatever, then you're doing yourself no favors whatsoever, because the actual academic research into laser propagation shows that they are good, shock horror, for direct line of sight targeting up to and including distances I've provided 149 kilometers. You can put your flat earth conspiracy anti-crap hate shit to bed. It's becoming annoying, Rice and P. I actually had a little bit of respect for you the other day, but it now seems that you've descended into a cabbage, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, unmute yourself. We'll go through the laser test and I'll demonstrate how you are demonstrably 100% wrong.
Yeah, not a Professor Dave is terrible thing to bring up in this group of beings in this panel. I mean, we've gone over all of his videos, and yeah, they're just chock full of logical fallacies, appeal to authorities, and yeah, not knowledge-based stuff, just citing things and claiming them to be fact without being verifiable in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, citing that guy, just a bad look on you.
At the moment,
Rice and Peas, okay, please. Instead of just spamming us with videos that are just anti-flat Earth material, could you please engage with us in text form at least, or in the voice, preferably? Like, back these up. Like, explain to us what's in these videos. Show us that you've watched them and that you understand the arguments involved. Give us a chance to be able to refute these things. Engage with you about it. Otherwise, you're just religiously preaching at us by doing this. It's not helpful to anybody, you, me, or anyone else.
Yeah, I'd just like to take this opportunity to welcome Krishna to the chat. Sorry about that, Jeff.
Okay, Rice and Peas, please consider what I just said an official warning. Okay, if you continue, I'm going to have you removed once our commands are up and running again. I'm going to limit your ability to text. Engage with us honestly and intellectually, please. I'm asking you kindly.
She won't.
Yeah, these anti-flat Earth videos are a dime a dozen. And they just get pumped. I mean, they get pumped. The algorithm will just force you to these videos, and that's telling in and of itself, right? Just the fact that you go to search for a flat Earth proof and you get Professor Dave videos. I mean, that's pretty telling. And yeah, the fact that the Congress of my country, the United States, had a meeting about what are we going to do about this flat Earth movement, about this information getting out. I mean, that speaks volumes in and of itself. That the nation that champions free speech, quote unquote, is so worried about people discussing a topic that should be easily debunkable if the globe is real, right? But they want to silence dissent. Pretty telling. They don't want people to realize, hey, there's no curvature. And here you are doing their dirty work, arguing with us from a position of a lack of knowledge, but a lot of faith and trust in these people and what they're telling you. So it says a lot about you. You'd rather sit back and just trust everybody else around you, not think critically about the information that's coming into your frame of reference. So either way, I wish you well. But yeah, again, Krishna, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you listening in. And yeah, everybody that's listening live on YouTube, thank you for listening in. There are links in the live chat if you want to join the discussion. Mr. Hashanala, welcome to the chat. Atin, welcome, welcome. And if you guys have any questions and you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and post them in the side chat. If you want to practice your English, go ahead and mic up and introduce yourself. We're discussing the topic of the fact that the Earth as a globe has been disproven by long-distance observations. And we'd love to elaborate on that with you.
Rice and Peas, as soon as our moderation bot is back up and running, there'll be action taken. I'm sorry. You were given fair warning. And, you know, we'd like to actually, like, engage in the topic with you in text form even. Like, you're not even supporting the substance of the content that you're posting. You're just posting links to videos and things, right? You're not explaining that you understand what they're saying, what's in those videos and in those documents. Right? We'd like to engage with you about it, either in voice or in text form. It's very disappointing that you're not willing to do that.
Hurt and upset. This is a coping mechanism, a soothing strategy. That's all it is.
Yeah,
I like
Rex,
when people do
welcome to the
this.
chat, Rex.
Sorry, John, mate, carry on.
Oh, no, go ahead, man. I was just welcoming the new guy that just popped in, Rex.
Hey.
Sorry, Rice and Peas has finally turned around and said something. Think about it. Convex lenses. Now, how about you think about it? If you're showing us curvature of the Earth with a convex lens, is that really curvature of the Earth, or do convex lenses distort straight lines? You dumbass clown. Sorry, could you like join the chat or text or something? Otherwise, I'm just going to remove you when the bot returns online, because this is just ignorance on a whole new level. It's like a massive coping strategy. I'm going to go onto Google and I'm going to Google Flat Earth Debunked and post everything that I find on the first 3-4 pages, and I'm not going to read or understand it. I'm just going to go, ha ha ha, Flat Earthers, this is making me feel better because I didn't sleep well last night because somebody took the vacuum of space away from me. It's pathetic.
Well said, my brother. Twizzy, welcome to the room. Thanks for being here. I've been letting everybody that joins up to know, yeah, we're discussing the topic of the Earth being flat, and that being proven by long distance observations. And yeah, we'd love to elaborate on that topic with y'all. If you have any questions, you could either mic up and introduce yourself, or you could go ahead and introduce yourself in the side chat and just do it in text form. But either way, if you want to practice your English as well, you could just introduce yourself and let us know what you got going on at the moment. Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, I wish White Rice and Peas would have actually had a honest conversation, but yeah, it's tough. It's tough to come to grips with a lie so huge that it shatters your foundations for your for all the thought experiments you've ever done about the nature of reality outside of what you perceive to be this place. But yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow. I empathize with people going through it because yeah, it's not easy. Hoytex, welcome to the room. Thanks for being here.
Hello.
All right.
I heard somebody. Yeah, we're trying to keep everybody on track with the room topic, and yeah, we're just trying to keep it open and friendly and non-combative if possible. So
I'm okay. I'll leave and come back later then.
Oh,
I'm joking.
yeah. No, you're too good of a subject matter expert, brother. We need you around. The voice of reason.
If the voice of reason until somebody becomes unreasonable, then I lose my bloody shit quickly. Yeah, I need to work on that, dude.
You're like the stern father figure, you know, that some of these folks never had. So I think it's
really weird the amount of time that my dad voice comes out when I'm talking to idiots in this channel. It's really annoying. I've got 2 kids as it is, so yeah, coming in here and having to parent adults is hard.
Gojo Seto. Welcome to the room. Yeah, we're discussing the topic of flat Earth. If you want to introduce yourself, go ahead and mic up and do so. if you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and ask any questions or introduce yourself in the side chat. Or just leave. That's cool too. It's a full-time task to try and keep the audio flowing, but it's nice. Anyway, yeah, we've been discussing the lack of curvature. So, yeah, just a warm welcome to anybody who wants to come and pick our brains on the server topic and on the lack of curvature that's found. So, there was a good bunch of data before the chat got spammed. So maybe we should post a little appetizer for people who just joined the chat. I thought Jedi's laser tests, laser observations were really good. But yeah, Rice and Peas had to go ahead and bury all of that good data with some utter garbage. Hey, Mick, you there, brother? You still listening?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Yeah, just checking in on you, seeing how you're doing.
Yeah, all good, man. I mean, around this time, normally I'm actually half asleep or completely asleep. You know, but I'm still in the room. You know.
Oh, cool.
All good.
Yeah, I need to get off. I need to get off of this thing soon because I gotta be.
It's a late night
Be a
for
zombie
me.
at work. Yeah, I'm gonna be a zombie at work tomorrow.
You work on Saturday? Yeah.
Oh, I try and work 7 days a week if I can.
Damn.
Yeah, things are expensive.
I feel you. But it's hard, man. I mean, with all the bullshit going on in these rooms, it's kind of entertaining. You know, you kind of want to stick around.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, I have a busy work day, and then I get home, and then I got busy family time, so I can't really engage much. But I enjoy talking to people. It's definitely the highlight of my day. I spend a lot of time alone, doing these construction projects and stuff. So throughout the day, I'll just be on my own, in my own head, you know.
You do general contract?
Yeah. Right now, that's kind of what I'm stuck with. When you're good at stuff like different types of general contracting, yeah, it's kind of what happens. Word of mouth spreads, and then everybody wants to use you for their little home renovation projects.
Oh yeah. Is that still going on? I would have thought that things would have died down.
Oh no, man. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. It's just like, and my one buddy, he's taken full advantage. I mean, I finished his house. I did the exterior, the interior, and then he wound up buying 2 other ones. And he's like, "Hey, can you work on these for me?" So yeah, I
You
got a full
bought 2
plate.
other houses?
Yeah. He's pretty well to do.
All right. Well, I mean, it's hard to gauge that now because credit is so widely available. You know, you can borrow to your wits' end even if you have a little bit more money because the banks are like, oh yeah, you know, you're richer than so and so, so let's leverage you 20 times instead of this guy 10 times. You know, so it's like, are you really wealthy, or are you just stretching because you can? You know?
Oh yeah, I mean he's doing a lot of that. I mean, I wouldn't even want to have to try and quantify like how much money I actually had in a situation like he's in, because you know it's like I increase the equity in my new property, and then I get it appraised, and then I go ahead and take a loan out on that new value, you know, and then I use that new value to invest in a new place, and I'm renting out the other place. So yeah, it's like so much money. It's like borrowing from Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah. Wait, you're saying you're doing that, or he's doing that?
Oh, he's doing that. No, I wouldn't be risking anything like that. I'm just too conservative.
No, you're too smart for that. No, I say that sincerely, dude, because this entire thing, everything that we see now is propped up because of that type of behavior. If you really think about it. You know? Did I cut out? Probably. Maybe
I said I look at the market. No, you didn't cut out. I hear you.
I've been cutting out in and out, and so I wasn't.
No, you're coming through loud and clear. I was just going to say, I look at the property values, and I look at the amount of properties on the market, and then the amount of properties for rent, and then I factor all of that in, and basically I can make an educated guess on what's going to happen, you know, in the near future. So it just doesn't feel like.
Are you noticing? Yeah, are you noticing an increase in for sale in your area?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's been on the market for a while.
Oh, you too. I'm hearing a lot of news and stuff all over the place, like in Florida, California. It's picking up. You know, there's a chart that said like, you know, things of like I think it's either they gauge it by home listings or how long something has been on the market before it sells. How many times sellers have had to drop the price, you know, since their last purchase. All these things, like they're going up, you know, because it's getting harder and harder. Right?
Well, yeah, it devalues the properties, right? So, like, if you have a property and like they appraise it at a certain amount 1 year, but then like, you know, let's say 40 houses in your neighborhood alone or comparable houses are on the market for the same rate, and none of them are selling, and they've been on the market for a long period of time. Eventually, you have to start lowering your asking price, right? Because people aren't buying them up. Same thing for rentals. So yeah, I mean, he's doing it anyway. I mean, he's been pretty lucky. So some people get lucky, you know. He's got renters, so that's what you need if you have mortgages.
Yeah. Well, I hope the best for him, man. It's never fun to go through any, you know, hailstorm that comes from that type of behavior, but you know, we'll see. I mean, but I mean, in the meantime, you've got work, so why not?
Yeah, dude. I feel for anybody who purchased in the past 4 or 5 years. I mean, it's been a wild ride, man. I was telling people, back in 2018, I rented a house in New Jersey. It was a 4-bedroom single family on I think it was on 3 acres. I was only spending like $2,000 a month on that, which is relatively cheap. About I think by 2021, anything comparable in New Jersey was like in that area was like between 3,500 and 42 per month for the same size house.
Wow, really?
Yeah, that's how much the rentals went up in my home state. So I was kind of forced to move the family down south. That's why I'm in Georgia now. So and now,
Holy
yeah, I'm spending about what. Yeah, that's what I was spending. Now I'm spending what I was spending up in Jersey down here. So yeah, you're talking about like monthly bills, like somewhere around like $4,000 to 5,000 a month. You know, just to have no money, like just to be at zero. So most people I know that have mortgages, they pay less than what I pay to rent. But it is what it is. It's like I would rather rent than own at this point anyway, because it's like trying to have a nest egg to be able to pay for like the big expenses, like a central unit going out, like central heating and cooling unit needing to be replaced, or a roof needing replacement. All of those big ticket items that homeowners have to deal with. As a renter, you don't have to deal with any of that crap. It's not your
yeah, yeah.
problem.
And then you got to worry about the equity. You know, I buy it for 100,000. I think it's going to go up to 150 in the next 10 years. Then there's a crash and it goes down to fucking 60. You know, you're underwater by however much. You know, all that shit to do. Fuck that.
Mhm. Yeah, dude, it could bite you real quick. That's why it's like you got to be wise, buy at the right time. But it's hard to know when that right time's going to be, right? So
Well, there's the old adage that housing always goes up. You know, I don't see the rationale behind that, dude. You know,
yeah,
it's like everything goes up. Not everything goes up at the same rate. So at some point, people can't afford shit. So is it going to keep going up? You know, just in spite of nobody being able to afford it, it doesn't make any sense. You know.
Yeah, but you would rather individuals actually own these homes rather than like big corporations. So, you know, that's the one thing I think that needs to get taken care of. But yeah, we got some new people in the chat. We got Leno Stan.
Yeah.
And we got Just K with the PFP of a child giving flipping everybody the bird. Welcome to the chat, Just K. And we got Bubble Sower with the interesting profile picture. Alcerion, welcome. Yeah, we got some people popping in. Roasty, welcome. Yeah, I'm guessing Jedi and Heretic might have jumped over to the other server. Yeah, well, yeah, we're discussing the shape of the Earth and the lack of curvature. If anybody has anything they would like to ask, you know, or they just want to introduce themselves or practice their English, please feel free to mic up. If you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and post any questions in the side chat there. Thanks for being here. The Earth is flat. It's measurable. We can explain how we know this. Hey, Heretic, how do you like Just K's profile picture?
Yeah, he's a goofball.
Yeah, I just popped into the side chat and saw your little exchange there. I was like, huh.
Not too bright, this one.
Yes. As I think Mick was the one who said, yeah, the seed oils are strong with this one.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Was that the guy?
It's just gonna be like this person doesn't know what like a coherent, like logical thought even looks like. Like, I mean, okay, so water's flat, level, horizontal, yeah. And then we get a bunch of stories about eclipses and stuff. Like, just get your head checked. Don't even be doing any of this.
Insta pivot.
Yeah, the pivot's just loaded with assumptions that the Earth is a globe anyway. Like, like that proves something.
Welcome to the chat, S7. Yeah, we're discussing the lack of curvature of the Earth. If you want to mic up and introduce yourself, please feel free. All right, or just leave. Yeah, no, I was getting at Heretic. It's most likely the parent prompting the child to pose for this photo. So that's most likely their child. Speaks volumes.
Well, that's not going to turn out good. Yeah, there's no sphere for anything to be level on, and that's not something you can tangibly demonstrate. Level being equidistant from the center of a ball. No, it's not. You just have to say that. You just have to say that you've got to rewrite the definitions of the terms when it turns out that everything is against what you said is actually going on.
You know, we've talked about them moving the goalposts. You know, you used to be able to see boats sail over the curve. Now it's like no matter how high you go, you'll never see any curve. So. Well, welcome to the room. I want to learn English. If you want to learn English, why don't you practice on us?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you.
How long have you been practicing English?
I want to learn English because I cannot speak properly. I can realize English, but I cannot speak. I'm trying to learn English.
Okay. Would you say you're a beginner or you're intermediate? What would you say if you had to describe your command over the language?
I'm a beginner in English.
Oh, great. Well, it's good to have you here. If you want to ask some questions in the side chat, you could do that. And you can listen to us have conversations with people who join.
How can I improve my English level?
Yeah, work on your pronunciation, and best way to practice is to have conversations.
I want to improve my English skill.
Well, you have the basics down. You sound pretty good. Your pronunciation sounds pretty good.
Mm.
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
I want to improve my English skill. How can I improve my English level?
Got to watch people speak. So you got to look at people's mouths when they're speaking English. It'll teach you how to sound out the words and make the same sounds.
I can realize.
Should find some good videos on YouTube if you want to look up teaching children how to speak via mouth. So basically, it's like videos that show you people pronouncing words, but it shows the mouth and how the mouth is moving. So you could learn how to pronounce the words properly. That would be a useful tip.
I understand. I want to prepare myself for IELTS because I want to go abroad.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to listen into to conversations. But yeah, if you could watch two people conversing in English, using words that, and maybe pause the videos so you could look up the definitions of the words that they're using. I know it's a task. I know it's difficult because there's a lot of information, but you seem like you're doing a pretty good job. So
Yes.
just make sure you keep practicing.
I think you did not realize my question. I say that I want to go abroad. That's why I want to prepare myself for IELTS.
Oh, I know what exam you're talking about. Yeah, there was somebody who asked me about helping them practice when we first started this channel. So yeah, no, I know about that exam. Well, you're doing good, man. I think you'll do well on the exam. I haven't seen any of the actual the material that's covered in the exam and what exactly it entails. But yeah, from what I can hear, your pronunciation is good, and you're holding a decent conversation with me right now. So I'm not sure how much of what I'm saying that you're comprehending, but yeah, if you want how much of what I've said that you actually understand, that'd be good. It'd help me gauge where you're at.
Yes, thank you. I have been practicing speaking English for only 1 month.
That's impressive, if that's accurate. Yeah, man. I'd say, yeah, just stick to your classes, man. You sound like you're doing good. Find a good study partner and try and bounce conversation points back and forth between you and them. And say if you have a decent amount of time before you get ready for that exam, you should do well. But yeah, I wish you the best of luck with that. Yeah, if you want to sit back and listen, or you want to ask some questions about the server topic, go ahead.
Where are you from?
I'm from the United States.
English. Good.
Yeah, we're talking about the lack of curvature on the Earth. That's what the That's what this room's topic is about right now.
Why all are mute there?
Oh, we do that as a courtesy, so there's not a lot of noise going on and not a lot of people talking over each other.
Yes, thank you for your time. And I have to go now. I will join with you later.
Okay, you're welcome back anytime. Thanks for being here, buddy. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Now, just for anybody who's listening on YouTube, Heretic is schooling a Globie in the side chat. And Wes Flat Earth is hot mic in.
I think on YouTube they can see the chat. Did that change, or is that still so?
No, you could see it, but it's not that clear. It's just like more for the people who are listening on YouTube.
Not sure if they both do. I'm not sure if both streams do that, but yeah, at least one of them does. I think Helios definitely does.
Yeah, but just more for the people who are just listening, waiting for a good conversation to pop off. Yeah, he's chatting with Just K.
Yeah, around this time normally things start to take off. You damn Aussies, it's your fault.
Sorry about that. It looks like this is the busiest place at the moment. I'm surprised I haven't seen Alpha for a while, and a few others. Yeah. I'm sure if we hang around long enough, someone will pop in to talk
I haven't seen Indio.
Considering
I haven't
what
seen
day it is,
Indio.
they've probably decided to not drop in because they might have had a drink or two. Because I know a lot of people won't get on if they've been drinking it.
Right. Yeah, it's celebration day today. I guess they're having barbecues, family over, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, normally they're on politics anyway. But nothing's going on in politics, is there? I was just kind of poking my head in there. Didn't see much going on.
No, it's completely empty.
Reeve, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Ahmed, welcome in.
Yeah, how are you?
Not too bad, thanks, mate.
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Yes.
So, are you interested in discussing this topic?
What about the topic?
Yeah, the nature of the surface of the Earth. Flat Earth or globe or other.
Yeah, flat. This is the one of most affected in our area. Flat.
You say the Earth is flat, do you?
Flat. Yes.
And what leads you to that conclusion exactly?
Conclusion of what?
Yeah. Why do you say it? Why do you say it's flat?
Yeah, flat. In 2023, there's a flood in our area called El Nino. Do you heard that name before? El Nino.
El Nino?
Yeah.
That's a storm, isn't it? Storm season.
They called that because of there's a lot of flood coming in our area. They give a name for El Nino.
Did you say lots of flooding?
Flooding, yes.
Right. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. In your area.
In our area in 2023.
Right.
The first time I saw a water running like that. We displaced our houses. We moved in other places for around 1 month. We are away from our home. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Well, we know that water begins to flow when it's uncontained and it deviates from level, right? From horizontal, then it begins to flow.
Yeah. They are flowing around 1 month and some days. It consists of 40 days consecutively they running in our area. This is one of the most dangerous when it comes to natural disaster. Water and fire is the most dangerous. Yes.
So yeah, water is a very good proof of flat Earth, isn't it? Because when you have a container of water and it's at rest and it's still, its surface is just flat, isn't it?
Yeah. Repeat. Please repeat.
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that?
I can't hear clearly.
And if any one of our other staff is available, please chime in because I'm just slightly busy. Got my hands a bit full.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Stargaze.
Yeah, why everyone so silent here? Are you guys?
We're waiting for someone to put forward a question or to bring proof.
Yeah.
So, do you have proof of the ball tard that we're told that we?
Well, I have the proof that Earth is flat.
You got proof that Earth is flat. I'm good for that.
Yeah.
What have you got?
Let me show you in the chat box. Just a sec. Yeah, I have shared the proof.
So, a cartoon is proof that the Earth's flat.
I'm not even looking. Can I pretty much be like guaranteed that it's the dino meme?
No, it's the other one.
The other one? Oh, okay. Hang on, I'll have a look.
So that's it. That's your proof of flat is a cartoon.
No, it's not a cartoon. It's the video that was.
That's not a video. That's a cartoon.
No, it's recorded from the space. You see the space.
On a regular basis, I'd normally be drinking, and I'd probably say something quite rude about now. But in your case, no, that's a cartoon. If you believe that that's space, you might want to go and see a doctor.
No, you have any proof that it's a cartoon, not recorded from the space?
So I have to prove that your evidence is what you claim. It does not work like that, my friend. It's your evidence. You back it up. That's a cartoon. You're the one who's saying it's from the space, so now you have to prove that. Good luck.
Oh, no. I don't want to prove you.
Then you've got a cartoon.
Okay, man. I mean, I don't want to debate on this case.
Why wouldn't you just make it easy for yourself? Go to a large lake and have a look at the surface properties of water. Flat, level, horizontal, just at rest. You've got to remember that allegedly, we're told we live on a ball, 70%, greater than 70% of this ball is water, but yet water's flat and level and horizontal. Seems you've got a bit of an issue there, haven't you?
Man,
see, that's a lot better for flat Earth proof as opposed to, oh my God, here's a cartoon.
Yeah, you see, flat's just a surface description. We're not 24/7 disk Earth or anything like that. We're not saying that Earth has a shape. We're not claiming it has any particular kind of shape. We're not claiming that it's in outer space, right? Like anything like that. We're just describing the surface as we observe it and measure it and use it. Yeah, he was like, I don't know about that. Well, looks like Sigmoid is the only person left in here, apart from Muzox, who's deafened, that probably isn't a flat earther. Oh, we have Just Ross. Just Ross is in. I'm not sure about Just Ross's stance. I know that we've heard Just Ross speak before. Pretty sure he defends the globe position. Just Ross, you're welcome to, start a conversation, ask more questions, try and prove the globe if you want.
I mean, I'll speak for a moment, I guess, just to clarify my position. Yeah, you're right. I do defend the globe position, although I do agree that there is some room for some healthy skepticism regarding that, and that there is plenty to try to defend for making the claim.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. And welcome in Al Dente Fuseli. And goodbye, Al Dente Fuseli. So room for healthy skepticism. Okay, so
yeah, like I honestly I respect you guys really for asking the tough questions that honestly I feel it's very reasonable to question.
Right, because it is it's not like one of them topics that's like kind of inconsequential, is like or trivial. Like this is a huge thing to question, isn't it? Like it's monumental. Like what, you disagree with 7 billion other people? Yeah, it's quite challenging, isn't it? It's controversial, isn't it?
Yeah, I do understand a bit of your perspective, and I actually think one of the biggest struggles really is very few people actually understand the full logical process that takes you from I guess all the calculations and math and physics that are necessary to actually make sense of how a globe Earth can line up with the observations that we make. Actually don't understand it, and they are just relying on the fact that supposedly a bunch of other smarter people in the past have figured it out. And they're just they are relying a lot on that.
No, I get you. So you essentially you're saying whether it's true or not, most people's agreement with it is not based in empiricism. They assume it is because they assume that somebody else has empirically validated the claim, but for themselves, they just believe it like a religion.
Yeah, sort of like that. Yeah.
right? And it's kind of a.
I saw it on TV. I saw it. It's real, bro. Come on.
Yeah. It's an easy mindset
Right,
to
yeah,
develop
also,
in this society, right? In this day and age, it's quite an easy mindset to adopt because it is easy. I mean, you don't have to strain your brain about it. You can just go about your life, and someone's worked that out for me. Yep, I'm good. Thanks. That's
Hey,
Globe. Yep.
Have you ever heard of the term? I'm going to check out and watch some TV. I'm going to check out. I'm going to chill out. I'm going to just watch TV, and I'm checking out. It takes me out of my reality when I watch TV. Have you ever heard somebody explain TV like that? Or a movie. Same kind of psychological thing, right? Watch TV. Yeah. Dude, I'm preaching to the choir at this point, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Distraction. The less people concerned about things happening right out there in the real world, the better, because you don't want too many people poking their fingers in the pie, right?
But there's a lot of subliminal messages in those when you're like in that. I think they call it the beta state of mind. Yeah, that shit gets in there, man. Somehow, some way, and it just nails you to the globe, bro. Nails you, bro. And you've been brainwashed, literally. There's no way to prove a globe, man. I've been out here 10 years trying to figure it out. Like, come on. All right, get your globe proof over here. We're here, sitting here right now. Let's go. What do you got? You got the gravity. You got the boats going over the curve. You got kinds of 2 star rotations, but none of us feel like we're spinning. And in fact, man, we just passed the farthest point from the sun to yesterday. We were the farthest from the sun we'll be all year, and I'm sweating my ass off over here, and we're farthest away from the sun today that we'll ever be all year. And it's hotter than hell, man. What the hell?
That heat wave, Flat Earth dude, that heat that you're feeling is just a figment of your imagination. It's actually cold because you're too far away from the heat source.
Come on, mate.
Don't let it get to you.
All right. I'll be cool, man. I'm cool. But I just wanted to point that out. I just see that yesterday. I was like, oh, we're like 95 million miles away from the sun right now, man.
Now, are you allowing for the tilt?
Well, I've questioned Danny Faulkner on the tilt, man. I think I questioned him about it. And he was like, well, that you can't really do that here on Earth, basically, If you took a heat lamp and put it on a globe and you tilted it a little bit, the temperature's not going to change at all, man. 0. It's going to be 0 at 23 degrees, man. You're screwed, bro. 23.4, if you want to be exact. But, whatever. I'll give you 25 degree tilt. Go. It's not going to change. The heat's not going to change, bro. Ever. Anyway, that was the dude's ranting. I'm sorry, man. I didn't come in here to bust some balls, man. I came out here to talk to people about Earth, man. That's what I do. I love talking about Earth. Why? Because we live here on Earth. Why wouldn't I want to talk about it? I mean, that would be ridiculous. Not even talk about Earth. At least once a day. Twice would be great. But once a day, I love to talk about Earth because it's so obvious where we live and so great. It's so great I sound like Donald Trump. So great. It's amazing. It's so great. Anyway, no, we do live in a cool, super cool place, man. It's unbelievable. Redwood trees, oceans, mountains, lakes, fish, spiders, flies, mosquito. What a crazy place we live. It's so cool to check it out, man. Check it out. Is it spinning, shooting through outer space, millions of miles an hour? No, I don't think so, bro. I don't think it is. No. All my direct observations say, nah. Nope. It's not doing that. That's crazy, think. Millions of miles an hour. Really? Millions? You're going to go with the millions. Mongos. Matrix. Ain't nobody traveling 1,000,000 miles an hour. Ain't nothing traveling. Million
Make you
miles
feel
an
better,
hour.
bro. I'm sitting perfectly still at my desk in front of my computer.
Yeah, me too. Ditto, bro. I'm right with you. I'm sitting in front of my computer.
And I can assure you now, we are not feet to feet.
Absolutely. You're on the other side of the room. Is where you're at.
It's just a big room.
Hmm? It's a big ass room, dude. You're way over there, and I'm way over here. And you're cold, and I'm not. I'm hot. That's weird.
Yeah, that's just because the sun's closer to you.
That's true.
Not 95 million miles away, closer,
No.
but yeah, closer to you.
Well, the plus or minus, from what I understand, is 2 million. It goes from like 93 to 95.
About 3 million. Yeah. 2,900,000 and something thousand. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's almost 3.
That's the claim. Just under 3.
That's the claim. Yeah. And in the summertime when I'm sweating, it's way the fuck far away, 3 million miles. And when it's 3 million miles away, you're freezing. That's weird. How do you explain that, flat earther?
Like I said, the sun's closer to you.
Oh, that's true. It is closer to me because it's right over my head. Today I was out. It's a holiday here in America today. Oh, yesterday. For you and for me. Yeah, yesterday. And it was right over my head, man. Damn thing was dead balls. It felt like it was straight over my head. It was hot.
Should have pulled your sextant out, done a bit of a measurement.
Yeah. I'm kind of like a rocking chair flat earther. I'm like, okay, I'm back here. I got you. If you need me, I'll get up. I'm just carving out a piece of, I don't know. I've been in the rocking chair for a few years. It's like, okay, what do you Mongos got now? And they keep trying. They keep trying.
Maybe that's how I could be described as the rocking chair flat earther. Except the problem is, I'm sitting there with me shotgun, doing the right thing, protecting me lawn, and I just twitch. And every now and then it just goes off.
Yeah, shotgun ready to go, man. I'm like, I don't need the shotgun.
Occasional misfire.
I might have a side piece or something, but shotgun, that's a bit aggressive. Yeah. That's fun. So yeah, we just try to spread the truth and look at what we can verify for ourselves, man. That's all we're doing. And it turns out that Globy thing didn't verify. It did not verify.
So what things can we verify for ourselves? We know water's flat. Takes the shape of its container.
Yep.
Flat level surface.
100%.
We know we need, if we're going to be running gases, we need some kind of container in order for us to have gas.
100%.
These are all verifiable things.
Verifiable. 100%. Those two things alone are without a
Very hard
doubt,
to beat.
you know, demonstratable. Yep.
Well, these are backed by science.
I mean,
This is
you
not just measure. This is not just observing and measuring shapes. These are actual scientifically backed.
Well, you can do it yourself. That's what's the greatest thing about it, is that you can fill your tire with air. Boom. Done. You know, gas pressure needs a container, bro. Right? You get it? I mean,
I can vouch for that. I can vouch for that. I filled 4 of my tires 2-3 days ago.
yeah, I'm getting close to filling mine up, man. I was in a parking lot tonight. I could hear my tires squeaking a little bit. That means they're low. So yeah, I got to get on. But yeah, I'll get on that. What's up, Mick?
What's up? What's up?
Are you digging summer, or are you digging summer? Talk to me.
Yeah, it's all right. In the last 2 weeks, it was extremely hot and humid. It was rough, but these days it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I bet.
It's pretty nice out. Getting a little bit of sun, you know.
Yeah,
not too much, but it's getting nice. Looking forward to going out to kayaking. Don't go very often, but I'm waiting for that perfect day, you know?
Yep. Get it, baby. Enjoy it.
It's hard to predict, though, because the weather apps and shit, they say, oh, it's sunny and cloudy this day, but it's the opposite, you know? So scheduling around that, it's not very reliable, you know? So on a whim, I'm like, you know, let's go today, you know, or whatever. So we'll see.
Yeah, I saw some pictures from Quebec. My buddy sent me. I was like, oh my, the trees are blooming. Everything looks so lush.
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh man, it looks gorgeous, bro. It's gorgeous. Anyway, enjoy it. Enjoy those leaves, bro. You got lots of them right now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all gone here in, you know, a few months.
Yeah, 2-3 months.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
Think about it. Yeah. Experience it. Don't just think about it. Experience it in reality.
I'm saying if you think about it, in 2-3 months, they'll be all gone, you know?
Well, yeah, like 3
not
months.
exactly.
They'll start falling off.
But yeah, I mean, I like autumn because
Yeah,
the
absolutely. Colors,
fucking
bro.
beautiful, man. Holy
The yellows, the orange. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. That's where we live, boys and girls, in the most beautiful place. It changes seasons, man. It's so cool. What a great place we live.
And everyone knows it's because of that damn tilt, man.
Yeah. 23.4 degrees, Mongo. And yeah.
Fucking tilt, man.
I tried to
So
challenge, you know, I think it was even Scott Mackey or some one of those highfalutin Mongos. I was like, hey man, let's test that little temperature change thing, man, with the tilt. Can we do that? And they're like, no, yeah, they never took me up on that challenge ever. So whatever that's worth.
I just find it interesting the amount of times we've told people observable, measurable, repeatable on scale. So is this tilt observable?
No. I mean, well, in some sense it's observable because if you actually break out a protractor and figure out the angle or, you know, sextant, whatever, you can get the angle. It does. The sun goes way to fuck over there and it goes way to fuck over here right now. Right now it's, you know, really, really low on your horizon every day. Right, Mick? I mean, Matrix? It's getting lower.
In the afternoons and mornings.
It's lower. Afternoons, mornings. Yeah, it kind of makes like
I'm
an
on
arc.
the negative 30 seconds. So what I see in wintertime is very similar to what you see in wintertime.
Yep. It just kind of cruises across the sky way in the south.
It's heading back at the moment. So yeah, like Matrix said, in the morning and afternoons, yeah, low and far late to the north.
Yeah,
but
to the
during
north.
midday, it's actually pretty high up in the midday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you think?
yeah.
Like 40 degrees?
Let's see. Yeah, 40, 45. Yeah.
45, yeah.
Yeah, possibly 45.
I'm going to have to make up a Matthew Learn special homemade protractor. I can see it happening.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
I was looking at it the other day. I was actually quite surprised at how high in the sky it looked. Yeah, I was like,
well, are you in the middle of winter, the beginning of winter?
we're halfway through, aren't we?
Halfway.
Matrix?
You're halfway
halfway.
through winter right now?
Yep, nearly halfway.
Nearly half. All right.
What have we got? July, August. Yeah. August is the end of winter and it starts becoming windy.
Damn. It's a very big room we live on, man.
Yep.
If we can talk to people that have, season changes, in real time, like I talk about, okay, when's your winter, when's my summer? Man, what a great technology, man. We all share. And it's because that light in the sky is closer to me right now. I'm hot. I'm totally hot.
Yeah.
And when it's farther away from you guys, you're fucking, you're cold, and vice versa, right? It just switches back and forth.
Absolutely. But over here, our seasons go by the calendar, not by like the actual changes in the seasons, which is because you guys you guys start 2 weeks early, like when it should be, right? And
Off the lunar cycles, like it's ours
yeah.
Shit. Hold that
government overreach.
I'm going to come back to that because the season changes between Australia and California, they're off by like a couple of weeks here and there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and I just find that weird. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Time zones, they're political.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear you guys saying, "Oh, spring started and we're still waiting for autumn." It's like, what? Or whatever.
It surprised me a couple of weeks ago when someone said that too. A couple of months ago, I should say. I never realised myself. It was only end of last year.
Yeah, I thought they'd line up. I thought it was all the same. Like everyone went by the same thing. But no, it's not. And it makes sense too because, often, there's been times when I've seen spring starting, right? Just in nature, birds getting busy making nests and things like that, right? And flowers beginning to bud and bloom, whatever, and I'm like, but we're still 2 or 3 weeks away, right? What's going on, right? And then I'll hear somebody, overseas say that, their autumns began, and I'm like, right, okay, so technically, right, our spring has started, but we're waiting, right, the 2 weeks,
waiting for permission from our overlords.
Right. Yeah, end of the calendar month, right? Yeah. And that's why a lot of these farmers they don't go by that what the fucking calendar says. They'll be like, yep, time to start planting, or yep, time to harvest, or whatever. Well, yep, time to round up the sheep and share them, or whatever. They're just going by what nature says, not by what the calendar says.
Gotta love the farmers, man. Gotta love those guys. Damn, smart guys. So yeah, you got a different day when your first day of summer, our first day of summer are not the, exactly 6 months apart, man. They kind of varies. It's like weird, man. When I found that out years ago, I was like, what the hell's up with that, man? I mean, we should have, if it's a globe, man, it should be equal. Your first day of winter's our first day of summer, vice versa, right? It should be exactly equal. Exactly. How do they fucking explain, their unequalness on that one? I never figured that out. And they would say, how do you flat earthers explain that? And I'd be like, well, fucking get the fuck out of here. That's ridiculous. I'm just asking the question, man. Yeah. Why is Australia's winter exactly the opposite of California's summer? Damn.
Well, see, just like for us, just like the farmers, we don't have to go by any kind of fancy modeling or things that people imagine is the case from a perspective they'll never have, right? We just go by what we experience, right? What you see is what you get.
Well, I'm sure everyone here would agree with that. What you see is what you get, man. Fire's hot, bitches. Check it. Don't believe me? Stick your hand in the fire. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it's hot. You agree? Yep, you agree. Okay, yeah, it's the obvious things, yeah, that come along. Shit, it's cold. It's time to batten down the hatches or whatever. It's hot. And we're growing. We have food. We go, yeah, it's good. Just go by what is reality right in front of you. It's kind of like sailing. When you got to sail up, you know which way the wind's going. You know how to control your boat direction based off the wind. Even if it's, kind of going against your direction, man, you can still beat that wind, man. You can use that wind to propel against the wind. You know what I mean? It's amazing. Sailboats are kick ass, man.
Right. Yep. And the stars too. The stars have been a good indication for people like, agricultural wise, like for centuries, if not millennia, where they look at the sky and they know, and the night sky, and they know that certain objects in specific positions in the sky, and they know that when that happens, that's an indication that the weather will begin to get colder or hotter or whatever, right? So they know to start preparing in that sense too. Stars have always done the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah, but after paying attention to the sun and the moon for maybe let's say you did it for 7 years, right? That's all you did every night. Where's the sun? Where's the moon? Walked out, you get up. Where's the sun? Where's the moon? Okay. If you just did those two things, for 7 years, where's the sun and the moon? I'm pretty sure you could navigate anywhere on Earth if you just paid attention to those two things. That's it. For a long period of time. You figured out the cycles, man. You're going to figure out, every, so many days, the moon's going to be here, it's going to be there, the sun's going to be here. You're just going to totally nail the cycles of the sun and the moon. And you're going to crush it, man. If you just, if you just looked at it for 2 seconds a day, said, where is it? Oh, here's north, here's south. It looks right there. You're going to figure it out quickly, man. It's not going to take you very long to figure out that there's a cycle to the sun and the moon. forget the stars, man. I mean, I like the stars and everything, but at night they're great, obviously. So it's
Right. And there could actually be something like to astrology, right? In the sense that changes in seasons might affect people's,
oh yeah,
behavior or
for sure.
or their attitudes. Like you start getting sweaty, hot and sweaty. You get grumpy. Yeah, same as if you're cold and chilly, right? Like you don't want to do much. You want to get as warm as you can and all that. So that could affect your habits and things in that sense, and even the way you think. So astrology might have some credence in that regard to how the changes in the environment affect what you do, how you think, habits.
Yeah, you got to have a reset, man. That's why we have these like really cold seasons, man. It's like we just get locked into our house and rest, and we're not. Especially if you live in the snow, man, you're screwed, man. You ain't working on your car outside, man. Sorry, bro. If you don't have a garage to bring that thing into, man, it's a problem. But yeah, these seasons definitely affect your moods, man. I mean, I've experienced it over years.
Right.
They actually have a term for it here in America. It's called SAD, seasonal adjust, or is it disorder or something like that?
Seasonal adjustment disorder or something.
Something
That's
like
weird.
that.
Yeah, right, okay.
SAD. I think that was the term they used. And this is like 25 years ago. I was learning this because I never lived in that kind of a climate. I always lived in Southern California, except for my 4 years in Vegas. But it was, just normal that it doesn't get really freezing cold, or that's where I live. It doesn't go below freezing ever. Yeah. Maybe like one day here or there. That's it, But that's the climate.
You barely get a frost?
Barely. For like a couple of weeks, we'll get maybe a little bit of thin ice on my windshield. That's it, bro. Maybe a couple of days at the most every year.
Right.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Do you know what I used to say on a real cold, frosty morning? I used to say to people, like when I was a Glober, I used to say, it's almost as if outer space came right down to the ground, right to Earth. Right?
No, you didn't.
I did. I used to say that. It's like it came down and froze everything.
Froze everything. Outer space came down to Earth and froze it. That's interesting. Mental awareness to realize you used to say that. You're like, damn, I used to say that. Okay, because I was cooked, man. I don't know if I really believed it, but I said it.
Right. People look at you a bit funny. They sort of.
Do you know they discovered like quasars inside the quasar, outside of a black hole? Did you guys know? I mean, it's like saying that, and believing it, right?
Right. Yeah.
I totally believe you, bro. Oh, that's great. I didn't know that.
Because because when you're not all those movies, if you're not on the sun side, right, and you're out like in space, it's supposed to be super freezing. Like you're just, like that mission, was it not Mission to Mars? Yeah, it might have been Mission to Mars, with the one with Val Kilmer in it, and they've got to transport him from one pod to the shuttle or to the station, right, and through the vacuum of space with no freaking helmet on or anything, and he's got to be out in space for like 6 seconds or something, and he's got to like breathe all the air out of his lungs and then close his eyes, and 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 she's got the suit on and everything, and she's got to escort him over to the station, right, from the pod.
Right.
And he's gonna get super cold. So as soon as they get him into the shuttle, they've got to close the doors and get blankets on him and pump up the heat, right, and get him restored, because he's just been exposed to the cold vacuum of space,
For like 11 seconds, right?
Was it 11 seconds or something like that? Yes. Yeah, they're like, don't know if he's gonna make it. Oh shit! And you're like, on the edge of your seat. Is he gonna make it?
Yeah. The propaganda is big, man. It's big. It's been going, dude. Go back and look at all the movies from the 50s. How many of them were space related, man? There's like tons of them, bro. B movies, space aliens,
Right? Yeah.
Fucking the whole decade, man. The whole fucking decade. They were priming everybody.
I started watching a black and white one the other night, and it was like I got 10 minutes into it, and I was like, well, boring. I wanted to just see, I wanted to watch the whole thing, but I just got so bored of it. I was like, but so it starts off. They're in their rocket ship out in space, right? And they get a call from headquarters on Earth, right? And it's on the screen on the wall, right? It's like a flat screen TV on the wall, and they can see the guy talking to him, right? This is like black and white in the 50s, right? It's really, that's a bit of a prediction there, but yeah, they talk and they arrange their landing, and then the governor comes in and he wants to talk to them as soon as they land and all this, right? And then they're landing, and it's like the Elon Musk rocket coming back down and landing perfectly back down by yourself. I was like, what? No way.
But there's literally 100 movies in the 50s, going to space or something, man. Yeah, it's amazing how many. But you guys know about the very first movie ever made. The very first motion picture is called A Journey to the Moon.
Yeah, I watched it. It killed me, but I watched it.
Yeah. But
is that the one that starts off with the fucking wizards that turn into scientists?
Yes, the wizards. Yes.
Yeah.
The wizards, and they got all their hats on, and they're doing their little ritual. But then they take off their wizard costumes and they put on their lab coats. I always thought that was interesting. I was like, damn, right in your face, bro. The first movie ever made. Ever. So there's that. Interesting. It's a caveat to what we talk about around here. And to say that the very first movie ever made was, how they went to the moon. I find that interesting. Maybe you don't. Yeah, to each his own, but it was kind of a dead giveaway, in my opinion. Really? You're going to make the first movie bunch of wizards, and they've been going to now we're going to the moon. Yeah. We live in a magical world, they say. I've heard that term. You guys ever heard of it? There's a lot of magicians, man. A lot of magicians out there. Be careful. Looking out for those tricks, man. Looking out for the tricks. Hollywood tricks, man. Hollywood's amazing at tricking graphics, man. These guys are good. Dude, even when the first Matrix came out, I was like, damn, these Mongos, yeah, they're good, man. Damn. Neo's dodging those bullets and falling backwards or whatever. Crazy graphics for its time, man. If you look at it today, man, it does look a little dated. I think I saw it within the last year and a half or something. But it did look a little dated. So yeah, Hollywood's been around and working with NASA and Disney, and
I don't think The Matrix was too bad for a documentary.
well, it was certainly trying to make you think in different matrices, right? It was called The Matrix.
Think next time we got Matrix winding somebody up in a bind, you catch him on a flat foot or something, and you say, "Yeah, welcome to Matrix's Matrix." Get it? Matrix.
Have you heard how the Terminator could be considered the prequel to the prequel series to the Matrix?
Yep.
No.
The writer. Same writer as the Terminator wrote the Matrix, and said that Neo is John Connor because fighting the machines.
Right.
Mm. She said JC. His initials weren't an accident either. JC.
Right. Yeah, the one. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, and there's supposed to be controversy over like where they got the idea from. Like some woman claims she wrote books that incorporate a lot of the like major ideas in both those series. Like so that they think that they both those series, whoever made those movies, ripped her off. I basically got the idea from her. Yeah. And I'm not sure if there was an out-of-court settlement of some kind too. Like they went, look, just go away. You have some money, go away. Stop bothering us.
Yeah, you got to protect your work. I guess the only way to do that back then was to mail it to yourself. So if there's any dramas, you've got a timestamp, date stamp of your script. Well, now you just put on the internet as it's published.
Yeah, there's actually like people out there that are academics, of people that are held in somewhat regard, within the education system, saying that they're pretty certain that sentience in AI is already a thing, that because of the way they're just because they see it, that we're just all electrical impulses and chemical reactions and shit. They don't think that it's all just a random consequence of particles smashing into each other in space, basically, right? We're just random act of chance or whatever. But they're saying that there's pretty much just the data just going from point A to point B in a system could be pretty much just what you'd consider to be sentience. So they're saying that it already exists within computers, programs and stuff. Yeah. And I'm not so sure about all that, but yeah, AI is pretty clever, and they're getting they're getting better with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think those types of views, dude, they're equally as foolhardy in their philosophical biases as is anything about like the globe and stuff. You know those you know what I mean? Those types of things, like
yeah.
What was his name? What was the guy's name who said, "Oh, it would be arrogant of us to assume or to state that we're at the center of everything, because even though like these are two equally possible realities, it would be arrogant of us to say one is more likely." Right? In a similar fashion, those who say kind of what you just outlined, it's like they're kind of stating that, like, oh, well, we're nothing special. We're just these things. It would be arrogant of us to not consider these things, alive like us, because they write like us and everything, and they're built like us, even though they're not.
Right. I mean, like, too, like, because I can kind of see, like people say, but they have to be prompted, right? They have to be programmed. Well, what's the difference to us, really? I mean, you leave a baby, right? They're not going to survive. Like a newborn baby, you just leave it in the wild by itself. It's not going to survive. Just won't. Like, unless some other creature comes along and nurses it. But sure. The baby is defenseless and really unaware, like, to a large degree. They may have these instinctive inklings that they have these sensations. They're hungry. They don't know how to express it apart from crying. I mean, like, they have to be prompted to so another thing has to, a person has to, the mother has to guide towards the milk, right, and nurture, and then start programming, and then that's becomes basically programmed. So when I feel like that will happen, right, and then they may even be unaware and can't even see properly at that stage, and then they feel the warmth and the and all that. So there's this programming that goes on from birth, that accustoms us to a certain reality, right? Not much different to really what AI is. Basically has to be prompted, right, and taught and learn and then guided.
I see the parallels, but in life, there's innate things that respond to the prompting in and of its own right. Rather, for AI and stuff, we program both the prompts and the overall outline as to how it will respond to it. So it really is fully in our grasp. Like AI is just going to respond to what it deems most likely based off of what the model was fed in its training. You know what I mean? If you take an AI and you feed it just flat Earth stuff, you guys know this, right? What was it? Flat GPT, right? You're in control of both the prompt and the model. Whereas for life, it's kind of like you get the ball rolling and it's on its own.
Yeah, it doesn't have any instinctive nature about it, I guess you could say that.
Like, it really is just zeros and ones, man. I write software for a living. These things are dumb. Okay,
dumb as shit, bro. They're so dumb.
Dumb as rock. They're just really, really thin, interlaced rocks with electricity going through it.
Horrible. Yeah,
kind of like Michelle Fowler.
But now you're talking Michelle Fowler's language, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's us.
I just said it. Just a complicated rock,
I'm going to tell you guys a quick story, man. Today I got a phone call, 4th of July. I'm hanging out on the couch. I think I had the TV on. I'm fucking, I'm zoning out. And I get a call from a guy, man, in Wyoming, man, which I'm in California, man. Way the fuck down here. And, Wyoming. And he's like, dude, I got your number from a search I did from AI. I tune pianos. My number's out there somewhere, man. Yeah, he was looking for a piano technician.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, I searched it using AI and it gave me your phone number, bro. I was like, really?
Oh, there you go. How about that?
But it was a totally different name, a totally different company, but it gave my phone number. The AI did.
Well, you should go to the AI and thank it.
Well,
so the AI misconstrued.
I'm just gonna thank it in just knowing that AI can be that fucked up, man, and screw up piano tuning from a guy in fucking
what the fuck?
1,200 miles from me or whatever, 1,000 miles, and it gave me. He called my number. I thought that was interesting. Anyway.
Oh, so you didn't get the job because you're too far away. Yeah,
it's too far away, man. It's like 1,000 miles away minimum.
You'd be like, if I'm coming to your house, that's going to cost you.
But I appreciated him sharing that. Yeah, I just used AI to search you up, and they found me, bro. I thought, oh shit, oh fuck, what the hell is AI doing, man? AI's fucked up, is in my opinion. I think you're right, man. It's way more dumb than we give it credit. It's way more dumb.
But like what Mick was talking about, right? Like what Mick was saying, so rocks are our cousins, right?
Yeah.
Well, the computers we could consider our niece and nephews then.
Michelle Pfeiffer. Is that Michelle? It wasn't Pfeiffer. It was
Michelle Fowler.
Fowler. Pfeiffer, not
Yeah.
Fowler. Yeah, that little Mongo. Yeah. Dude, I can't watch her. Dude, I can't even watch her, man. If I see her face, I'm like, no.
I only saw that one Big Think clip. Yeah. And I was like, okay, all right.
Well, she's talking about you're just like rocks or your cousin, that one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or our grandpa.
I
got a grandpa rock, But as for the AI stuff, at this point, man, I'm pretty much solely using Perplexity AI. And
me too. Me too.
For the one reason, and not because it's I think it's superior, but because it actually provides references. You ever notice that in the little output it gives, right? A little,
little ones and twos, and yeah.
So, and you can ask it, it's like, where'd you get this? It's like, oh, this website, and you see it as you prompt it, and if your thing is a little bit more sophisticated or you gave it a big question or something like that, you'll see it's like, oh, it's thinking, oh, I'm going to search the web for this. It rephrases your thing, scans some shit. It's like it's a real time search engine. So in that regard, it's kind of more honest because it's telling you I got from this reference, and it's outright telling you that it's on the fly figuring it out. Whereas for ChatGPT, it comes off so assertive that it knows this. It's a different vibe, And you can always go check it out.
Yeah, I'm getting Perplexity to help me build a business, and it's like I'm happy with it. But once I got up it, I had a go at it once about its reference sources, and I said, because it was giving me like Reddit and Quora and Physics Stack Exchange, and talking about technical stuff and about the Earth and whatever. And I said, why don't you ever use academic sources? And it went, oh, I do here, and it just listed all fucking shit from universities and But it never did that until I prompted it to. I was like, hey, where's all these academic sources? Yeah. And then it did, but it made out like it does. Oh, I do that. Like, here you go, right? It's funny.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to smile too big right now, but yeah, I'm smiling. That's hilarious. Why don't you use the academic? I do. Here you go.
Yeah, tell me what the smart people say. You know,
what do the smart people say?
Not the dummies on Reddit. What the fuck?
Right, I've had it actually fucking give me Soundly's material. It's referenced Soundly and what's his name? The one with the calculator online, Bislin.
Bislin.
Yeah. It's actually like referenced them guys. Like, what the fuck, bro? It's like where is all the material of the people going out and trying to prove the Earth was a globe and stuff before flat earthers came along? Before the blow up, the 2014-15 blow up. Where's all that's being referenced? It's not. It's all this other shit that's people trying to prove flat earthers wrong shit that's getting referenced. It's crazy.
Like Charles Johnson. You remember that guy? Charles Johnson.
No.
He ran Flat Earth Research Society during like the 70s and 80s.
Oh, the International Flat Earth Research Society, the IFES or whatever it is. Yeah.
He was part of that group, but he was actually going out and measuring shit. And this was like in the 70s, 80s. He's like, dude, there's no curve. He's no curve.
Right.
I could see.
And that's what. And that's what Eric DeBay's part of now. He runs that now or something. He's high up in it, right?
Yeah.
IFES, yeah.
Eric DeBay took that over. But yeah, Charles Johnson was part of that group, but that group started before Charles Johnson back in like the 50s. And they were a small group. Most of them were out of like England. And yeah, that kind of hung around here and there, 50s, 60s. But Charles Johnson picked it up when one of the guys died or something. And he took it for like 20 years. He was pitching flat earth. This guy would go on any talk show, radio, TV. There's tons of video of him talking about flat earth back in the 80s.
Okay, what's his name? Charles Johnson.
Charles Johnson.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to look that up. Thanks, man.
But yeah, this guy was out there kicking it for years, for decades. Until his fucking place burned down to the ground. And yeah, that was the end of that. Yeah. And then Eric Dubay took it up in 2014. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he took it up. IFES.
Does he have any new material, or is the 200 proofs still like his claim to fame big thing?
No, I mean, I think he's gone back and redone all the 200 proofs, like, on a higher quality. And then he'll bring up a video here and there about, the trip to Antarctica or whatever.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's still active for sure. He's still very active.
Okay, he's on Wiki. It says Charles Kenneth Johnson, July 24th, 1924 to March 19th, 2001, was, from 1972 until his death, the president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, which he and his wife ran from their home in California. He claimed that the Apollo moon landings and space exploration in general were fake to lead people away from the biblical truth that the world was flat.
the biblical truth. What they threw in a lot of shit there, man. Damn. Talk about a straw man shit, dude. They just straw manned him. A lot of claims without evidence, in my opinion. Where's the evidence? Where's the option?
Yeah, well, to be fair, I mean, he did just read a wiki. For all we know, there's little footnotes and links that, I don't know. Are there? There maybe not.
Yeah, there's a bunch of clips of him on talk show.
I think it was.
He's the one that was on. What is it? Yeah, I'm just looked him up on YouTube. Indio showed us this interview with him on a talk show. Wasn't Carlson? It was, what show was it? I'm trying to figure out the show that it was that he was on. But they were mocking him, and he kept his cool. Like he was, he was like making out like.
I think the video I saw of him on
Wally George show.
Wally George was the guy. Exactly. Yeah. Wally George. He was a character out here where I live in Southern California on television on this weird channel, man. And he would have this show once a week. And Charles Johnson, he went on there and they were bowing him and throwing shit at him. And like, dude, he's just trying to explain that there's no curvature to be found anywhere, period. Yeah. Space is fake. Yeah. He was a pioneer, man, in my opinion. He was out there forefront before 2015. I mean, obviously, he died in 2001. But he was out there.
Hey, what is going on here?
Evidence of him being out there telling everybody the Earth's flat. That's pretty cool.
What's going on here?
Dude, who's speaking up, man? I can barely hear you.
It's DL. What's up, DL?
All right. Anyway, Charles Johnson. Yep, there he is. Wally George. Thanks, T-Dub. Yeah, man, that was a very interesting show. The Wally George show, man. It turns out, man, that I have a lot in common and a lot of people I know that were either on that show or in the audience. I know a bunch of people that went to that, but I never did. But they went, and I seen them. And I was like, "Oh shit! There's my bro, man. There's my homie." Anyway, it was a thing here in Southern California. But yeah, guy came on, told the Earth is flat, man. Damn, I probably watched that show and just dismissed it back then. Oh, yeah, whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. I got to go to work tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the system. The system says, hey, man, you got to go to work tomorrow. Guess what, bro? Yeah, you can fuck off and not go to work, but you have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing is for me, even after all this, like I've been in this for, in this chat for a year and a half or so, but looking into all this for maybe at least going on 4 years on and off. When the first time that my friend introduced me to this, Yeah. And even after all this, dude, listen to you guys like almost every day.
Right.
It's still like when you take a step back after all the flat smacking and shit like that, you're still like, whoa. Like this whole story, it's fucking weird. At least I'm kind of like that. Take a step back, it's like how this the whole thing came to be, like, and here we are, like at the forefront of this thing. You know?
Yeah,
it's like a meta kind of like battlefield happening all day, every day. You know,
Right.
It's very surreal.
Yeah,
I gotta admit,
it is surreal, and that's why I love coming back in here and listening to you guys talk to somebody that's never even thought about. Yeah, what do you mean? There's flat, dumbass.
And when and you know, when it was gaining momentum, right? So back in the day, you know, and there was pushback. You know, you had people like Parallax, or what's Robotham, right? Yeah. So he was pushing back. He was saying, "Hang on a second now. Whoa, this is pretty heavy. The stuff you're talking about. Like, let's see if this is true, right? You know, just not going to go accepting this world belief system. You know, with no evidence. Like, what's the evidence? You know, so because there's all this other stuff that tells us that's wrong, right? Experience, reality for a start, right? There was pushback, right? And then who was the ones to come along and try and shut him down? None other than your primary advocates for evolution, right? It was those guys. Those were the ones standing up and saying, well, no, dinosaurs were real and the Earth's a ball and the Big Bang was whatever, you know, like, yeah, all that shit. Like, they were the guys.
Well, I mean, dinosaurs are like airplanes. That's a fucking rabbit hole. I mean, it takes a minute to get your head around dinosaurs, bro. I mean, that whole scam, there was a bunch of Mongos scamming that and taking money, whatever. You know, the money system's a whole nother issue. But yeah, dinosaurs, outer space. We could pull off dinosaurs. Yeah, we could pull off outer space. Sure, why not?
you know, one thing that really did it for me when I started hearing the claim of what was it? Something like chickens are descendants of dinosaurs.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck? You know, like how did somebody come up with that? Like the things that, like, what, T-Rex turned into a chicken? Like,
oh, but they were wiped out. They were wiped out by an asteroid first, right? And then
yeah, they had to get wiped out by the giant asteroid, Mongos.
Oh my god!
Come on, bro. Everybody knows that.
And then they turned into chickens.
Really?
But did I miss something? Was there? What did they say about that? Like, it was like the pterodactyls that just grew feathers.
No. It was the way it worked was how when the Eiffel Tower went into the sink, that's how it turned into the Bushman.
So, you lost me somewhere around.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Lost me.
I think you're hot micing. Maybe he's hot micing.
Somewhere in the Eiffel Tower, I got lost.
Yeah.
Damn.
It becomes a sink, and that sink turns into brick. In that room, that's how it happens.
Is anybody comprehending
I don't
this?
get it. I don't get it.
Not getting it.
Negative.
All right, so yeah, dinosaurs, chickens.
Yeah.
What an interesting combination. I mean, was it T-Rex and the chicken? I think.
Well, I don't know. Like, when I hear dinosaurs turned into chickens, I just think like a T-Rex immediately, because you know that's like the iconic dinosaur, right?
Long tail.
Well, yeah, well, you know, basically the retards of the dinosaurs, you know, like small arms and shit. They turned into chickens. I don't know, like that's just what I got in my head. I don't know where that came from, but like I'm sure it was like, oh no, you know, the flying ones, they just stopped flying, you know, because they evolved, right? I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it just seems so ridiculous. Like,
It is ridiculous. I will agree.
Damn.
So is flying an airplane on a fucking spinning, fucking curving ball, dude. Think about that, man. Flying an airplane on a fucking spinning, curving ball, man. You're gonna have some fucking problems, bro. You're fucked. I'm telling you, bro. You ain't no flying on a spinning, rotating, spheroid, bro. It's not gonna happen. No. Every single airline pilot treats the Earth's flat and stationary. Everybody knows this, right? If you don't know this, you should know this because they all treat it as flat and stationary. Damn, ain't that something? That's weird.
Well, what came first, right? The idea, and this is like goes for the globe too. But was it the idea that that dinosaurs existed, and then the discovery of bones, or did they discover the bones first and then learn that there were dinosaurs?
I think it was the first one you said, man. I mean, there's some big bone creatures out there. We all know that. I'm pretty sure. I mean, to my knowledge, there's been some really big animals like giraffes. They're pretty big. Damn, they're big. So yeah, big bones equals dinosaurs or we just found big bones and it equals dinosaurs, or we found big bones. It's not dinosaurs. I guess that's the question. Is that it, man? Which way did they discover it? Big bones, or they just talked about there must be big bones? I don't know, bro. Anybody got any curvature? Poncho Pete would love to have some bendy water, or some kind of curvature. That'd be cool. Or spin. That'd be good. Nobody? Have you guys ever heard of the town crier? The guy that used to cry in the town. He would
ring the bell. Oh yeah.
The town crier, right? And he would yell out, information, maybe news. So and so, would do this, so and so do that. The town crier. It's kind of like the news before, radio, TV, anything like that. But there would be a town guy, man, that was in charge of crying out the information. And he was called the town crier. Anyway. Something I heard years ago, just sharing it. Town crier. I didn't know that for years. They did not teach me that in school. I think you guys are the new town criers, and I really appreciate your information. You know, if you guys want to talk about stringed instruments, I'm your man, bro. If you guys want to talk about physics and stuff,
Flat Earth, dude.
yeah.
Newtown Criers sounds like a boy band.
It does. It totally does. But it's the truth, man. We are the Newtown Criers, bro. I really believe it. You know, we're out here crying this shit to people. Yeah, hey, man, what do you got for information? Yeah. Let's go. What do you got? And we're just, shouting out the information. That's what crying means, by the way. It's not like you're crying like tears. You are crying out to say, hey man, this is what's happening over here. This is what's happening over there. You're crying out. So crier wasn't somebody that was actually crying. It's funny, man, how they twist it sometimes. Damn. Anyway, let's keep talking to people that want to understand where they live, man. That's all. And if they're struggling with English, that's what the English Hub's all about. It's people obviously trying to get to learn English. We have to be really soft and gentle with these people, bro. We can't just, it's not like the old days, man. It's in this server. Dude, back in the old days, we had to check people in, man. Oh, that was beautiful. I love checking people in. Say, hey, man, what do you know about the Earth? Talk to me. What do you got? You got some Earth evidence? What do you got? Oh, you go time zones, whatever. Getting kooky, bro.
So, yeah, you just gave me an idea. I wonder if you can talk to Cyclone about something, to talk to Vivek about something. Yeah. No, it's all good. No, it'd be too complicated. No, it's all good.
All right.
I was just thinking of something, implementation to like try and keep out those pesky, annoying anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
We'll just deal with it case by case, I guess. Like, I was just thinking of some sort of like qualification system, something. I don't know. Just Matthew Learns' presence here earlier just bugged me, because we're sort of agreeing, it's kind of an unwritten agreement that this isn't the place for those regular idiots that annoy us all the time at the home server or other places, to come in here.
This is not the place for that. It's a much softer, more gentle, because you're dealing with people that do not understand English, or can't speak it, translate it well, and that's tough, man. You guys got to be, really aware.
All right.
I think it's been beautiful, man. It's been so great in here. Are you kidding me? It's been, but yeah, we got to handle it a little different, not so aggressive, like we used to. Dude, man, we used to get busy. You guys know. I'm preaching to the choir here. But yeah, this is a different vibe, man, for sure. It's totally different than politics or home server or, this is a great place, man. Thanks to whoever got us in here, man. I don't know who it was, but cheers. Truth is truth, man. Fire's hot. Yeah. Check it out. Don't believe me? Damn. Come on. You don't feel like you're shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour, do you? No, I didn't think so. But you just might believe that you are. That's an interesting concept. You believe you're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Okay. Good on you. As my friends from down under would say, good on you. But you have no evidence to back it up, man. Zero. You got nada. Zip. And that's a fun place to be, man, because I know they ain't got shit to back up their globe, bro. It's a tough world. It's a tough world out there. I've been told. Yeah. It's a mean old world. Somebody said that to me once. It's a mean old world. I was like, yeah, I think he's right. Yeah. Shout out to Mose Allison. What's up, Mose? Well, we just had the big 4th of July celebration out here in America. It's 249 years, man, since we told those cucks in the UK to piss off, man. You know, we got our own thing going here, bitches. 249 years ago today, they signed that Declaration of Independence, man. And they said, hey, man, piss off. That's why we celebrate today. It's a holiday. It's America, baby. I wish Helio was here, man. We got America.
Hey, and congratulations on the big, beautiful bill.
The bill. We got a big bill.
No, the passing. They passed the big, beautiful bill.
The big, beautiful bill is passed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. You're going to make America great again.
You know? Damn. Why don't they just go all in and go, like, I'm going to make the world better again? Fuck America. I'm going everybody. Let's make it better again. Can we do that? What does that mean, better again? I'm curious about that because
compared to when was it?
Right? Yeah, I'm a little confused here, Captain.
Better for the first time.
Exactly. So yeah, there's that situation here. Again? What do you mean again? We're already great, man. Damn it. Let's go. What do you mean again? That's such a negative, bro, right? That's what I see it as. Make it great again. That means you're in the shithole. I mean, you're kind of already fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't. Yeah.
I mean, there's probably a lot of countries that are wishing that they had half of what some of the other nations have. You know what I mean?
Oh, no question, man. I mean, Haiti, yeah, that's they had it great. They fucked it up. Cuba fucked it up. I don't know. Cuba looked like a really great place to go at one time, but I don't know if I'd go there now. But yeah, maybe if I had the right, travel companion, I could go. Probably make it, but yeah, the world's looking pretty crazy out there, and we want to make it better, bro. Uh, I don't know. Is that a contradiction? Again, just to say we can make it great again, bro. Let's do it again. Like, you're already in the negative position when you say that. You know, you're screwed when you say that. Again, that means you had it and you lost it, bro. It's like going to the casino, man. You lost the money, but you want to try to win it back. Well, it costs you money to try to win your money back. That sucks, man. That's why gambling sucks, in my opinion. Yeah. Make it. Can we make the earth flat again? Is there a hat for that? Fuck. That'd be cool. I don't know.
Well, welcome in Ark, and welcome back, Fatty. We have who's this person here? Ayu. Ayu? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly. Welcome in.
What's up, Fat? Ayu?
Thank you.
Welcome, man. Welcome.
Fatty is a return customer. I think Fatty is enjoying the conversations that he has here. Hopefully. What do you say, Fatty?
Yep.
And am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Fadi or Faddy?
Yeah, Fadi. That's correct.
Fadi.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. What does that mean?
It's an Arabic name. It means Jesus.
Oh, really? It means Jesus?
Yeah.
In Arabic?
Yep.
Interesting. Wow. There you go. Like, specifically, does it mean he like that as his name or his title? Like, I see you have King or Lord, right, in your profile. Is it more like that, like a ruler?
Yeah, I think it's like a title. More like a title. Like a savior.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, right, gotcha. Yep. Cool. And have you been thinking any more about, things that were discussed earlier with you, or anything new you've thought of that you want to mention or talk about, or any new questions you want to ask?
I don't think so yet. Maybe in the future.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're welcome at any time.
Thank you.
Welcome, Reva.
Well, T-Dub, I might go and put a comedy on. What do you reckon? Star Trek or Star Wars?
Yeah.
Like that.
Let's see. Star Trek is probably funnier.
Oh shit! Even crack myself up.
Yeah, I was thinking probably going to go silent mode too. Silent deafen mode. I can deafen without showing the deafen symbol. So I'm thinking I might do that and do something similar.
Yep. Not a problem, guys. I shall catch you all later. You enjoy. What's the time? 5 past. You enjoy the rest of your day, afternoon, morning, evening, or wherever you allotted time zone. And I shall catch you all in the future. Peace, guys.
Cheers, Matrix. Yeah, talk to you later, man. Yeah, I'll talk to you all you guys later. I'll check it. I'll check in. I'll check back in a bit. See how's it going. All right. Cheers.
That's all I've been saying the whole time. I don't know why.
So gases have different weights, therefore gravity affects them. What? That doesn't equate.
No, well, yes. I mean, if helium is lighter than the nitrogen-oxygen mixture of our atmosphere, then helium rises. Therefore, a balloon floats. Radon doesn't.
Therefore,
Radon
gravity.
No, I'm just saying, whether you believe it's gravity or whatever, that gas is helium has what 2 protons, and radon has many more. So radon is heavier. Therefore, radon will stick it to the bottom of your basement, right?
Yeah, following the relative densities. Following Archimedes.
And helium rises. So I'm saying different gases are different ways. Gases are affected by gravity. That's what I've been
No.
No. And I
You
cut
said
you off at the
just
right.
wait more.
Exactly.
When you did talk about the molecule and how much matter does each molecule have, that's density. That's
I know. I get density.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Will you stop talking and let me finish? So
I've been muted for the whole fucking time. I get what you're saying, dude.
One molecule is denser than the other. So without assuming anything else, you can use Archimedes principle. So that denser thing, which is that denser gas, will go down, and
it's heavier. It's heavier. It's more dense. It goes down. Yeah, I get it.
No, don't add.
So not gravity.
I'm not even talking about gravity. I'm just saying.
You just said,
heavy gas go down.
That's exactly what you did the first time you opened your mouth.
Okay, I didn't know you guys were against gravity, dude. My bad,
bro.
I've been so respectful here, and all you guys have done is muted me. I made a very obvious assertion.
Bro, gas disperses in all directions. It diffuses into other mediums. So if you have a heavy concentration of a gas or a high concentration of a certain gas that is more dense than another gas, you can pour that gas out and it appears to fall in the air because the concentration difference between the gases means there's a density difference and causes a directionality. However, if you try to store that heavy gas in a bucket, you will find that that doesn't work because gravity does not hold the gas down. It's just the diffusion rate between the different densities of the gases is such that it's going to take time for the gas to disperse into the available volume. And so there's no gravity preventing the gas from moving upwards or from moving around or dispersing.
That wasn't even my
It's not being held down by anything.
Okay.
It's just
Again,
the density
that wasn't even my
that's
assertion,
causing
guys.
that effect.
We started out talking about sound waves, right? That's what we were talking about. I'm just saying heavy gas, regardless of what force is pushing it down, we all can agree that heavy gas goes down.
Yeah, but you have a problem. The air is inhomogeneous, anisotropic. It's not got heavier gas at the bottom.
I'm listen to what I'm saying. Gas, whether you agree with whatever force, whatever, we can disagree on that, whatever. I'm just saying the gas is held to the surface. So
you don't have any evidence of that. We have the opposite of evidence of that.
Oh my God,
all the gas laws show that the gas moves randomly and freely in all directions away from the surface.
Yeah, that's like
it doesn't have a bias down.
Disperses in all directions. You keep hearing it, and you keep saying that they go down to the surface. Why do you keep doing that?
Theoretically, so you're saying gas can travel upwards like randomly?
And all
it does. Listen, can I bump in just for a minute? All right, this is from the journal. Listen, from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies. Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, Volume 71. Despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing, driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces, prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight. This is Avogadro's law in principle being demonstrated by nature. You don't have what you think is happening.
No, I'm not disputing that. No, you guys are
All
missing
right, well,
the point.
guess what? The same ratio of gas molecules, regardless of their molecular weights, are found in Death Valley as they are atop Mount Everest. There's no stratification by molecular weight due to
the air
gravity.
density is that's
that sounds false. That sounds false.
The air density at the top of Mount Everest is significantly less than it is.
That's air
Yeah, the
pressure,
density is different, but the ratio is different.
Yes,
Masses are independent.
Density.
All right, so I'm going to say this again with Avogadro's law.
Can I talk for? I've been muted for so long. Okay, that is false. If you're at the top of Mount Everest,
Demonstration, okay? So you take three different boxes, like what you were claiming earlier. Three different boxes.
You're saying the air
three
density
different gas molecules
is the same
with the
at
same
Mount
number
Everest
of moles.
as surface, as like water surface.
He said you have the same mix of gases.
The same ratio. You don't get more helium on top of Mount
That
Everest.
is true. Yes, the wind mixes it all together. I get that. I'm not.
The temperature mixes. The temperature has a greater profound effect. Okay. Anyway, let me continue with Avogadro's law. Avogadro's law demonstrates a concept in physics called the mass-independent nature of gas pressure. The fact you haven't heard about this kind of shows the audience what your education level is.
How do you know? Why do you assume things? I'm not even. You guys just
because I'm going to teach you in the audience what this means.
Sound waves.
I'm going to teach you in the audience an 8th grade physics lesson. Okay? Do you want to listen to this, or do you want to talk over to me?
No, you already made the assertion that the air pressure.
I'm not asserting anything. I'm explaining a law of nature to you. Okay? Avogadro's law. I might have to put you on mute. Take three different boxes.
Oh my God! Put me on
you were
mute,
going with
dude.
earlier. Okay? Put radon in one box.
All right.
Helium in another. And oxygen in another. If you could be a pharmacist and bean count the number of molecules to show that they're all the same.
Sorry, sporadic, really fast. He's telling you he doesn't want to mute you, and you keep talking through him. What's wrong with you? Can you just be quiet for a second? You keep making noises.
I came in here.
Yeah, but you're not muted
I
right now.
looked at your
He's explaining
evidence.
something, and you're talking through him. It's like you can't help it for some reason.
Yeah, it's almost
trying
like
to
I've been
provide a
muted for
valuable
whole
lesson
fucking
here.
hour, dude.
Okay,
I came in
let's
here
say you
as being
take
nice,
10
and now
molecules
you
of
guys are
radon
fucking
and
just
put that
muting
in
me.
one box.
All this shit.
10 molecules of oxygen, put that in another box.
Sound waves, and I haven't been able to
Still
speak.
talking through him.
My
He can't
main
hear you, sporadic. You might have to mute him.
Yeah, I had to mute him because he keeps lying and saying he came in here being respectful and stuff. Like, talking over people is not being respectful, and you started doing that because you wouldn't listen to us.
Right. You're on mute. I only have a few minutes. I had to jump in here to correct you because you're wrong, swine. Okay? Let me continue. This won't take very long. I'm sorry it's going to be painful for you to hear. If you were to take 10 molecules each, one set of radon, 10 molecules of radon, put that in one box. 10 molecules of oxygen, put that in another box. 10 molecules of helium, put them in another box. Count them out, okay? The boxes are all the same dimension, and you're going to heat them up to the same temperature. Guess what happens? The pressure is the same, regardless of molecular weight, on all sides of the box, top, sides, and bottom. This is demonstrating the physical phenomenon known as Avogadro's law, the mass-independent nature of gas pressure. Gas pressurization is not due to gravity. Gas molecules are unaffected by gravity completely. This is highlighted further in the entire body of the kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior. You won't find gravity as a single variable within any of the ideal gas laws. Okay? I'm going to step away, I'm going to unmute you, and I'm also going to put myself on mute because I have work to do. Thanks.
Can I answer this? Gas is affected by gravity.
No, bro. Okay, first of all, you can't show that air pressure is caused by gravity. And so, because there's less air pressure at Mount Everest, you think that's caused by gravity. He just finished showing you that gravity does not affect gas molecules. So your assumption is 100% false. However, in reality, gas is generated at the ground level, and then out of the air, it recondenses and falls back down, and that creates the gas cycles. And so we also have a temperature gradient, and temperature affects gas, and so the higher the temperature, the faster the gas moves, and the greater the pressure, and so you would naturally have a pressure gradient. No gravity.
Indeed. Matthias, did you have something to add, Matthias?
You do not have a mass gradient.
So gas will just leach off into space forever?
There's no mass gradient. There's a container.
because that's you're talking about your pressure argument here, but space is zero pressure, so the gas just goes off into space then.
Guess what that means? Guess what that means? We live in a contained environment. Congratulations.
Fourth time you said it.
It's a roof. There's a roof.
Containment. Containment. He said it 4 times.
Okay,
but by what?
By what the? There's a fucking glass roof at the top, or is it black? Or is it a? Maybe they paint the stars on there with little lights, you know.
Swine doesn't understand. Swine does not understand.
What do you mean contained environment?
Matejas, you see how someone else is talking? You can talk after them or ask a question later. Stop talking through people.
I was just trying to say that Swine does not understand or know what the cause of gas pressure is.
I absolutely do. I get it.
Okay, why don't you? Define it for us right now. What is the cause of gas pressure? Go ahead and tell us.
Number 1 would be gravity. It could be heat.
Okay, show us a citation for gravity causing gas pressure. Causing. You got that?
Okay, so what
citation? No, stop talking.
What is the pressure?
Stop talking and show the citation.
You gave me a question, I'm going to give you an answer.
You're going to stop making claims that you're not providing evidence for. So
it's okay, Sonny. I'll just debunk him. I'll just debunk him really quickly. He can exhale, so gravity is not preventing gas from expanding into the less pressure at all. So he's just wrong. Gravity does not act as a container and prevent gas expansion into a vacuum. Under no tests or experiments can we show that. So that's just an imagination on his part.
Something has to press on the gas for it to have pressure.
And I can show at least 6 citations that show what the cause of gas pressure is, and I don't see Swine posting anything saying gravity is the cause of gas pressure. You just can't help. You can't help interrupting people, can you? You just can't help yourself.
Yeah, it's almost like you guys just keep muting me over and over.
No, I was speaking. I was in the middle of my fucking sentence, and you had to interrupt again. This is like the 12th time you've done this.
Yeah, I only have to mute him.
You've interrupted people, every single person, like 4 different people you've interrupted. I've listened.
I just muted him because the audio chaos is not what we want to listen to. There's a lot of people listening to this, buddy. So people
and yes, Matejas, yes, gas pressure. You need a container to measure the pressure in the first place. Yes, Matejas, yes.
Yeah, I also have a question on just the server itself. Why isn't this a stage? So it's better to organize that way. I mean, it would be better if it was a stage and you could invite people on and they can lift their hand up.
Maybe when you create a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you can make it a stage. That'd be cool.
So what I wanted to say is that every test that we can do here on Earth, even here on the surface where the gravity is the most potent, like even if we claim that gravity is real, the tests are debunking his claim. We try to open a container of gas inside a vacuum chamber. Gravity doesn't hold that gas down if we open the container. So if that gas is uncontained, it will just fill the vacuum. Let's try with gas pressure gradient by heating the top of the container and cooling the bottom, so it will create high pressure in the bottom of the container and low pressure in the top. Open that container inside the vacuum. Oh, guess what? Gravity can't hold down gases.
This is because... Can I answer
gravity
this?
are 2 factors. Why is that so difficult to understand?
This is because on a localized level, the force of gravity is way less than the force of the pressure differential.
Can you demonstrate that force in that? And manipulate it?
So, for me to do this, I would need to do it in outer space or in a state of free fall, and then compare the times for the 2 things to...
Whatever happened to the hairless? You can't do it. So you can't do it.
Yeah, because there's a roof, so you can't get out to space.
So, I mean, is this an argument from ignorance? Or what is
Why?
this?
Oh, it's just an appeal to the future. You're saying you could do it if you could do this and do that, but you can't.
It's also
no one has.
Well, what can you demonstrate in a Discord
It's
call?
also an impossible task. So it's a Sisyphean fallacy as well. Like you can't just appeal to something you
you
can't.
say I can't
hold on.
instead
I
of
think there is a test.
making up a story and saying what you could do in the future, possibly.
Didn't that guy who is it who used a balloon to get up really high in the atmosphere and then he jumped out? We have
Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull jump.
Yeah, so that would explain that once the density, like the low density gas, gets to the edge, then gravity is the only thing holding it there, and then it stops. And there's a VOD of that.
No.
Thing, right? Yeah. No,
How do you get to that conclusion?
Huh?
How do you get to that conclusion?
Okay, so the conclusion is the gas rises because it's less dense than its gas at surface area, surface level. So the air pressure pushes it up. The balloon goes to the top. Once air density is lower near outer space, which you can see at that point, it stops, and it reaches.
What happens is the balloon expands until it can expand no more, and stops, or it pops, and so.
Yeah. But in the case I'm referring to, it didn't pop. It expanded.
In this case, all he did was go higher up into the air where there's less pressure gradient, like we explained to you earlier, which requires a containment.
So what's
and then
holding
jump
it there?
down, and the best part is the horizon was still flat at that height. And where he landed was the opposite direction where he should have landed if Coriolis existed and the Earth rotated.
Okay, so what's holding the balloon at the edge then?
That doesn't have anything to do with the gravity. I understood what he said. So he's saying that balloon will just continue to rise in the sky, and at a certain moment, like we understand, when the balloon is in equal equilibrium with the in medium, so the relative density of the balloon inside the medium won't let it go higher because it's same density as that medium. So let me explain to you. That doesn't have anything to do with gravity. When the balloon continue to rise to the sky,
here's why it does have to do with gravity.
Just listen. I'm talking now. So then it stops. It's like when you put an egg inside the medium of water and you add salt to the water till the egg is equal density than the water. And when you put the egg inside the water, it won't rise up and it won't go down. It's just because it's in equal density with the medium. Like that balloon, because it's filled with helium, so that helium will continue to rise up till it's equal density with its environment, and it will stop.
I got it. So why is it that the density is lower at the heights of the atmosphere? You see,
because of the dynamic environment that we live in. So gases gains kinetic energy because of the temperatures of those hot gases, or those gases that are less dense. They will just go up. Like when you heat a balloon, that balloon will have more pressure, so it will inflate more because that gas is having more kinetic energy because of that temperature. If you release that gas, it will rise up.
Yeah, gas pressure is not mass dependent, so it doesn't like your theory is gravity is pulling on mass, and this is not mass dependent. You don't see any effects of gravity on it.
But the reason that the medium that it comes to an equilibrium at that point and stays there is because the medium. The point is that the heavier pressure gas is at the bottom, and it's not just solely because of heat and cold. That's the part you're missing.
You don't know you don't have any evidence to prove that, for instance, specific gravity or relative density, the orientation of things relative to their medium, you don't have any evidence that that's caused by your presumptions of gravity?
Okay, so if you... Okay, so underneath, as we dig down, the rock, the crust is more dense than it is on the top because of pressure, right? So why is it that the digger we deep, the heavier it gets?
It's not actually true.
And it's hotter as well.
Sorry, that's not actually true. When they dug the deepest borehole they ever dug in the world, the Kola super deep borehole, they kept coming up wrong based on their predictions and didn't find what they expected. So the Earth is filled with hollow spaces, water, and all sorts of other jazz.
Hollow spaces.
Yeah, it's called caves.
Are you a hollow Earth, dude?
No.
Okay.
Why did you get that
Didn't know
conclusion
caves
out of
existed?
I don't know. I was just asking.
There's layers. That's all he's saying.
Okay, he said he's not.
So
Can I ask? Can I ask a more fundamental question? Maybe religious grounds.
Wrong channel.
Better not.
Okay. Well, I have a question about the container. You know, if God made the universe, are we just on this earth like as a prison? Are we able to escape this barrier? Or are we just stuck here?
Why would you want to?
Earth is pretty nice, bro.
It is nice.
Yeah, why would you want to leave?
Yeah, leave where?
Well, it's like, why did the slaves want to rebel if they got food and water?
That's a deep question. Like if your skin is like containing your blood and the food that you eat, is your body just like a prison for your soul? I mean, it's a deep question, but I don't think it's really
completely irrelevant to the topic of the server.
It might not be irrelevant.
Get it back on point.
It is a good question, though. Like,
let me tell you something.
Are we trapped or not?
The Earth is your only reality. The only reality that you know. So you don't know if there is other realities outside what you call prison. I don't know if there is somewhere where you can belong, where you can exist. If you leave this reality, you don't know that, so you can sit and shut up and leave it as it is. Because it is your reality, the only reality that you know. Earth.
Is this thinking
I mean, we have drones on other pieces of rock in space, so.
Yeah, is this thinking happening due to the conclusion that was met when we found out that relative density disequilibrium is causing things to go up and down?
It's two factors. Again, gravity and density are two different things.
Is that how this happens?
Oh, did he cut out?
You don't have gravity yet.
Are we able to overcome the barrier that's on Earth?
No.
Okay. Why not?
What barrier? Why not? Because it's a physical barrier that contains gases. It's a physical
space
boundary.
Is fake. We don't need anything to be a barrier for us. Space is fake, and we already have air pressure. The end. Can't go anywhere.
Yeah, that's where that ideal comes from, that belief in outer space. You feel like you're trapped in a prison. You don't hear me talking, swine?
Sorry, I think we talked at the same time. Go ahead.
Yeah, we absolutely didn't. But go ahead.
Okay, is propulsion possible in a vacuum?
No.
So a rocket engine, a solid.
Correct. Rockets don't work in a vacuum. It's imaginary.
With an oxidizer, they do work in a vacuum.
No, what's it pushing off of? It's pushing off of itself. That's retarded.
No, it's pushing off its own
ejecting
propellant.
mass from itself. It's ejecting mass in a focused direction. That's how
a rocket engine is not a jet engine.
There is no focused direction in a vacuum. That mass that you are claiming that rocket is ejecting, it's gas. Yeah, it's gas. Gas inside the vacuum, so it doesn't have any specific direction. It will fill the vacuum in all directions. So it will go outside that muzzle of the rocket without any specific direction. Like, you don't dream that you can have like that thing in a Shalom or a torch. No, a focused beam of fire. No shit.
A focused beam of ejecting mass at a very fast rate will propel an object.
It will exit. Just listen.
The answer is no. You cannot shoot a rocket in a vacuum.
If we can't agree that rocket engines don't
listen.
Just
then
listen.
I don't know what we can agree on.
If you want to create trust, you want to push on something that is slower than than you. So that gas that is ejected from the muzzle won't slow down. Remember, there is nothing to slow it down.
I mean, he can still make these claims, or he can just Google search it where they demonstrate that propulsion doesn't work in a vacuum chamber. Why does he keep making claims and not on everything we
do work in a vacuum? If you have an oxidizer, if you have an oxidizer,
Swine, he can't help it. Swine can't help it. Go ahead.
Just listen. Try to listen if you want the answer. So because that gas won't slow down, there is nothing to slow it down when it exits the muzzle of that rocket or that spaceship. There is nothing to slow it down. So that gas that exits the muzzle will go at the same speed as the gas that just exits the muzzle now, and the one after it and the one after it. So you don't push on nothing. There is nothing to push against if all those gas molecules are going at the same speed.
That's
in the same directions.
That's not how it works.
This is insane.
Yeah, and you can't understand basic physics if you can't understand how a rocket engine works. And
a rocket. If we're talking about propellers, you'd have a point. If we're talking about a jet turbine, you have a point. We're talking about specifically a rocket engine with an oxygen.
Demonstrate it.
So the rocket engine that you
what a bold claim, dude. You have to understand rocket propulsion to understand that the Earth is not a globe. This is a crazy standard.
We're not even talking about that. We're talking about, does a rocket work in a vacuum? And he just can't understand the physics of a very simple rocket.
Well, okay, let's go ahead and solve this problem really quickly. Let's get a demonstration of it. So if you could recreate a vacuum such as that exists in space, and then show us how the rocket works in there like that, then we'll get somewhere.
Or you can keep saying words and keep getting debunked, and then keep rinsing and repeating those words.
I have a question. Does a rocket work? Does rocket work in a place of lower pressure?
Let's just get us the demonstration that we're looking for. How about that?
NASA has the answer, and I posted it right from their website, Rocket Thrust. It requires pressure. You see that thing that says PO?
Where?
If you have no pressure on the outside, you have nothing for the thrust to press against.
Yep.
But Sonny, as Swine stated, you don't understand the physics of nothing, which is what is claimed in a vacuum, which is nothing would be the emptiness, right? So you don't understand the physicality of.
And the response that he couldn't understand was about their own claim.
Obviously,
claimed that the rocket is expelling matter and push against that matter that the rocket is expelling.
It's pushing from itself. That's how it
understands
works,
perfectly.
Yeah.
No, it's pushing against the outside
like
pressure.
I said, if you're talking about a jet turbine.
Pressure. The thrust has to push against pressure on the outside.
Expel matter at a high pressure.
All we need is the demonstration.
I don't think he's listening to a word anyone's saying. He's just chanting through any and everyone.
Yeah,
we just need the demonstration, Swine. Swine, we just need the demonstration, please.
The pressure outside of the rocket has no effect
blast off
on the thrust of a rocket, because a rocket does not consume oxygen from the outside. It has its own oxidizer.
That doesn't matter.
Matthias, no one's making that point. What I need is the demonstration, bro. Just demonstration. That's all I need.
This guy thinks that air pressure outside is, it's sometimes negligible, but it exists and affects thrust. Like, what?
In a vacuum, sir?
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like the Starship Enterprise has a warp drive. I'm not following that. You keep telling us, dude, listen to me. You keep telling us that the Starship Enterprise has a warp drive. That's how it works in space. That's what you're saying to us. There's
no, that's not what we're saying.
There's no demonstration to perceive what you're saying. There's only a claim.
You are insane.
That the Starship Enterprise has a warp drive that works in space. That's what you keep repeating.
Yeah.
No.
If you think I said this, you are actually insane.
Yeah, you're saying it too. If you think a rocket can thrust against nothing, Like you're going against what NASA says.
No, it goes to orbit. And then
pushing against
propulsion.
Dude, we're not going to
hear other people talking.
I'm gonna mute everybody because I can't get a word in. We're not going to watch SpaceX fake videos. Do you understand that?
It's not from SpaceX, but okay.
SpaceX booster cam video. You dumb ass. You didn't even read the shit you posted.
It's stupid. It's stupid. Legitimately stupid.
Oh yeah, it's just SpaceX.
We may as well be watching. Star
Where's the barrier, dude? It is SpaceX. I was wrong.
I wish I had.
We all know. Just you, the one who was ignorant about it. So
the thing you posted, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's SpaceX.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Why would you trust a scientist from one field against a scientist from another field?
That's why you don't have to trust any scientist.
Why is the scientist that works in outer space less trustworthy than the one who works on the
Try your question again. Space is fake, so try that again.
Prove it.
Space is fake because
yeah, you do need to prove it. That's the problem. Or
you can ask the question and then keep talking, swine.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, air pressure proves that space is fake. We have air pressure.
So
this is the problem when you're talking about trust and faith and belief. We're not interested in that. We're interested in verifiable evidence. Have you got any of that?
So you're saying that because there is air pressure, only up to the point where there is air, there is space.
No, you haven't proven that space is what you think it is, a vacuum. Show the evidence that space is a vacuum, and then you can provide evidence that it's real. Otherwise, it's fake.
I'm saying.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that space is a vacuum? Go ahead and prove that right now.
I'm saying that which exists is the place where there is air pressure.
It doesn't exist. You need to prove that space is a vacuum. Show everybody here that you can do that. Either articulate it or put it in text. Show that space is a vacuum right now.
The gas pressure is here, Matejas. You have to demonstrate gas pressure in outer space or us leaving outer space.
I'm saying...
Prove it, like you said. Prove it. Put your money where your mouth is. Prove it.
I'm saying where there is air pressure, there is that which exists.
You're not saying nothing new.
There is that which exists.
If you're not going to prove it,
right here, what we have.
If you're not going to prove it, then sit down and let somebody else prove it. Who else thinks space exists like the way with the vacuum? Go ahead and show us how that exists.
I'm not saying this. I'm saying where there is air pressure, that is.
Yeah, you're not saying
that is
this.
what
So
there is.
Then we'll bypass you. We'll go to the next guy who thinks space
You're
is
a
real.
fucking retard.
Yeah, we're going to bypass you and go to the next person who thinks space is a vacuum. Go ahead and prove that space is a vacuum right now.
Okay, so me personally, I don't think space is a perfect vacuum, but I do think space...
I didn't say perfect. Say perfect. I want you to tell us how space is a vacuum. Demonstrate to us.
I don't think anyone can do that. That's kind of weird.
Thank you. Then you gave up the ghost, space is fake, and I rest my case.
I think space is real, I just don't think it's a perfect vacuum.
Maybe we've got to take them back to the beginning.
You can think whatever you like. You can believe in fairies and Santa Claus and whatever. It doesn't make it real. You have to prove what you're saying. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what you think.
Right. I just don't have the floor to prove it. The floor is for people who want to prove space is a vacuum. That's not me.
Yeah. So therefore, you can't provide evidence that space is what we've all been told that it is. So you don't have evidence. Neither does anyone else. And that's Radwin's point. Space is fake, and I'm agreeing with him.
I don't think the standard model shows that space is empty.
I don't care what you think. Show.
Excuse me. AV, he's not listening to you. Hey.
Space is
I am listening.
10 to the minus 17 torr. So there's air pressure, negative 17 torr.
Negative 17. Ooh, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that minus decimal places, I mean. Yeah, 17. Air pressure down that low. How do you do that? You need a container, don't you, to make air pressure?
No, you don't.
Where's your space container?
No.
Do you consider the atmosphere a container?
Negative.
No,
it's not.
Gases can't form into a ball.
container.
We've seen solids turn into a ball, and aren't
I
gases
said
just
gases, you idiot.
solids?
What's wrong with you?
No, I know. I haven't seen any evidence of gases forming a ball. I've just been told that.
Okay, well, then it was just a story someone told you. So we're telling you the truth.
Well, I mean, since solids can form a ball, I know that one. Solids can.
Yeah, we're not talking about solids. It's talking about gases. Why do you keep reverting back to that?
Well, because it's just states of matter.
Hold on a second.
Yeah. It's the wrong state of matter, though.
Well, we can no, he needs to understand what flat Earth is so he can have a better understanding
Hold on,
of
I
what
wanted
we're
him to
saying.
tell me what solids turn
Let him speak to
themselves into
Radwin.
balls. What solids turn themselves into balls?
Well, we've seen it with salt.
Salt turns into balls?
It doesn't really just turn into anything, but yeah, it'll.
Okay,
amass
so you
together
lied
into a
about that too. So now you have no atmosphere,
Well, I
no
just
air
misused
ball.
words. I tried to correct it.
Atmos means air, and a sphere, atmosphere, sphere is a ball. You don't have an air ball. You just have air.
He said
pressurized air.
He said solids are just a state of matter. Yeah, it is a state of matter. Yeah.
That was my
Correct.
excuse for bringing it up. Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
going to prove anything here because it's solid, not gas.
Yeah, it is a different state of matter than gas. It's we
Hold
understand.
on,
that-
but we don't want to take him down some long and winding road, so he quits.
I won't quit, bro. I'm happy. I know you guys are good people. I've hung up here before.
Okay, so now that you don't have an air ball, you don't need an air ball. You already have air pressure. That's it. Space is fake. No rockets flying to planets and making rovers run around with helicopters in 1% Earth's atmosphere. Helicopters just zooming around. You can't even get to the top of Mount Everest with a helicopter. So how's it going to work on Mars, right?
Do we have helicopters, or do they claim that we have helicopters?
Yeah.
Really? I've never heard of this. That's cool. Is it like drone helicopters, or like they're just the actual?
No, there's people flying them. The fuck?
So it's not just a drone. Right?
There's spacemen on Mars flying the helicopters.
Mars helicopter. I'm looking this up.
Yeah, they're always having to rattle the thing to get it to work again. It dies, they rattle it, it works. They celebrate. Oh, cool.
You use your phone app. Yeah, you use your phone app. You stand next to it and you say on, and it goes. It's just like starting a drone, but you start the helicopter the same way. You got to stand there so it can get its coordinates. It can get its coordinates so it knows where it's at. So when you hit home, it returns.
Turns. Whoa. Helicopter.
Yeah, they must have GPS on Mars.
No, I don't think they do. No.
Hey, Kleenex, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
Oh, yeah? Is it the Brooklyn Bridge? Because, bro, yeah, I'll buy it.
Yeah, just leave the money there. I'll come get it later.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
And
he's
it'll
going
just
to
be
go leave the money there. He believes you.
Yes, I believe you. Give me the bridge.
Now you can sell it to some other sucker.
You guys remember that bridge that collapsed because of attrainment? You guys know attrainment? You guys don't know attrainment? It's like when you put a bunch
That's like a little off topic. It's just a little off topic, so nobody.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have to continue. Thanks for telling me. Well, since there's no topic,
Well, no, you were the one
no, you
hyping all these
understand what-
outer space travel things, and then you didn't even know about the R2-D2 on Mars.
yeah, I didn't know about this drone at all. This is cool.
What's cool about it?
Well, I personally believe that we're doing stuff like this.
Yeah, that's on Devon Island.
Is that what's cool? You believing that it's happening, or?
No. Because I believe that it is happening, its connection to all the other things, and the apparent.
You just realized you just found out about this one, so.
Yeah, I did.
Did you know there's animals on Mars?
I don't know about animals.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, I mean, I guess there should be if we.
Yes,
have machinery
they're called
up
the
there.
Mars Lemmings.
Show the picture. Show the picture.
Yeah, Mars Lemmings. They only exist on Mars and on Devon Island. Isn't that crazy? Those two places are the only place these animals, populate the most, I would say, that you can just find them.
Are you saying that an image with the drone in it that is claiming to be on Mars has a lemming in it?
Not that image. We have to go get you that one.
It's funny he had a
It's from the rover wandering around taking pictures.
Why did he have a knee-jerk reaction to that? Why didn't you just say cool?
So there's a picture of the Mars lemming. Yeah, there's a picture of the lemming that's running around up there. 1% atmosphere, 1% air, and it's just having a good old time. There's the Mars truck.
The
they
Mars
drive around
truck.
on Mars. There's
claiming
nice
these
pictures of them driving around on Mars. The guy who took the picture didn't want his shadow in it, I'm sure. There's some people on Mars. So what you got now? Look, more Mars people.
There are any womp rats up there?
Is it settling in Phoenix?
So there's apparently a convenient food store or some kind of supermarket on Mars because we found a juice box already on there and some other garbage.
Cool.
Well, my question is, who's claiming this stuff?
NASA says they're on Mars.
Pictures.
So are they lying to you, Phoenix?
Well, if they are claiming this, then they probably are lying about this.
Probably, maybe.
Only
with
lying
evidence
about
in front
this,
of you,
though.
maybe.
Oh no, I can't decide anything's true whether or not I'm a flat earther, man. Truth.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
here we go, brain in the jar, incoming.
I just want to know if you can come to a conclusion based off of the evidence that's been presented to you. Can you make your own conclusion?
I can. It just doesn't mean I want to. And it's not
exactly.
because
That's all I wanted to point out. That's all I wanted to point out. That's all.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to say I don't conclude things no matter what. Like I think
he just wants to remain in the cool story.
Guess what we got here, folks? We have a brain in the jar. He's not 100% sure of anything.
I want to help you out, Phoenix. I'm going to be extra nice about this. So here's the timeline. You said, yes, I believe the things they tell me. We went off into space and talking about their stories. They laid out Mars for you, explaining how it's fake, giving you evidence. And you would evaluate the evidence we present, but you just take their word for it. That's what you're saying?
No. I'm saying I don't conclude things. I like to see perspectives and flesh them out. I'm saying that the perspective that we've gone to space, I'm more attached to. So when I see something like this, it doesn't mean I conclude anything they say is right. So I'm very open to this stuff. That's why right now I'm doing research into the hot and Mars.
What's your standard for fleshing things out? What standard do you have so you can say, I know that this is good and that's not?
There's two standards. One, I'm never done.
As you can hear, Alpha is on Mars right now because we're getting bad reception.
And the 30-minute delay is crazy.
So do you still set out milk and cookies for Santa Claus? I'm just curious.
No, I don't know why that would be an issue. Though. If I was a dad, I would probably be doing that.
So you have come to a conclusion that Santa Claus is not real?
That came from trust towards my parents, and obviously,
indeed. Yes, I love it. Says we continue.
Right.
Yeah.
So at some point, you figured out that Santa was just a story, and you decided not to wait up or put milk and cookies out, right?
I mean, personally, we still did milk and cookies, but I get your point, right? You stop doing certain behavior when you find that out, right?
Right. So believing in space would not be a great idea since there's no evidence to support the idea.
Well, no one who's a role model of mine has claimed space not to be real yet. That did happen for Santa.
So you need some kind of trusted authority, like you need a relative to tell you that space is fake?
Well, no, I need to trust who I'm hearing it from. So far, if Mars is claiming this stuff,
are you playing?
That's what we're pointing out to you, Phoenix. You have God-given senses. You can figure this out for yourself. It is not rocket science. That's what we're saying. Are you saying
hold on? You didn't suss out the Santa Claus thing. You had to be told.
That's all you're saying.
No, I mean I sussed it out a little bit, but I didn't figure it out until I was told, right? Probably because I really wanted it to be real.
Yikes.
Sounds very familiar.
Yeah, it could be what's happening with the belief in space. Absolutely. I want to learn more.
As a grown man, you don't feel comfortable just taking anyone's word for it, though, right?
Well, I think you're right, but if I were to present myself, I would say that in general, conclusions are bad when trying to find truth because they put it into a phrase, and the phrase must not be closer to the truth because it's not accurate. However, when I have a goal in mind, like if I want to achieve something, conclusions are necessary. So I can conclude stuff to achieve a goal, but then once the goal is achieved, I can go back to being open to different perspectives on it, right?
So, like when you're crossing the street, you have to enter into reality world, and then you get to the other curb, and you go back to La La Land.
Well, luckily I can just second nature keep my legs in reality world, and I can stay in La La Land while I cross the street.
You need to look around and realize that the cars are real.
Yeah, that's done subconsciously, though. I don't have to actually create a goal. I mean, I guess I do create a goal, but it's not.
Well, yeah, that's what I was pointing at. That was a goal, crossing the street.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. That represents how I feel. That represents how I work to a good extent. Yeah. I turn it on just to achieve the goal.
You sound like a dreamer. You're not the only one.
That's fine. Yeah. I mean, I just want to know the most truth. I don't think you can ever find the truth. But I just want to know the most truth, the most accurate.
That's weird. It sounds like you haven't had your coffee today.
I did just wake up. But I think this is how
so you know the truth of the matter is coffee hasn't been consumed yet.
That is the truth.
Don't pretend like you can't figure that you don't know anything. That's kind of what's the point then? What's the point of the conversation then if you don't know anything? Do you even know we're having a conversation right now?
Yeah, I thought the point of this conversation...
Well, there's your foundation. Welcome to reality. Now figure out if the ball that's on the textbooks is actually what you're standing on.
No, now I don't understand. A ball on textbooks.
We explained gas pressure to you and how we need containment for that, and destroyed outer space is not necessary. You don't need it. You don't have to apologize for it. You're in reality. So...
What's the point? I thought the point was for me to possibly believe that NASA was saying those things.
No, I can find evidence they debunked it for you. You don't have to believe anything NASA's saying.
Well, I don't have to believe anything you guys are saying. That's why I'm open to both.
Well, yeah, that's why you check out the Earth as it presents itself reality. To you.
Well, I mean, I know a long history of people who just took what was presented to them and then believed in things that, they put words to things that weren't accurate because they weren't in a standardized field. Like, for instance, ghost or magic. These things were real, but they weren't what they thought they were, and they misdefined them.
Okay,
yeah, that's why you get up and you test these things for yourself. You test these things for yourself. That's why.
Yeah. I love the scientific method, but you can't by yourself test anything if you're going to properly use the scientific method. You have to have a background research.
No, that's incorrect.
Not from what I've learned in the scientific method.
Absolutely incorrect.
I got a vacuum chamber.
Sound like we're delving into wizardry.
I don't need Flat Earth Ranger over my house while I do a vacuum chamber work, and it's a test. It debunks gravity. I didn't need him over at my house. Make sure I could do it.
Well, if you're not reporting those conclusions to any field...
I reported it live in here 3 times on a stream.
Yeah, do you need that authority figure to come together and all agree on the things we're saying for it to be true to you?
You don't need that for it to be true.
Because you can figure it out yourself, correct?
Well, but you need it to guarantee the highest accuracy because you have the most eyes on it.
Lord. So did you go to the North Pole and check to see if the elves in the reindeer and Santa Claus wasn't there?
No.
Exactly.
You're just talking about third-party confirmation, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, we're all experts at debunking Santa Claus.
Okay, but this isn't just like third-party stuff. This is like the world. You know, people around the entire world work together to create a lot of articles.
Yeah, a lot of people come together to make movies too. Yeah, but we can test whether or not we have gas pressure and need containment, though.
I mean, okay, do you want to just talk about physics then, rather than what's claimed by the authority?
Yeah, talk about the physics of water.
Yeah, sure. I think one time when I was in here, someone said in a vacuum chamber the water just disappears or something.
It boils out.
Yeah, it boils.
The term is sublimate.
It sublimates.
Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't. Sublimating is when it's solid to gas, right? Or is that subliming? Maybe that's subliming.
Whatever it's called, you're affecting the medium and something happens to it and it changes. But you can test for it. That's the bottom line.
That's a different word, sublimate. Okay. Yeah, I would assume it turns into a gas. And then it gets
goes from bringing. We're talking about the physics of water in nature to all the way right to a vacuum chamber.
Okay.
No, I mean, you can cut to the chase if you can just acknowledge the surface of water isn't a ghost.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Let's talk about the physics. So the physics of water would state that the surface water, based on the hydrogen bonds of the molecules, would be such that the surface would be a horizontal plane. So it's flat for all intents and purposes.
Nothing says horizontal plane in hydrogen bonding that you don't get.
Yeah, well, think about it. Yeah, the molecules that actually extend out on the surface create surface tension, which means that surface will in and of itself be a horizontal plane.
No.
Yes.
Have you ever?
Okay, hold on a second. I need you to go ahead and demonstrate how that's not true by physics.
I will.
So physics is what demonstrates this being true.
No, it doesn't. So if you take
it does.
glass,
Don't say no,
let me demonstrate how it
does.
Okay, let me demonstrate.
Show me.
Okay, if you get a glass of water, you fill it up to the brim. The surface tension is what allows.
No, listen, dude, that's not it. No, that's adhesion and cohesion. You're talking about adhesion and cohesion.
Yeah, that's air pressure pressing on the surface of the water causing that. That's all.
The surface is still flat on its surface. You're talking about the edges.
What I said?
You're talking about the edges of the glass.
No matter the factors that cause it, does that not still agree with what I'm claiming, which is that it doesn't become horizontal plane?
No, not when you're talking about the edges of.
Yeah, you're talking about what happens to the glass at the edge where the water's sticking to it. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Water is very sticky, and it's the most corrosive thing there is.
So is your claim that when the water's at the top of the glass?
You're getting away from it.
I'm trying to fully understand.
No. Listen, when we're talking about horizontal plane, so we're coming from physics. We're not going to your explanations of like just what you think.
I'm using
physics demonstrate that hydrostatic equilibrium shows that large bodies of water, when they display no convexity on their surface because water on the surface has tension, and that in and of itself evens out across the surface of water. So there is no curvature. Period.
Well, I think the claim that it just becomes a horizontal plane is definitely misguided and just from.
No, it's not misguided. It's demonstrated, dude. It's demonstrated. We have demonstrations.
Anything.
Are you kidding me?
I can demonstrate the opposite in many cases around with all water.
No. You can't listen. Every time you see a large body of water,
but it was
listen. A large body of water displays no convexity. So when you say that you're going to show convexity, I want to know that the Earth's surface, according to like what we see with lakes, oceans, ponds, any large body, that they display any convexity whatsoever. I want you to demonstrate that right now. If you're saying I'm wrong, do it now.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, plus with all the winds and the tides and the birds splashing around in the water, You can't use your glass in a cup.
The vast majority of
surface tension dome.
Pressure, it's due to the curvature.
It's like he doesn't hear someone else speaking. He's just going to start talking like he doesn't.
Well, I don't feel that type of respect towards me, man. I'm sorry.
So you're going to display. All right, yeah, you didn't hear him talking. You should be cordial.
It was an accident, bro. I'm not.
Nothing is known, but except when his feelings are hurt.
Treated cordially. That's not my.
Are you using physics?
Now he knows things for a certainty. All of a sudden.
Hold on, let me just get him to agree on the physics of water. So, are you saying that physics demonstrate that there's a curvature?
You're saying that there is a curvature? I mean, physics.
No, I'm saying that you are saying that the physics describe that there will be a curvature.
No.
Okay, then that's my point. Therefore, my point stands, and yours doesn't, against the critique that physics describe that the Earth is a horizontal plane. We're going straight from physics, not to your explanations. Straight from physics.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm using. What are you using?
You're not allowing us.
What are you using?
Physics.
What are you using?
Physics.
Well, then demonstrate with physics.
But you're not letting us use physics between the two of us. We can't use physics because of you.
Go. Demonstrate it.
Okay. So again, when you have glass and you fill it up to the top, I'm going to assume you're going to interrupt me here because I want you to. Why is that not a demonstration of a curved surface in the water?
No, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question. Demonstrate how physics demonstrates that the surface of the water is curving. I want you to show that with physics and somewhere the resource. I've given you. Listen, hold on, Kreenix. I've given you hydrostatic equilibrium, which you can look up. It's in LibreText. It's in physics, and you can find this anywhere.
Hydrostatic equilibrium create a horizontal.
No, don't ask it that question. I want you to look in physics anywhere in academia that shows physics describing hydrostatic equilibrium. Don't ask the question. Look for the example of what it is. What it is important. What is hydrostatic equilibrium?
I'll go to Google Scholars then.
Any academic source, yes.
Hydrostatic equilibrium. I'll just press enter. Okay, so it says here hydrostatic equilibrium and stellar structure in F of R gravity.
Stellar structure? No.
Yeah.
No. We're talking about the physics of what. Go into LibreText. Does somebody have the link to that?
This is pretty similar. This is hydrostatic equilibrium fluid interfaces. That's what this says.
I don't know what that is.
Problem of pertaining to the physics of water specifically.
Yep. Every single thing I've said has been doing that. So I'm just wondering.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
What's the
talking about stellar?
To be talking
You're
about
talking about we're the classification of it being on the surface of the Earth. Yes. Completely tangible and interacting with, because that's what physics is. We interact with things tangibly. We're not doing something outside of the Earth system. Yeah.
Sometimes in my.
No times. We're only doing things with things here on the Earth. So go from that vantage point of physics that demonstrates on the surface there's any convexity. Go.
Okay, most surfaces do have convexity. I found this article.
No, I don't want you to keep telling me your explanation. I don't want you to tell me. Show me a link.
Yep, so I have a link here. It's called General Solution of the Problem of Hydrostatic Equilibrium of the Earth. Is this title good enough?
What did you say?
It says General Solution of the Problem of Hydrostatic Equilibrium of the Earth.
The problem?
Yeah, because when you're practically doing stuff on a large surface, hydrostatic equilibrium is going to always play a factor.
Let's see what it is. I don't know what you just post it. Just post it.
Okay.
Just post it.
I haven't read it yet. I'm just trying to find one that you think is good enough.
OMG.
Or something.
So you don't know if physics described that the Earth's surface is curving based on the physics of water.
I do
You're
know.
Looking. No, you just said it right now.
I'm not allowed to know in this conversation. I'm not allowed to know. Right.
No, just listen to what he's saying. You don't know whether or not it does, but in reality, all the things you experience, like when you put water in a cup, in a pool, in a puddle, it lays flat. Yet you're arguing against it. Before he demonstrated.
Before he skedaddles, he said that physics described the surface of water to be curving. He already had something in the hopper. Now he's looking for the answer, which shows to me he doesn't understand what we're talking about. He doesn't have a rebuttal to hydrostatic equilibrium, showing that the surface of water having surface tension describes the surface of water being planar and horizontal and flat. So now his rebuttal is, let me look for the answer to my rebuttal. No, you're not going to. You've already gave up the ghost. You don't have a rebuttal. You're looking for it right now, and that's not going to work. Sorry. I've unmuted you because the point's over with. You already. You can't come back. You can't come back from the grade.
We can move on from the point.
Yeah.
Let me just.
It's over. It turns out to be an empty chance.
You don't have an answer.
You can only move on after you concede, Krenix. Only after you concede. Only after you concede. Only.
Are you sure? That seems to disagree with
him. No, concede because you didn't have an answer. Do it now, please, for the audience.
Could I please say anything that I want to instead?
You didn't have a rebuttal to what I gave you. I gave you
That's
physics.
kind of what I want to say, though. I had a rebuttal. I had a great rebuttal.
You gave me nothing.
I wasn't allowed
You're
to.
You're going to either concede or sit on mute. It's up to you, dude.
I mean, we didn't have a real conversation.
I mean, you were looking at what he asked you for.
No, I wasn't.
You don't know.
He forced me to look for it. I didn't look for it. He forced me to.
Yeah, because you didn't know yourself. All you have to do is concede at this point, and then we can move on.
Interacting with any water in all of my entire life, the water surface.
He's just bloviating. You need to concede that you didn't have the answer you thought you did concerning physics and the surface curving. You didn't have that, dude.
Just concede and we can move on, bro.
Wasn't given something I can really concede here. Like, what am I conceding?
That you said physics. You said that physics described the surface of water curving. That's what you said.
Yes, it does.
Physics describes. Yeah, no, yes. You didn't have it. You didn't. Where? No papers were presented. Nothing was given.
I tried.
All right, do it now.
No, wait. No, he's looking for something. We're not telling you to look for something. We thought you already knew that that's what physics described. You didn't know this.
I do. I was already shown many articles.
No, you were looking. You were looking. That's what you were doing. You were looking. You didn't have it.
Ready.
Yeah, let's be honest. You didn't know anything. You were reading a bunch of explanations.
I can look. The best part is, though, I can look through all these scholarly articles and I'll find other people.
See, he's looking for it. He's looking for the debunk. He doesn't have it right now.
Field.
Just concede you didn't have a rebuttal, and then we can move on. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
I don't know why you want me to gaslight me into believing.
Yeah, you didn't know it. You had to look it up. That's the point. Do you understand? Just concede that you didn't know at the time, and you'll figure it out later, and we can move on.
What am I claiming to not know?
The surface of water curving with physics.
No, I know that the surface of water curves.
The third time you said that, you're losing the plot, sir.
Physics is just a model. Like, physics isn't truth, right? Physics
okay, here we go.
How things work.
Wow.
No, bullshit, dude.
Interact with reality, you will
look at how he's running away, guys.
Curving.
Wait, Phoenix, slow down. Physics is based on reality, the physical and natural world.
Correct.
Things we can test and manipulate.
Right.
So stop talking while I'm talking. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that no matter how much we model these input-output mechanisms, it doesn't mean that we actually can claim a truth statement because it's based off the language that we standardize just to create the system that is the model.
Science doesn't prove things. We can't use the scientific method.
It never has proved anything. That science has never.
Not getting off into the weeds there.
Scientists
you just said that the bodies of water are curving. So could you show us who's measured a curved lake?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Post the measurement in the chat. A curved lake.
Keep quiet for like 30 seconds. And he's going to start talking and not present that thing we asked for.
No, I will. That's an easy one.
All right, yeah.
Amazing. Well, we've been waiting for a while, so you'd be the first one in like 10 years.
Well, I don't doubt that. A lot of people are stupid, man. Most flat earthers are smarter than average people.
Well, it's not really a question of people's intelligence. It's just a question of how the surface measures.
Delta slopes. I don't know what a delta slope is.
Did he find it yet? Or is...
He's looking. He knows it's there, but he doesn't know exactly where. Someone's done it, but who?
This is the annoying part about Glover.
I think this one's good enough.
Good enough. Now, is it a measurement of curvature before you post it? It's a measurement of curvature.
Has it involved? Yeah, it mentions curve all the time.
Has it involved? When you say has it involved, does that mean it's assumed?
No, it means that it's not the main point of the article.
Okay, well, I'm interested in a measurement of this. Is that in there?
Negative. Just a bunch of words and diagrams, and then there's a triangle diagram.
A chance.
Do you want,
who does it say measured and how much curvature did? Yeah, well, that's what you were having to evidence, wasn't it?
No, I thought that you want the measurement.
No, that is what it was.
Yeah. No, I'll find just the measurement. Okay.
Yeah. So like a curved lake.
Yeah, we should have a diagram or a picture of the curved lake and the numbers to match it. I know it damn well better be longer than 32 miles, like Lake Okeechobee here in South Florida. I'm just saying.
Well, what's interesting is a lot of the things that talk about curvatures, like...
Did you find it yet, though?
Got it? You don't care what I have to say unless it's that?
No, that's what we're waiting for. That's what we're waiting for.
Well, you don't need to be impolite to the guy. You can have your statement if you're still looking.
My bad. Go ahead, Krenix. What were you saying? Why you're still looking for that lake that's bending?
Well, what I want to say was what's interesting is a lot of the things that I'm like finding when I look stuff up is always like about a small body of water. It's like, can we get the curvature from like 2 feet of water? You know, those experiments.
Oh, that is crazy. 2 feet of water. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, they are assuming that you can do it in a large body of water already, so they're moving forward.
Oh, so you can't find anyone who has done it yet?
Well, I found full calculations, and when it is applied, it's just a measurement, right? You want an actual measurement of it.
No, we want the actual proof of it, not an assumption in calculation.
Which is a measurement, in this case.
No, measurement and an assumption in calculation are different.
Right, you're looking for a measurement, is what I'm...
Yeah, like someone measuring a drop over the distance of a lake. The curvature that's being assumed. We'd like to see that measured, proven. Otherwise, the whole globe story's out the window. Take your time, though.
Okay, I think this is good enough right here. It's, I don't know what the credibility type of the article is the thing. But I mean, it has the measurements, even though it's not a scholarly article. There you go. And when you decide that this isn't good enough, can I please understand why rather than just being told I'm inadequate?
Well, explain what was done.
Well, if you scroll down when you go there to choosing target heights, you can see a good visualization of how they did it.
And what does it say?
Equal length. They put equal length bars, and then on the surface of it, they did taller bars, and they put them at different points in the lake. And they then saw how those bars should be if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is a globe.
And does that count for perspective and angular size change over a distance and all these things?
Well, since the bars are so huge, you don't need to do that too much.
They're still going to be subject to perspective and angular size change, aren't they?
Negligibly.
What do you mean negligibly? Based on what? What's that based on?
Well, my own.
You're saying they weren't accounted for?
If you see bars in a lake, and they're like 10 feet tall, and you put a bar
how far away are they?
9 feet tall. Kilometers.
How far away are they? What?
Kilometers.
Well, then that's definitely going to not be negligible. So, are you saying it is accounted for, or it's not?
It is accounted for, yeah, because of how this is done.
Okay,
It's not
could
that
you
they,
show
like,
us
put
where they account for it in that?
in the size of the bars. See, when bars are like, when the difference.
So how did they account for it? Is it in the map
with
or
the
what?
size of the bars. So see, when the size of the bar difference is about 3 kilometers, so you have a 9.5 kilometer bar and a 6.4 kilometer bar, and you set them up on points that are like 3 kilometers away, you're going to be able to see that one is taller than the other, no matter like unless you're like getting low on the ground. But I'm sure they wouldn't want to do that. The measurements were done, I assume, from the side. I don't know which direction they did it from. Calculated heights are calculated. Okay. Just more calculation. Ooh, okay. If you scroll down on the article to size and placement of the targets, it'll show you a bunch of different.
Wow.
The target has 2
He's got involved with Jesse, Soundly, and Walter Bislin. It's a who's who of anti-FE retards.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's this, the Rainy Lake one. That's funny.
I'd just like to apologize to AV for calling him a name. You know, that was kind of in the moment, and I didn't mean it.
You're good, Matejas. He doesn't take it personally. You're good, Matejas. Just try to be more cordial in the future and try not to interrupt people.
Not to be like me.
Yeah, that's all. I'll chime in when.
Oh, here we go. It says targets the same size appear smaller with increasing distance. To counter this perspective effect, the targets were built in such a manner that their angular size as at the observer is about the same. This way they appear the same size no matter how far away from the observer they are. Target 7 is about 4 times larger than target 2. So they took perspective into account in their calculations.
They're squashed. So that's not going to work. Have you got anything that's like a measurement with a laser or something? Something that makes a straight line reference?
How could you do it with a laser?
Well, if you had, say, a target 10 miles away from you, then you just work out the height of the laser versus the target, have them roughly equal. And
the target has to be like floating on water?
Yeah, no, on the opposite side of a 10-mile lake.
Oh, yeah, just be on the other side, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then if that's supposed to be behind the curve, then the laser wouldn't be able to hit the target. And you would see it going over you. Overhead. Right?
Why can't we do that with the ocean?
Well, do it over any body of water that you can get a decent distance with. Feel free. So has anyone done that? And measured a curve so that the surface is dropping away from the laser beam?
You can't measure a curve by doing that. You can definitely see if one exists or not.
I'm sure that's what he asked for.
So, how would they show that it exists or not?
Well, like you said, if
the block there goes sailing over your head,
target, that means there must be mass in the way, right?
So people have done this and they can hit the target. So what does that mean?
People have done it and they can't hit the target.
Okay, who's done that?
With a laser.
Yeah, so who's done it with the laser? Who's showing that laser sailing over their heads, coming from the horizon?
Sailing over their heads.
Yeah, because they're supposed to be below the laser at the other side, due to the curve.
Wait. So your experiment is to have 2 equal-sized targets on one side of a lake and the other, and you're supposed to shoot the laser over the curvature. Well, as parent.
Well, no, the curvature would block it. You wouldn't be able to hit the target, would you?
Right. So why is it sailing over their head?
Well, because if they're on the other side of the curve, it would be going above you. To your perspective, you would just see the laser come to you
it
overhead.
Wouldn't reach you because it's getting.
Well, if you aim it slightly over, if you aim it just over the horizon, right?
With that much distance, that's hard to do with a laser.
Yeah, that's why no one can demonstrate there's any curvature with any kind of
welcome to flat Earth.
If the laser can't reach the target, right?
Well, there could be a number of reasons why it doesn't, but it would have to be never reaching the target if it's due to curvature. But that's not the case. People do it. I just posted one in the chat earlier, 28.6 miles. I'll post it again for you. There you go, watch that.
Alright.
So measure non-existent drop over distance versus non-existent measured length drop over distance.
Jayo, you're pinging in the chat. What's up? Yeah, I ain't reading all that, Jayo. Just unmute your mic and ask in the voice chat. Or someone else can answer it.
Yeah, basically he's talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And things in the sky don't dictate the shape of the ground. If you're new to flat Earth, you should know that the surface is measured flat, traversed flat. They traveled across a flat plane to get to Antarctica.
So I found an issue with the video, and that is that the lake isn't attached to an ocean. So the land lumpiness
doesn't matter.
will change the curvature. Yeah.
No, there's no curvature. No, because it's just the body of water. How much curvature does the globe model claim exists over 28.6 miles?
Well, they don't claim anything exists over that length. They claim they have a model that helps them get a good idea.
You sure about that? So what they're saying is,
I'm absolutely sure that no one has ever, according to Globe, no one's ever claimed that you actually get a certain value if you do that much.
That's a lie.
Why are you? Imagine saying that so confidently when you've clearly got no clue. That's amazing. Where did you get that from? Who told you this?
I do have a clue. Well, I get that from listening to scientists. When scientists and all these other people,
the scientists people who say this. This is what they're claiming.
This is what the scientists are claiming. When they actually get to the real life world, it's always going to be homogeneous and lumpy, right? That's why I can never agree with
do me a favor. Do me a favor, Hold on.
Get interrupted in this case.
Hold on. Nah, because we need to address this. So, Krenix, do me a favor. Go on Google and type in Earth Curve Calculator. You do that?
Yeah, I've already done it.
Alright, so how much curvature? So why would you say that 28.6 has zero curvature when you know that's not the case?
Well, it sometimes does. Sometimes it has a
No. So what does the curve calculator say? What does the curve calculator say over 28.6 miles? What's the drop in feet?
The curve calculator says that's H1, hidden height 512, 513 if you round. Yeah.
513 what?
That's what it says. Feet.
513 feet.
Yeah, that's what it says.
So not None.
I didn't say that it would just be none. I'm saying
You did.
It can be.
You said no one would claim it's any value.
Yeah, no one would claim it's any value. That's absolutely true. That doesn't mean they would
it's
claim it's value
513
zero.
feet. That's the value.
Yeah, no one claims that value.
You just read it off.
Yeah. This is a.
So you're saying that's wrong, or is that wrong?
No, I'm saying this is a function based on a model.
Oh, but it's not true in reality.
Yeah, no one's ever claimed that. If they did, they're horrible scientists.
So that curvature doesn't exist in reality. That curve model's claiming.
Those numbers won't be accurate to reality, and they can be way off from
reality. Listen to him tap dance now.
Usually, this isn't cap. They usually are more accurate when you're doing like ocean reading.
You don't hear that tap.
Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, you don't. Okay, so those calculators are wrong, and they're based on a 39-59 mile radius ball.
They're not wrong.
And you're saying
they just
that's
don't
not.
reflect
No,
reality
they're not wrong.
because reality's contexts are much more complex.
So it's not wrong, but it's not true in reality.
Correct. Because
that doesn't make
claim
any
to
sense.
be true in reality, it can't be wrong.
It's a contradiction.
Claim to be true in reality. It's not a contradiction.
So it's not true in reality.
It doesn't claim.
Okay, so it's just a fantasy. Okay, so you agree it's a fantasy.
Not just a fantasy. It's based off of.
Well, it's not true.
But it's not.
Well, no, you just said it's not reality.
Reality. No, it's based off of it, like all science.
Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Could I get my full time to explain what I mean? Because it is very coherent.
It's very incoherent, but please explain it anyway.
Stop the cap.
So, when we make a model of something, it's going to not always reflect reality fully. In fact, none of our models can. Most of the models we use for calculating like Earth curvature with large distances, they actually need an oblique spheroid mathematical help because the model we use isn't perfect. And even then, that doesn't mean they're going to get the right measurements.
So how much? So when the model says 513 feet, what are you saying? Are you saying that's like off by a few feet, or it doesn't exist, or what?
I would say that how off it is depends on the actual context of the experiment. For this case, it would be
over a body of water.
Would be the thing that disagrees. The lake itself.
So the body of water. That's not got topography to worry about. It's just a body of water. So what's that going to be?
So it actually does change based off topography, right? That's how lakes work. Their borders not only change, but how convex and concave they are also changes based off of the water, where it is.
What do you mean based off the water? What are you talking about? What do you mean? So you think the surface of the water is going to change based on the land under it? Like if there's a hill underneath the water, the surface of the water is going to have that hill?
No, I'm saying that if two ends of a body of water, like let's assume that the Earth is curved, we should see curvature, unless one of those sides of the body of water is elevated about 500 feet, right? That doesn't mean both. That doesn't mean one is elevated 500 feet. It could be that both are elevated.
So your level of the lake would be diagonal.
Well, diagonal doesn't come into play with these calculations.
Yeah, you're talking about a slant lake from a cliff down to the waterfall, dude. Come on.
No, I'm not talking about a slant length. I'm talking about possible.
That's what it sounds like you're talking about.
In the lake, because I'm saying there's another
500-foot cliff on one side of the lake and nothing on the other side, it'll pour away.
So these are the observer and the laser.
The other side is.
They're just on the shoreline. They're just on the shoreline. They're not on a 500-foot cliff.
What do you mean they're just on the shoreline?
Each observer in the laser test, one side isn't on a 500-foot cliff. They're both level at the shoreline.
At higher elevations than sea level. I mean, they're in a mountainous region.
Yeah, and they're flat at their surface, bro.
No, Gregory.
Are they measuring sea level by the lake that's there? Because that's not okay.
No,
that's not how that works.
How do they measure sea level then?
No, we're not getting off this.
We don't have to.
The laser isn't being obstructed by any curvature. That 513 feet you just read off the calculator isn't there. How do you explain that?
Yeah, but because the calculator doesn't represent reality. I would say there's possibilities of parts of this lake being at higher elevation than they can calculate.
But this wouldn't even be showing 20 foot of curvature.
Yeah, the curvature that you actually measure is completely based off of the factors, the context that they're in.
No, that's just meaningless. Now you're just saying meaningless.
Mental gymnastics and apologetics for why we can't see a curve. I don't know what that's
reality
about.
is not based off of science.
How's that laser hitting the target on the other side?
Because
apologetics and mental gymnastics.
Hold on. That's the question.
Because there's nothing obstructing it.
Okay, so there's no curve obstructing it.
There is no curvature that is obstructing it, correct.
So there's no curvature over 30 miles.
That's not exactly true. There's just no curvature that obstructs it.
So there's no, that's over 30 miles, 28.6 miles.
Where's that 500 and something feet? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, you just said it. There's no obstruction.
Yeah, I don't even know if this calculator is right. I want to actually do the equations myself. But even if it is right, let's assume it is 512, right?
Yeah, but not in reality, right?
I could explain it in with many different factors.
He just realized he flat smacked himself.
Yeah, you couldn't explain it in any way other than like you already explained it. There's no obstruction.
I'm thinking that there's a possibility that this calculator is probably discredited. If it's
you did send to,
but even if it is 512 feet, there are still cases.
The calculator that calculates the globe for you. Now the calculator's wrong.
We don't know that.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I can go with the calculator's wrong. The calculator doesn't reflect reality exactly. That's exactly what we're showing you. So that's fine.
Right.
There's no obstruction, like you said. There's no obstruction, like you said. So so there's no curve over that 28.6 miles. So there you go.
Minus politics and such, yeah.
So the water's flat.
That water isn't exactly flat. No water's exactly flat.
Well, it's not curving around a ball, like you just said.
It's probably not curving around the spheroid of the Earth. No, it's
of course, because it's not exactly. Welcome to flat Earth, like that.
It doesn't mean on flat Earth. That means in this one context, you cannot see.
Yeah, you're just acknowledging the reality of you're acknowledging the reality of Earth. I know you're going into overdrive of
conclusions, man.
Maybe you're going for the.
There isn't a 500 or so feet obstruction in the water. You can see clear across the lake. So yeah, there's no obstruction.
How many?
The water's flat.
How many 30-mile flat spots make up a globe?
Wow.
So this is maybe what you're defaulting to. Maybe you're thinking this is just. Maybe you're thinking this is just a flat lake. This is the only flat lake.
Yeah, they probably have like tons, knowing the geography.
Maybe, possibly, probably.
Maybe they've only got flat lakes. Maybe we've only got flat lakes, and that would be.
I mean, I sent you.
Okay. So could you show us one like this with a laser that demonstrates the curvature then?
Why must it? I mean, okay, if it must be with a laser.
Yeah. Something with a good, reliable, straight reference.
I mean, I could have swore you explained that every time they've done this across large bodies of water, it measures flat. He's going to still find one that doesn't?
I don't think I would assume that every single lake is flat. I mean, I know based off of physics that's not true. Not based off of a globe Earth theory. I don't think it has to be the curvature of the Earth that causes it. I just know that's not true because of physics.
Yeah, that's the globe Earth theory that is based off of that you believe in, not the reality and physics
of
water.
That theory. No, I'm telling you, it's based off of physics. Like it's literally
the physics of fluids says that a fluid at rest will seek level. That's what physics says.
Yeah, but it also says that a fluid at rest is never truly at rest and is always volatile. The surface of water is constantly
it's always seeking it's always seeking level. It's always seeking level. I mean, you fill up a container with liquids.
It doesn't ever reach level. We know that. It's very obvious in physics. Like it does never reach level. There's always wind.
So there's no such thing as 0 degrees water. So there's no such thing as 0 degrees then water level
in
for
Kelvin.
everyone.
Yeah, there's no such thing. Kelvin. Oh, 0 degrees. Yeah, there's no such thing as 0 degrees water level. Correct. There's no such thing.
Yeah, so there's no reason to talk to this guy because he doesn't know what he's talking about then. So there's no reason to continue talking to him.
I don't know why you sound so confident in all this.
Well, because this is stuff that's standardized model. You know.
I mean, this is something he's just looking into. Of course, he should be extremely confident. He's looking the answers up. He should be confident.
I didn't look this answer up. I'm only confident when I'm not looking it up.
Give us a citation that says water's never level.
You don't need one. Look at real life. Like, look at real water. Get a cup.
When you were asked for surface curvature, you balked. You're the same guy.
I would never run away from
Yeah, because we went a big full circle to this.
I would never.
Someone just asked you to show them curved water, and you said, "Look in reality." When in reality, you never see curved water except for teardrops.
Literally,
for
that lake was extremely
or raindrops halfway through my sentence. I don't know what's going on.
Because you're claiming stuff that's not true. That lake that we just saw from the video you just sent shows curvature in the video itself. Like,
no, you just said it doesn't. You just said there is no curvature.
It's not showing
water.
Earth curvature. Not at all.
Yes. See, it's just going to take you some time to internalize this realization and realize that it debunks your entire belief in a globe.
I would never let one biasly debunk
this one demonstration of water not curving in the manner claimed by the model of the globe is enough to debunk the globe in its entirety and all of heliocentrism.
Crazy claim.
And he's sugared and can't help but interrupt.
I'm afraid it's just because you have not looked into it. You don't understand it. That's why you don't
if I had more evidence,
realize that already.
This one piece of evidence cannot be.
Well, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you don't understand it yet because you haven't taken the time to go and fully internalize this and then do the research.
I have assumptions that fit with both models. I will have to do the research. You're right about this lake. But if I can find
not about a lake, about water generally, everywhere.
No, it would have to be this lake.
Well, you can do that lake. You can do any other lake. You can do any example of a body of water in history.
I already know all bodies of waters and lakes and even calm ponds have curvature on their surface. That's not like a...
Not Earth curvature, though, do they?
Not Earth curvature. Not always.
Yeah, there you go. So welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, and fishies splash around at the surface.
Yeah, and that creates.
Look, we're not saying that they're always glass-like.
That creates curvature.
And you know, we're not claiming it's always glass-like. That's not the point. All of these disturbances that you're talking about, they're in reference to the horizontal. So
yes,
that's it. Yeah, the horizontal, flat. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So your claim isn't that hydrostatic just makes it flat; it's that it seeks level.
Yeah, I mean, with wind and things, it can be rippled, but that's not our contention. The contention is it's not wrapping around the ball.
And you know that even without winds, you'll still have oscillations constantly at the surface, right?
Well, I don't know what like vibrations, like indetectable disturbances. Sure, if you want.
Not by the naked eye.
Whatever you want to assume, who cares?
You can actually detect it with temperature. You can feel it coming off of it. That's interesting to me. All right.
Well, either way, it's the Earth curvature that doesn't exist, and that's what's needed to exist for the globe. So that's our point.
So apparently, I found a video that talks about laser refraction. So from this thing's understanding, it's saying that this is a different thing. This is something I've read.
So it just curves perfectly around the ball. Amazing.
No. It's not that it curves perfectly around the ball. It's that it refracts all throughout the water molecules.
Krenix.
Okay.
So it gets
carried. So that still wouldn't allow it to traverse 500 plus feet of curvature.
No, it would if it's all with water molecules.
Oh, it would. So it is curving perfectly around the ball to then hit the target.
No, I don't know if it's perfect. Like I said, you're not going to have perfect curvature, and even the Earth's curvature isn't perfect itself, right? Like.
So is this your new position, that the no detection of curvature is actually there is curvature, but the light is imperceptibly bending around it?
My new opinion from this explanation, it attaching to my understanding of refraction physics, which I've done
belief, if this is what you're talking about. Well, this isn't something you've ever observed or experienced.
I have
about a light bending around a curve. That's
the proposed mechanism, I understand. When I apply it, it does work. That's
okay. Could you show the demonstration of that? Show me the light bending around a curve. Could you show me that?
So that's why I brought up rainbows. Rainbows, there's many different types of rainbows. And a lot of rainbows, they can actually be created just from one water droplet passing through a place. That's why it happens after rain. It's because there's a lot of humidity. in the air.
But yeah, but that's not you perceiving things that are around a physical obstruction.
No, I've
Which is what you're
calculated how
claiming.
to use lenses to transfer light.
Lenses? No, this is through the air. This is through the air.
Well, air has a
Remember?
bunch of lenses in it, remember?
Oh, really? And the lenses are making it curve down and around a curve of Earth.
No, they're refracting them in every direction.
Okay, so it wouldn't be coherently going around a curve 500 plus feet and then allowing
No,
another
it
person to see
would.
it.
It's just that
Oh, it would.
lenses
Okay,
in
can
the
you
air-
demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate that claim?
Well, I can demonstrate that claim with the understanding of how water molecules work and where they are in this case.
Okay, so post the demonstration in the chat.
Do you not want to just understand what I'm
No, I don't want to just imagine your claim. I want you to show some
This
evidence
isn't
for it.
imagination, but okay.
Well, so far it is bending
All he
light
has
around
is
this curve.
explanations. He
in
can't
air.
present anything.
I can
He's just
absolutely
making
present
claim
all the
after
science that makes
claim.
this.
Okay, just show us.
Here's one I need. This is a well-part documented thing in physics that you can easily find something for. So now what else do I need? I also need to have this part.
So just show. Well, you could start by showing us a laser bending downwards in air.
I'm going to show you diagrams.
Spiraling. Spiraling.
Okay.
You're not even recanting the mainstream physics. You're just
No, I am.
you're like a buffet dude right now.
No,
you
it's
compared it to rainbows,
making it up as he goes.
combination of
I'm not making it up as I go. I've been well educated
rainbows
in these
are
topics.
created by a combination of reflection and refraction and dispersion. You're
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, it has no application to this.
It does, because there are the things that cause refraction and reflection and dispersion all throughout the air above a lake.
Right,
That's
just
the second
quickly,
piece of
good
evidence.
timing,
Why don't
India.
we see, if there's refraction, bending light around the ball, why don't we see any dispersion?
Yeah, I'm going to go on mute for a bit, but India can pick this up for you.
Dispersion.
Oh, we do. So if I look at a faraway mountain that's supposed to be around the curve, and it's blue on top and red on the bottom?
That's not how dispersion works. Because
it is.
all of the different dispersion of different lights from different angles are all going to be reaching your eyes at different times, but continuously. So you're going to see a white.
Yeah, listen, it is how dispersion works because you have a temperature gradient, right?
Okay, yeah. From what? Though? Temperature gradient from the top of the mountain.
So the refractive index toward the ground is less than the refractive index higher up. So that means the optical path of things higher than things lower will be different, right? So there's actually devices they make for telescopes called dispersion correctors, because if you look at Jupiter or a star, you'll see blue on top and red on the bottom.
Yeah. But you don't see that with mountains. And the reason we don't see that with mountains is because of all the different angles we are receiving diffused light.
What are you talking about? What angles?
Well, there are different water molecules at the top and the bottom, which all have different fractions of index. So they're all going to have slightly different wavelengths. So it would create a rainbow. However, it's such a minuscule one pinhole effect that any water molecule next to it, its light that comes towards you as well, is going to resonate with the light that's hitting your eye.
That is word salad gibberish, bro.
What is it? How is that?
That is word salad gibberish.
This comes from my understanding of how rainbows work.
You don't understand. It has nothing to do with rainbows. With a rainbow, the light goes into the water droplet, reflects off the inside, and because the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, and then you have dispersion within the water droplet itself, when it exits, depending on the angle you are to the raindrop, you'll see a particular color.
Yes.
Yeah, which has nothing to do with this.
The dispersion is what causes the rainbow, yeah?
Well, the dispersion in your angle to that particular water droplet.
Right. So in this case,
we have green. That means you're looking at that freaking particular water droplet at an angle, which would correspond to an angle internally inside the water droplet. I think it's 42 degrees or something off the top of my head.
Yeah. So with this, you understand that, but with that one water droplet, there's also many water droplets around it, and them at different angles is what's causing the red, green, blue, purple, and all that.
Yeah,
However,
that's awesome, but it has nothing to do with this. Are you contending air is a water droplet?
Contending that the air above a lake is filled with water droplets as if it was just rained, which is true because of the volatile nature of water.
Okay. That's fantastic. But how come you can see the farthest when it's the least humidity?
When it is what? Sorry.
The least humidity.
Well, I don't think this would work as well in least humidity because there wouldn't be enough resonance for you to actually perceive the difference in color.
Dude, resonance has no application to this nonsense, dude. This is the word salad, dude. Nothing is in resonance here. Okay?
Water droplets create interference.
Okay,
they interfere with each other.
I'll give you two examples. There's long distance photographs taken across from the top of a mountain from the French Pyrenees to the French Alps. The distance is 275 miles. Also, 250 miles has been done for like almost 100 years, these photographs. Now, the time when you can see the furthest, when you can actually see, because you can't see it all the time. You can only see it in particular weather conditions. And those weather conditions are low humidity. And on top of that, right, secondarily, there's the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide. Now, what's unique about the Southern Ocean is that it says in that sailing guide, which is given out by the U.S. Geospatial Agency, is that it says it is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Okay. Now, to see a mountain 300 miles away from a ship, it would have to be 9 miles, 9.75 miles high. Okay. So there's no mountains on Earth that are that tall, so we have a problem. But the reason they say is because the air is remarkably clear and have no particles and has low humidity. Now, the Southern Ocean and quote-unquote Antarctica is well known for having low humidity. The average relative humidity is something like 25%.
Okay, so you've given the best arguments so far. You don't have to do this, but could you give me the article where they give that explanation so that I can see where they're referencing and look into it myself? You don't have to.
Do you want a link to the sailing guide? Sure.
Yes, please. That is very interesting. I want to see.
Yeah,
This is like the source of my new opinion, so I absolutely want to check its validity.
Well, what limits our vision is is what's called optical extinction. So it's a
version from water molecules.
Yeah, well, it's not just that; it's dust particles, right? It's particulates in the air. It's depending on where you are. So
it's possible that water is better than dust at keeping the light going. You know what I mean?
No, it's absorption, right? So the light comes to you, right? So when you see an object in the distance, the light is coming to your eye, your camera, or your telescope. And that air and anything in it absorbs the light before it gets to you.
Agreed. Or
how much it absorbs depends on how much absorbs determines how far you can see.
That makes sense. What I'm saying on top of this is that water molecules.
Well, the globe claims it's an Earth curve. That is the reason.
I didn't. Well, sorry, what?
The globe contention is that the limitation of our vision is the Earth curving.
That is one of the limitations, yeah.
Well, it seems to be the only limitation because we have observations, like I mentioned, 275 miles.
But that's not like you can see.
That's miles of Earth curve, dude. That's miles of drop, bro. Not feet, miles.
Yeah, but I mean that just sounds right. Like, if the Earth is curved 300 miles, should usually make it difficult to see things. But when things are really tall on one side, if you're tall on another side, you could, right?
Yeah, we understand that, but you can do the calculation to figure out how much the drop should be, right? How much something should drop down based upon any distance.
But you have to take into account the oblique spheroid. Like if this is at
that's the difference. That's a non-argument, right? Because I'll tell you why.
It's not an argument.
The difference in the difference in the polar radius and the equatorial radius is 11 miles.
Really?
Yes, it's 11 miles. So if you did what's the difference in drop? It's something like in the 1,000th millimeter. Drop from eye level. Right, so the general formula is you 8 inches, 7.98 inches per mile squared in with the mean radius. But if you take the polar and equatorial radius, the difference between those to drop would be something like 7.97 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, this is making sense with what I know about tides, but it's not. I really gotta see that article. Yeah.
What do you know about tides?
I know about the spinning of Earth and the oblique spheroid connection to it.
Okay.
The small number does reflect that, which means me thinking that it would be bigger must have just been a hocus from my mind.
No, according to the globe, there's a polar and equatorial radius, and the difference is 11 miles.
Yeah.
So, if you're talking about how much something drops down going in one direction, north south versus east west, it's imperceptible and probably immeasurable.
I would assume it would be measurable, but probably negligible. Yeah, I think your point stands.
I don't know how you're going to measure freaking, fucking a difference of 10 feet at 300 miles.
LiDAR is a great way. That's the way.
At 300 miles, but LiDAR don't work.
Yeah, you can't do it on continental shelves, but you can do it with. You can sometimes do it, but it's like not accurate because tectonic plates kind of shift here and there.
So
you can do it off of the shelves.
So here, since you brought up LiDAR, you brought up refraction. Okay, so they tested refraction. They did a bunch of LiDAR measurements to quantify refraction, right, on a landslide. And what they measured was the maximum amount of refraction that they measured was, because the units, it's in Europe, they use MGON. So 4 MGON equals 0.0037 degrees, or 27 degrees. So this was the max value that they measured. And they're measuring the deflection angle, right? So what they measured was, you have something out in the distance, how much is it moved up or down? What is that angle? And the maximum angle they measured was 0.0027 degrees. Now, if you extrapolate this out to like 25 miles, that's 0.2 of a foot. But at 25 miles, the drop is supposed to be 420 feet. So moving it up 0.2 of a foot don't really help.
Yeah, I concede it's negligible.
Yeah, so like the laser test that we show you, they're not close. They're off from the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude.
Mm-hmm.
So they shoot a laser 25 miles, and it goes from 10 feet to 4 feet. But the globe says that laser is supposed to be 420 feet in the air. That's a 2 order of magnitude difference.
The thing that I'm seeing is that if you follow the Earth's model and point the laser at where the target should be, it will be blocked. But if you aim it over the water molecules have a carrying effect. I have to do more research.
Wow!
Carrying effects, and I really want to see that.
Water molecules carry light beams. This is the first time I've ever heard this.
Well, I mean, we had the PhD cosmologist say that the light was skipping across the water like a rock. We had that guy.
Ooh, that could also help its effect. Yeah, if it's going to be carried.
Here's how it works.
You think water skips like a stone, dude?
Yeah,
not like a stone.
The light hits the water, bounces up in the air. Dude, let me tell you how this works. Light hits the water, bounces up in the air. Gravity pulls it back down to the water.
Okay, that's how he thought.
Right? Is that how it works?
No, that's not how it works.
You're an idiot.
Dude, who thought that? A cosmologist thought that?
PhD in cosmology.
Because you know that gravity affects light, but not like that. Jesus.
I just made it up, you dumbass.
Oh, I thought that was a person's belief that we were talking about.
He didn't say gravity pulled it back down, but he said that their light was skipping like a stone across the water.
Oh,
you can actually listen to him.
Crazy.
If you go on my YouTube channel, I have an excerpt of that section of our discussion.
What, like you recorded the discussion?
Yeah, just like we're recording this one.
Ooh, okay, hold on. Let me get on YouTube here.
If you go into videos, right, in the search, it will search through my videos. You type in cosmologist, it'll pull up the video.
Oh, there's like a link to your channel?
Probably in my profile. we stream to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's where we stream to. That's where this is going.
So it is on YouTube though, right?
Yeah.
What's the channel name so I can know where to search Cosmologist?
The channel name that you're on right now is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. My channel is named Indio 007. Same as mine.
NDO7, huh?
Indio 007. INDIO 007.
Gotcha.
You just click my profile. I think my YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's definitely you. Cosmologist.
That's an excerpt. I'm sure the whole video, the whole audio. This discussion was, I don't know, like 4 years ago now, 5 years ago now, quite a while ago. He's a cosmologist at the University of Brighton. That's what he said, but you're not going to hear that in the excerpt.
Professor Stick kicks his own ass, like Flat Earth Professor? No. I'm trying to. I looked up cosmologist, and it's not really popping up on your channel. NASA can't get their story.
Hold on, I'll find the link, bro. I'll find it.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he'll do two possible things. He'll shed light on a lie by showing how stupid he is, or he'll shine light on how light can be carried. So either one of those would be good for me.
Not that he's lying, it's that people, they're so sure it's a globe, they have to cope in some way with the measurements, right? So like I told you, it's off by 2 more orders of magnitude. It's way outside of like imprecision or uncertainty, right? The only way you should see the laser is if you're on top of a 42-story building.
Well, it depends on how the physics are going to work with volatile water. I mean, the fact that it was done in nighttime, like with low heat, also kind of points towards your point, because there would be less volatility of the water. But it still depends on how volatile it needs to be, you know.
Well, according to so people, terrestrial refraction is not an unknown thing. It exists to some degree, but there's no model that makes predictions which are accurate. And they have tested it, and the only thing, oh yeah. Oh,
I mean, I guess weather is hard like that, man. Like if they could figure that out, weather would be much more accurate.
Well, yeah. If you think about it for a second, right? How would you be able to quantify how much refraction there is? You would need to know the humidity, the temperature, along the line of sight, the gradient, the amount of.
Use a lot of like big number measurements that use.
You would need to know all the meteorological conditions to make a prediction. But if you could actually make that prediction, right, and say, hey, here's all the meteorological factors. That building's 10 miles away. It's 100 feet high. I'm at 10 feet. The globe says it should appear here in the image, or I should see this much if there's this much refraction, right? You'd be able to make that prediction. But you would also be able to reverse it. You'd also be able to snap the photograph, right? Reverse the equations and spit out the weather that day. Obviously, that's not possible. The only way you would be able to predict weather that way is if you photograph rain or snow.
Yeah, we can get cool information though, like spectroscopy and all that.
Well, that's going to work terrestrially anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The point is that there's lots of models, and if you looked into the academic literature for terrestrial refraction, them quantifying it, all is that it's just they go out, they study it, and then their conclusion is, well, the weather's too fucked up, our model's wrong. It just can't make accurate predictions, period.
Mm-hmm. I don't think exactly terrestrial refraction is what I'm thinking of, though, because it seems that terrestrial refraction is like atmosphere. I'm talking about just above lakes or in high humidity, right?
Well, they've tested over a bunch of different surfaces. They don't just this is I would say it's well studied and still unquantified, and that's what it says in the literature.
Do you think what I'm talking about is like a subpart of terrestrial refraction?
Yeah, I'll give you. There's one that's like it's called I think the title is modeling terrestrial refraction using reciprocal zenith angles. And then in that particular paper, they go over the previous literature where people did it over lots of different surfaces, right? So some people did it over grass, some people did it over water, some people did it over ice, some people did it over, like they did it. And the purpose of them posting in the paper was to get the bounds, right? That like, okay, if you do it over grass, you'll get positive and negative values of like plus. And when I say positive and negative values, so what they do is they have a model where they say the ray of light, they compare it to what they claim the radius of the Earth is, right? So they say, hey, the radius of this ray was 20 times the radius of the Earth. So if you had a ray of light and you shot and it moved into a circle, right, then that radius of that circle would be 20 times the radius of the Earth. So over grass or something like that, over grass, I'll just give you an example. Over grass, because grass has decomposing matter, right, it gives off a lot of CO2. And CO2 has a higher refractive index than oxygen and nitrogen. So when they do these measurements over grass, they'll get extreme values like plus 20.
There's a lot of CO2 around plants, really?
Yeah.
It's crazy because they make oxygen, but I guess they have to be around carbon dioxide.
Right? I'm not talking like grass in your lawn. I'm talking like grassland, right? So in between the grass plants, there's decaying matter, right? There's decaying.
Right. And that's how they live. Like grass wouldn't be there without the carbon dioxide. So.
Yeah, exactly. So close to the ground, you have carbon dioxide, right? You can actually go onto NIST. It's called the EM Toolbox, where you can look up refractive indexes in the variables you enter. If you want to know the refractive index of particular of air, right? The inputs are temperature, pressure, humidity, CO2 percentage.
Really?
That's how much it matters.
Just like a greenhouse gas, like full term? Is it just always CO2?
Well, CO2 is the same refractive index of water. Might even be higher than water. Yeah.
Interesting.
So air is almost the same as vacuum, right? And even changes in temperature, the change in the refractive index is like in the 5th or 6th decimal place. So it's not even, it's so minute. But like when you have it like, 1.3 or 1.4 as opposed to 1.00034 versus 0.00037, that's a little difference, right? So
gotcha.
When you have a difference between air, which is like 1.0034 and 1.3, that's a giant difference, and you're going to get a severe amount of refraction, right? Because refraction is caused by the difference in the refractive index. It's not caused by the absolute value, right? So it's the differences. It's the relative refractive index. And that's why we say, hey, dude, the differences in air, even if you have you have to have like crazy extreme temperature gradients, like 30-degree temperature difference in a foot.
Definitely, if we're looking at that.
Well, that's not really a physical. I mean, have you ever experienced a 30-degree temperature difference in a foot?
Well, no, because it's always like a flow of energy. Unless you have like something really, really hot and the in between them is like that difference.
Well, that's very funny that you mentioned that, because only one person that studied refraction, that's what their model was. It was called, he tried to model refraction. So if you look through all the literature, they all pretty much use this one, like a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical gradient, blah, blah, blah. This guy actually modeled it as what he called a sensible heat flux, meaning he tried to model what the refraction was by the flow of air based upon the convection of the different temperatures.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the one that you showed that had pockets of like different temperatures, like within the air, like throughout the system?
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we're like way into the weeds, right?
That's how almost everything works, is that homogeny, because there's billions and trillions of particles.
Look, yeah, so the point is they use this super simplified model that don't exist in reality, and it can't actually make any predictions. They go to use, like I said, a spherically symmetric atmosphere, and then like a U.S. standard atmosphere, which is also a model, right? And they go, well, in these abstract models and these idealized conditions, this is possible. Well, okay, that's cool, but you need to show it experimentally. Regardless, you can come up with a model of anything. The models have to be validated by experiment, or it's not science. It's just theoretical.
I mean, I don't think the model is a truth statement. I don't think the model is trying to say that it's right. Like, I think that model that the Earth is a perfect sphere was just something that it was a logical conclusion to make after the belief that the Earth was a sphere was there. So they're like, okay, well, let's calculate how physics would work on a sphere now.
Yeah, but then
it's a truth statement.
Phoenix, if that's true, then you need to tell NASA to take down all their images of the Earth being a perfect sphere. How about that?
Well, for them it is true, and they don't have to state it.
Well, they have images of it. They're telling everybody else. They're showing these images to everybody who thinks it's a perfect sphere. What are we going to do with that?
Well, from my understanding,
thought that was weird.
From my understanding, all those images are usually photoshopped from different angles.
No, but outside of that, dude, like they're presenting the Earth as a sphere, perfect, like a blue marble, and you're telling us that it's not a perfect sphere according to you, even though you think it's still a globe.
But NASA knows that's not a perfect sphere. NASA uses oblique spheroid calculation corrections in a lot of their articles.
But that's not what they're showing you. They're the images of a perfect sphere. So how is an oblique spheroid and a perfect sphere running in the same?
Like Indio said, it's a negligible difference with the polar radius and the equatorial radius. So with that in mind, it's probably negligible at a larger scale.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the blue marble, right, which they claim is a film photograph, they have a digitized image, and there should be one extra pixel on the equatorial radius and the polar radius, and the pixel count's identical all the way around.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. But still, even if that's true, it might be that it's just so far away that pixel difference is negligible.
Well, I mean, they use film.
Really?
So.
Sounds like you want to have your cake and eat it too.
I mean, it's all extremely photoshopped.
Like, really?
It's lumpy when it's convenient, and it's smooth when it's not, or vice versa.
So you become an apologist, Phoenix?
I don't exactly know what that means, but I still believe that the Earth is a sphere, not a perfect one.
You're doing whatever it takes. It's like sorry to put it this way, like a shithouse lawyer trying to do damage control. You're trying to do the best you can with whatever information is presented, even though it's contradictory, so that you can save face. You're trying to salvage as much as you
You're not wrong
can.
about what I'm doing, but you're wrong about my intention. It's not to save face. I believe that you guys will respect me.
Not you. I'm talking about so that the image of the idea that the globe exists will still be intact in some form.
Oh, that's not saving face, but I get what you mean. Yeah, I don't want to just sacrifice a possible perspective.
Well, why not? Okay, in other words, there's something a little bit deeper than what we've been discussing. There's the idea that maybe something in your psyche is holding you to this. Perhaps a profound experience when you were a young person looking at some image of, like, I don't know, the cosmos, or something started this trail down this path that you're holding on to. It's like, we're hearing you say what you're saying, but I think there's something a little bit deeper, like you're holding on to some experience, like an experience occurred, and it was like it moved you, and so that you don't want to let that go. For some
what
reason.
I'm holding on to, it wouldn't exactly be one experience, but it is kind of like my self-identity when growing up, and what was fleshed out was my like love for the science.
Here we go, Joe.
Exactly. See, and this is what we say all the time, Phoenix. Go ahead, Indio.
I was going to say, give him a cookie, dude. He's like an honest Glover. He actually has some stuff.
Yeah, I would say. No, but I'm saying, like, a lot of people don't realize this. You've identified that you do have like some identity with the cosmos and the Earth being a globe. All of that means something to you, and like not really, like you're not really investing in it, but you do think of yourself as a person that's standing on a globe in the vacuum of space, amongst other
globes out there. But that's how we perceive, your worldview. You don't really have a need to change that. So that's why you're doing what you're doing with the arguments of, I get it. I know why. But it's like there's a sense of like what I'm giving you is like there's nobody at the end of all of this like gonna give you the attaboy kind of speech. Like good thing, man. You stood up for what's right. Like nobody's there, dude. It's basically you're doing it because of whatever experience you had back then. It created this like I don't know, like this identity as you put it. But then you're wanting to cling to that, and it's like you don't have to, bro. You could just, at some point you could just let it go. It doesn't have to be today or end this conversation because it might be a little bit prideful to kind of just do it right now. But at some point you could just let it go, not really hold on to it anymore. Just not it's like Santa Claus. It doesn't have it was maybe meaningful you when you were a kid, but doesn't mean anything now.
I can agree that it's not practical to use in day-to-day life. I think it only comes out when I'm talking about these subjects, because I want to have at least a little bit of a side on the fence. I still, with everything I know that it connects the other perspective, I would have to de-ravel a lot of it in order to make the flat earth make sense.
I get it, but I just want to let other people, like, I have to put it out there because it's true what you said. Kudos for being honest, but a lot of people don't realize that's all it is. Go ahead.
What would you need to unravel? Like things like, how do they predict eclipses? How do they predict when the sun rises?
No,
sunset.
I've done experiments in a class at college where we looked at like blinking of stars to see like a planet go by because it was supposed to, because our teacher was really into that stuff. I sat in astrology classes high as hell with my friend looking at where constellations are in the sky, and we figured out a lot of fun stuff, like looking at stars, and we learned about the North Star moving. Just so many things about so many subjects appeal to the globe Earth. How could you so much?
None of that has anything to do with the globe. Nothing you said.
Exactly. The constellations themselves.
Astronomer just fine, dude.
The constellations themselves being the same shape as they always have been debunks your globe.
They're not.
Them being in the same place in the sky over geographic positions debunks your globe.
Well, what about the spectroscopy we use to figure out like how far away something is using Einstein's equation?
You think it's that simple? Do you really
I think it's like someone standing on the shoulders of many giants.
What is spectroscopy?
The actual technique is what I'm talking about. The technique.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, you need a very powerful machine. Is mostly the technique.
Okay. Yeah, but you make a measurement.
They launch light. You want me to explain spectroscopy, right?
I don't need to explain it. I know a lot about it. I don't think you know a lot about it.
I thought that's what I was. Yeah, I thought it was a test question.
Do you know what Doppler line broadening is?
The Doppler effect I know of.
Doppler line broadening and how it applies to spectroscopy.
No.
See, it's not like people just say the word spectroscopy and that's how they sell it to you, but it's not that simple in practice. It's way more complicated than they make it out to be. Way more.
They launch large distances, I'm sure. Yeah.
Well, even to the sun.
That's a large distance to me.
Well,
anything outside atmosphere is pretty large.
It isn't going to get any better than that, right?
Well,
it isn't going to get any easier to the sun in the model, right? Like that's like the easiest one.
There's still ways around it though, because you can have like multiple sensors. You can also cross-reference different data.
The thing is, not with spectroscopy. So they're taking a spectrograph and they're drawing conclusions about the spectra.
Not with one machine. If you have multiple machines doing different types of spectroscopy, and you also have them triangulated around the globe, then you can get a lot more accurate distances.
More accurate how?
Well, just like you triangulate anything. If you have one depth of perception,
they're reading it. You know what spectroscopy is? They're reading absorption lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that has nothing to do with any type of triangulation, dude. It doesn't tell you any distance. It tells you the composition.
Yeah, but like I said, if you apply the Einstein's equations to it, you can get distance, and using 3, then it does improve.
It's not that simple, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is it's not that simple. They make some assumptions about the internal process of a star, because a lot of these spectra lines are shifted, or they're too wide, or they're fuzzy, or there's other problems, and they have to have a theory to basically take a spectrograph and say, okay, these are basically like filters. Okay, think of it as a filter. Oh, there's Doppler line broadening. Well, how do we get rid of it out of the spectrograph? We'll apply this filter to it. Okay, there's this. How do we?
How it works with
but these aren't actual physical filters. These are like they're just equations.
Yeah. I will say I'm taking organic chemistry and learning about magnetic spectroscopy. And it's the same. It's like if you just did it plain raw data, you get just a bunch of lines. It's much less intuitive for us to even understand what's going on. So they will broaden lines and create equations that let them only see parts of the possible resonances and not others. And then they'll make them broadened lines. So you can get like graphs that just have a line there, line there, line there, even though it was a bunch of frequency before.
Well,
I think it's normal that we.
Yeah, great, but the point is that it's all theory laden. It's not just a straightforward measurement that they're doing. It's theory laden.
Yeah, no.
With a bunch of assumptions about how it all works out there, a place they've never been.
Agreed. I don't think it's just theory. I don't think it's just that. I think there's like some generational improvements, with collective consciousness and all that.
Or it's like, you said building on the shoulders of giants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can build on the shoulders of giants and continue their mistakes forever and ever.
Yes, but the reason they're giants is because they had good prediction models. Maybe not for that field.
But I don't think that's the standard.
Is it not? I think validity is predictability and what's the other word? The word to repeat.
No, because whenever their predictions go wrong, they say they discovered something and give themselves new Nobel Prizes.
Well, they take it away too. They take some of them away when they find out better things. It's a momentum.
I don't know if they're stripped of a Nobel Prize, but they should have been.
Not a Nobel Prize. Like this guy found Uranus through math, right? Or sorry, Neptune.
That's a fucking myth, dude.
Even so, he got a Nobel Prize for that. And then he found another object, and then he found Pluto. And he was saying, yeah, this is a planet. I'm discovering planets. But then they had to take away that status from him, and they actually discredited him after in his career for just kind of going on a power-hungry kind of, I just need to discover everything and call it a planet thing.
Well, that's another thing that's more complicated. So using math to discover Uranus had to contradict other math that they were using for all the other planets. Something called the Titus-Bode law, which gives you the distance of all the planets where all the planets should be. Each, if it's here, they follow a relationship. So Uranus and Neptune don't fit within this law, but this law was derived from Newton, right?
Yeah, that's actually how we found
their math.
Realized that the law was wrong because Uranus was moving a little bit off of it every once in a while.
Yeah, but the law shouldn't have been wrong. That's the problem. Saying they used math, they had to discard. They had to discard other math.
Yeah, always. Yeah, because math is complete and not fully correct. I mean, one water droplet plus one water droplet equals one water droplet, right?
This is the funny thing about math is that nobody ever thinks about all the math that was discarded as wrong. They only think about the math that's right, and that's what I'm trying to bring out, right? So.
But they do think about the math that's discarded as wrong if it's a building block.
That's what I said. They never admit they're wrong, and when they discovered that they're wrong, they say they discovered something, and they give themselves Nobel Prizes. That's exactly what you just.
It does happen, but I'm talking about in the mechanisms of math, you'll see how do we solve a polynomial, right? And then they'll find new equations.
Say I have a mathematical theory, and it kind of turns out something in it doesn't match prediction. And I go, look, I discovered an anomaly. Give me a Nobel Prize. Instead of just saying my model was wrong.
Well, you don't get a Nobel Prize until like usually something actually doesn't prove but verifies it.
How about dark matter? How about dark matter? Let's use that as an example. Why does dark matter exist?
Dark matter is a funny, weird one.
Why does it exist as a concept? Why does it exist as a concept?
Yeah.
Why did they need it?
It exists because there was a 4 magnitude difference in not magnitude but multiplied difference in gravity that we should have, or 4 to 6, I think. There's so much more gravity was required for the elliptical galaxies to have the movement they did and not unravel onto themselves.
So instead of saying we don't see any matter, and this model must be wrong and doesn't actually work, why didn't they just do that? Why did they say we discovered dark matter?
It's like Newton physics works on like scales on Earth usually. It doesn't actually work in large scales, and that's why it's technically wrong. The equations we have now are also technically wrong. They don't conclude everything. That's why we build them. That's how I see it.
You're very you should be in PR for the scientific community, dude. Instead of just saying the model. No, but seriously. If you got hired for a job and they said, hey, we want this, and then you were like, there was something wrong with it, they wouldn't be like, oh man, you made a discovery.
No, I would. If there's something wrong with it, I have to have funding in order for me to go towards it on my own or with a team. And the company can sometimes fund that stuff if it's practical for them. It's all about debate nowadays.
Well, you know what an ad hoc hypothesis is?
No, what's that?
So ad hoc hypothesis is something that's added to a theory or a hypothesis to prevent it from being falsified.
Ooh, that's always bad in the scientific community. They probably use it, though.
And that's what dark matter is. And I'm gonna segue back to the topic. That's what refraction is. It is an ad hoc hypothesis.
Dark matter is falsifiable, though.
How is it falsifiable?
Because dark matter is an assumption that matter exists in the places we don't see it. We also have different theories that are at
How would you falsify it?
Debated all the time. Well, you would falsify it by discovering the reason there is extra gravity there. You can find that there's a problem in the equations. You can find that there's something else leaking gravity that doesn't exist in this plane.
The reason there's extra gravity. Why is there got to be extra gravity?
Well, there is extra gravity. That's the measurement. That's the not.
No. They don't. You don't see gravity, right? So what they see is the radial velocity of galaxies. That things at the end of the arm should be flying away, but instead of flying away, they're not flying away. And since their theory says gravity is what holds galaxies together, they have to say there was an extra mass or extra gravity. Well, there could be other physical phenomenon other than gravity that's keeping them there, right?
You would think,
doesn't even have to be gravity.
When you get into the quantizing of stuff, gravity is just the mass field almost. So anything with mass.
You understand what I'm saying?
Interacts
it
with
doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that. It could be anything.
It doesn't have to be that.
Maybe there's a voltage potential, right?
Well, that would be a charge. Charges interact with voltages, so it would have to be something that's affecting masses that are uncharged is the problem. They're not that charged.
What? What is not charged?
A lot of it is charged, but it's not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe that is possible with all the charged stuff.
I'm just saying is it doesn't
usually a little charged here and there, especially
so
outside of it.
The point I'm trying to make is the theory that galaxies are held together by this that conform this model of gravity was false. And instead of allowing it to be falsified, they decided they were going to create an ad hoc hypothesis to prevent that. When they actually didn't know and still don't know why their model don't work.
Yeah, I think that's always been true for the scientific field. I don't think that's abnormal. I don't think it's an ad hoc hypothesis, so to say. I don't think maybe the media side of science uses it as an ad hoc hypothesis, or maybe a lot of dumb people who don't understand science.
There's no evidence for dark matter.
Absolutely, but there's also not a truth statement in it. It is an imperfect model that is known to not be fully true. Like everyone in the field who is trying to improve it knows how flawed it is.
You stick around. Dude, stick around and stick around and listen to the people that come into this chat. And we'll see. Well, just anybody that comes in here, some science nerd, some sophomore and fucking taking physics courses, they'll swear up and down this shit's true.
That's so. I know. I hate that, bro. I think they're dumb. I was like them in like middle school, but then I realized from teachers telling me that like the more you know, the less you know. Like the more we discover, the more we know we don't understand. The more different ways you see how to.
Yeah, but the confidence from these guys when they come in here is like you wouldn't even believe it. For the years that we've been doing this, I mean, we've talked to all types, right? But especially the academic types. They like the guy.
Yeah.
I think India was showing the guy that said that light skips over the surface of water, like up and down, like a stone skipping. Like that was something we all were just like in awe about. Like, how can you propose being a cosmologist coming from this vantage point and then say that's the way light travels over the surface? That's how it reaches its target distance.
Yeah, a lot of people who learn stuff, they don't learn how to explain the stuff they learn, and I always think that's kind of dumb. It's like, if you can't explain it, why do you fully believe it, right? Like.
So, I mean, we're left with people that are like just ill-equipped to even propose any idea, especially scientific communicators. I mean, those guys seem to be the ones who undo a lot of what people would have an idea of the Earth being a globe, and with gravity and all things like that, like what the Earth looks like. And you're like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was speaking at a conference, and he was saying that, you know, the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull space jump, you know, he was jumping from a specific altitude, which is 120,000 feet, somewhere around there. And he said from his gondola, he did that jump from edge of space. He's like, I don't mind him calling it that, but it's not from the edge of space because, you know, from that height, you don't see the curve of the Earth. That stuff is flat. And he did it with his hand, like a motion with his hand.
Yeah. I've seen him explain.
What? We get it. No, he thinks the Earth's a globe. Yeah. I mean, we do understand that. Like, that's where he's coming from. But the fact of the matter still stands that what he said, according to what people think, is opposite. So we use him as a hostile witness. We use him so that people can realize when they start saying that they see curvature from a mountaintop or from an airplane window, that's not the case. You're not able to see curvature with altitude. So we have a contradiction in these explanations. According to some of the zealots, that's what we call them, people who have like this strong belief that the Earth is a globe, they won't let these points go, or at least to somebody with a, I would say, let it go to somebody at a higher standard. You know, like these guys are scientific communicators. At least they know.
Like, I disrespect people who hold to like conclusions from science so hardly, because it's like my father has a great phrase, which is the facts change, and that's always been true. Like.
Well, no, but I'm saying is that like the people that hold to these standards, you know, they're adamantly defending something that they're at the end of the day we wouldn't be able to
cope with their lack of knowledge.
You can't. Okay, so the way the pecking order goes, right, is that since you guys are the ones receiving the information and like, you know, you're just the average Joe, those who have reached certain heights in academia, those would be the pillars of knowledge that you appeal to. Now, you don't and you can't say that you know what's happening, because they're the ones giving you the knowledge of what's happening. So you can't therefore usurp your knowledge over theirs, because they're the ones that achieve some, you know, pinnacle of like knowledge and, you know, in the realm of like scientism or whatever. I don't care how you think about it.
No, you can. Just because there is a validity structure in place doesn't mean that I can't have something I have validified and then them.
Like, no, but instance, there's a standard, is what I'm saying. Like, they have drawn the line in the sand. We have already said academia agrees with me, and, you know, not me, but them. Like, you know, academia agrees with me, and like when I speak for academia, this is what I'm saying, and so all of academia is backing them and not you. So you can come up with any theory you like, but it's not going to be according to what the, you know, mainstream narrative could be.
I disrespect those people. If I'm put in that kind of case, I go, well, no, scientific community likes this kind of banter. Are you against the scientific method? Are you against inquiry? Like, what's up with
you? So this is what I'm bringing up to you, man. So we've heard in those realms, they call it settled science. I don't know if you've heard of those words and those terms being put that way.
I hate that term. Okay,
well, I mean, you know it exists, so they're using it like a weapon. So in other words, they're shutting down the conversation of those who would inquire further about the topic. Therefore, you can't anymore say that.
Exactly. I would disrespect the hell out of that. Yeah.
So, and well, what we're doing here flies in the face of that, of course. But even for those within their community, they would say, well, we have these parameters, and you can go no farther than, well, you can work within the parameters, but nowhere out of bounds. Because if you say something outside of these things that we already have settled, then it's just a no-go, right? So you don't get the funding, you don't get to play around with the,
but
the
just
club.
Someone else settled it doesn't mean you've settled it.
But what do you got to work with? So you can be a rogue out here on the internet saying what you want. It's still not going to be the narrative and what's being spoken over to millions of people in the education system. So that's what I'm saying. You can say whatever you want.
I think what I'm saying is reflected in every education system I've been in because I've had good role model teachers. These teachers who taught math and science, they know how to explain it in a way that they're saying this isn't just truth. This is what we did because it was practical. This is how we discovered that we can achieve that, but we still didn't understand that. Even when I'm learning organic chemistry in college, my teacher goes, we don't know why. We try to mask it by saying this, but we still don't actually know. That's how the best way to teach.
That's interesting. That's interesting that he even said that to you. Like, what does that mean to you, though?
Well, it means that we don't know. And I think that's the worst part of these people who use science as a coping mechanism. It's the same type of people who use aliens as a coping mechanism. When you don't know why something's happening, you're supposed to just say, I don't know. That's what allows for curiosity. That's what allows for you to push forward and stuff. But instead, they just go, nah, it's aliens, or nah, this is explained by this scientific professor.
I'd have to think about
these
that.
guys, they use science as a buzzword. Like the people that come in here and confront us,
I hate it,
science is a buzzword. They think the word science is synonymous with truth. And they go, science proved it. They'll say things like science proved it. Well, and I'll tell them that science doesn't prove things. And they're like, who said that? Science. Science says they don't.
Einstein said that. Yeah.
Look, and the thing is, too, man, what we are saying is that scientific inquiry is a beautiful thing, man. Discovering new things
That's why I said
of the physical world. Like, we're all about that. And the thing is, when we hear people saying things that are just completely outside of the realm of the physical world, and it's more of like theoretical, then it becomes like, oh, wait a minute, like why are we going down this path? Like, so so in this room, right, empiricism really is like a standard, but we're not just going to let go of the fact that we can see the physical world and test and do all these things, and you're telling me to let all that go and think about this idea as if it were like automatically true. Like, we can't do that. So I can't just beg the question with you and think of the Earth as a globe if it's never been presented in the physical realm that way. So you get what I mean? So you have to at least come with the goods. Give me something. What can I work with? If it's just going to be mathematical applications and things that we're going to, think about it in this way. Look, this in the form of math, an oblate spheroid, this model that you're presenting to you, a geoid model, whatever it is. Like, that doesn't really help because it's not, we got to put that model against something else. That way we can know that the physical world actually identifies as what you're claiming it is. Otherwise, what do we got to work with? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I always like to say this, and it's very hard for people to grasp usually. But you only can conclude rightfully and justly if you have a goal. So if their goal is to disprove you, that justifies for them that they can conclude that these things are true. But them in a different setting, they actually will be like, oh, we don't know, because that's a different setting, right?
Bro, I gotta say, you know what? And because you said that, there could be explanations as to what gravity is, right? And all these kind of like ways to think about it.
Not a perfect one, yeah.
But when you get them right down to it, do we know what gravity is? Gravity, what is it? Gravity, what it is? Well, we don't know. And that was Neil deGrasse Tyson as a quote when he was being asked by one of these, radio hosts, and they asked him that question. And it's kind of like, it's weird when you hear him say that the way he did, because he meant we all understood what he meant. He doesn't understand it fundamentally, like what it actually is.
Yeah.
But like, how many of people that come in here will stand by that kind of like, hey, you know what? This is the best we got, but we actually don't really know. We don't hear that, dude. It's opposite of that. It's like, no, we know what it is.
I think they misrepresent science, but they're zealots. What can we say, right? Christian zealots do not represent Christianity. I hate that, bro. That's why I said most people in the Flat Earth chat are usually smarter than the average person, because you guys actually are empiricists. I do know this.
Yeah, it's a kind of world we live in right now where it's more of nowadays that what we deal with is just the identity crisis. But basically what I told you about. People that identify strongly, like they had some kind of spiritual experience, like that's what I would name it as. Spiritual experience about having an interaction in their young age where something grabbed a hold of them like really strong. Like there was a, who knows, like a video of like the planets doing something, or, some teacher was speaking charismatically, or something happened where it jolted their spirit to be like, whoa, like, and then all of a sudden they carry that, up into their adulthood. They don't question it anymore because, everybody agrees with that. So it becomes like a tradition that's been handed down, and without any question, it shouldn't get questioned, right? So that's what we're doing in this chat. We're questioning that very thing that you've been told, and why not look into it, right? But it's
what I think is interesting is to question it is like the basis of science. So for them to not question it is to go against science. Science isn't easy. Science isn't just something you get accustomed to when you grow older. It's something you have to put that effort towards and follow role models to get to, like a good grasp of it. Like you can be an empiricist without science. They're not interchangeable. Empiricism is the basis of valid truth because it is experience. But the scientific method is to take that valid truth and through scrutiny, turn it into something practical of a model and a tool. Okay. Any other truth statements? Yeah, I think that person doesn't know what science is.
Okay.
Like you can only get truth when you have a goal. If your goal is to understand a system, then you must conclude things about the system. But if your goal is to understand the absolute truth, you're not going to conclude anything about the system. You're going to see what you understand, take that data, and move forward the best you can.
That's an interesting articulation.
Good. Should I set them up?
You're going for the jugular?
No. Is there any scientific evidence for a globe?
So evidence is different than proof, as we know. I'd say there's evidence towards it being flat and a globe. I'd say there's a lot more of it being towards a globe.
Scientific evidence. Is there scientific evidence?
There is scientific evidence towards both. Scientific evidence, the only requirements to me, it's not about validity. It's about having gone through the validity testing.
Not having a good story. Not about being valid. Not having a cool story.
No, it's about practicality. The validity is how well it works.
So the shape of the Earth is the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question at all. It's a geometric question.
Yeah, it's like, what science do you need to measure a beach ball? That's the question simplified.
Science in general deals with natural phenomena, right? You figure out the cause and effect relationships.
Their momentum, yeah, it has to build.
Yeah. So, like, there is no cause and effect relationship with, like, what is the figure of the Earth? Right? So it's actually not even a scientific question. That's part of the propaganda. Like, the I don't know what you would call it, selling point propaganda. So they tell you, oh, science figured out the Earth's a globe. But it's not even a coherent, freaking statement. Because that question is not a scientific question. Can't be answered by science. It can only be answered by like measurement. Just like, say I wanted to know what the mean height of freaking pine trees are. Mm-hmm. Okay, I would just measure a bunch of pine trees. The act of measuring all those pine trees is not science. It's just measuring something.
Empiricism, yeah. But however, science would be multiple people can measure those palm trees.
No. Yeah, but measurement is a different category. So, in other words, the question was malformed for a purpose. It was to get you to identify what science deals with and what it doesn't deal with. So, it being malformed, given to you, you should have been able to, understanding what science is, being able to categorize it and say, wait a minute, science? No, science doesn't deal with the measurement of things. Science deals with the how, why questions, as into like what you were describing earlier. So
yeah, I would answer that by saying science has things to do with it, but not the truth. It doesn't have to do with the truth of it. The truth of the matter is not science's domain, but science's domain is the practical uses of different.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but in the kind of way that we're wanting you to realize that when things are being used of like the phrasing, the wording, right? So if something has to deal with science, it's very specific. It's a certain category. It's not this other category where you measure things. You get what? So it's a parsing out of what science is and then putting it in a specific category, not in the one that you want to put it in just because you like the word science. It has a specific. It has a specific connotation, is what I'm saying. So if it does mean something, if it does mean something, then it should be categorized as a specific thing. It's useful for a specific type of inquiry, not for just everything. So you can't just broadly label science for measuring things. That's not science.
No, but science, when I say science, I mean scientific method being applied to something, right? And
so do we.
Yeah,
it's
so
experiment.
When I think of the scientific method, it must include measurements.
Well, I mean, it can, but it doesn't have to. It can, but it doesn't have to.
Are there examples of them not measuring anything in any science?
Well, it doesn't have to be quantified.
Yeah, you're not looking for the quantification. You want to cause a reaction. So if you just like give you an example, like for example, dry wood, like obviously it burns, right? But you want to find out what causes the reaction for combustion to happen of why dry wood would burn. So you're going to look for things without like trying to quantify. You're just looking for what things make dry wood burn. Right, so
you come to a conclusion doesn't mean you are correct.
Okay, bro. Like you don't trust like the astronauts.
No, I don't. Who measured the diameter of the Earth before they ever launched a rocket up to orbit the Earth?
Bro, look. It's the people who traveled around the Earth.
No, they didn't. That's not how you do it.
Okay, so hold on for a second. You don't trust those people?
No, I don't.
You don't trust like Einstein? You don't trust Einstein?
I know, absolutely not.
You don't trust him, but you trust your doctor though. What you take any
Prince, relax, man.
Slow down. No, I don't trust my doctor. I tell him what's going on. So we'll move on from there.
Einstein never measured Prince. Einstein never measured the Earth.
Yo, he did not, but also he never said that the Earth.
So who did? Who did? Yeah. No. So who did?
Bro, who did? What do you mean, who did? The people who traveled around the Earth did.
What's their names? What's their names?
I don't know their names, but people did travel around the Earth.
How do you know that then? How do you know this?
Bro, do you not trust anyone?
Who told you? No, where did you get this information from?
From my Google, bro. What's up?
Okay, put it in the side chat. Show us.
About what? The diameter of Earth?
Yeah, who measured the Earth?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, he doesn't have he posted something. He doesn't have a center of a ball to work from in the first place.
Hold on.
So that's the end of that.
Yeah, it was his name was Aristophanes, a Greek mathematician, geographer, and an astronomer.
How did he do it? So how did he do it? Did he by sailing around the Earth? Was that how he did it?
By measuring of the distance between two cities. I think he used sun. I think he used like
the sun.
He by measuring the shadow of by measuring the angle of the shadow. Yeah.
What happened to measuring it by sailing around it? I thought you said that they sailed around it, and that's how they knew.
Hold on, I'll find those people too. I'm sure there are people who traveled across the whole globe. So let me find them. Let me put this in here.
Yeah, we're gonna toss out. We're gonna
Tosthenes of Error, man. Error Tosthenes. We're going to get rid of him because now you want to go on to sailing, which is fine because that guy didn't exist, and putting sticks in the ground does not prove you live on a ball.
Okay, let's say it was in the 3rd century. So let's say I don't trust the guy who put sticks in the ground and said the diameter of the Earth is like this much or the circumference. But what about the modern day astronauts who go up to space and who actually see that the
here's
Earth?
the problem with that. You need to know the size of the ball that you're going to go up around before you go up and around it. So who did that measurement?
Bro, like I'm saying to you, like, what about the modern day technology and the modern people who actually went into space and say, like,
you can't go to space without knowing that that the Earth is curved, and you have to measure that in order for your orbital mechanics to work. So you can't put the cart before the horse. You can't go to space first, then measure it, and then decide how you're going to go around it. You have to first measure it. First measure it. First measure it. First measure it, and then you design your craft to work on with that measurement.
Bro, so you're really saying like we never sent a rocket in space? That's
correct. Oh yeah, damn! I forgot to tell you this part. This is the fun part. Space is fake, dude.
Yeah, you must be one of those ladies I met, and she was talking about the Matrix, how everything is a display up there. It's just a big screen. The sun is not real.
No.
How do you know for sure?
No.
How do you know for sure? You never went up into the space. You never know. What if sun is it's just the whole sky is just a display, and they're just projecting sun and moon, and the Earth is a triangle.
Crazy. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, bro. How do you know? How do you know
That's
that?
crazy. No, I don't think
How
that.
do you know
I
that?
don't think that.
No, you gotta prove it to me that the sky is not a display, bro. You gotta prove it to me that sun is not just a program of some sort. It's not like.
No, I don't. I don't have to prove that. I don't have to prove a negative.
Bro, come on. You have to tell me. I think the Earth is a triangle. I need to see for myself, though.
So what happened was, after I told you space was fake, you completely imploded on yourself, and now you're not making any sense to anybody. Go see somebody. Turn around. Go walk out and talk to your mom right now, and tell her to start talking to your mom, and you won't even make sense when you talk to her.
Bro, I just talk like how you talk.
Radwin, he brought in the word triangle. Do you want to talk to him about what a triangle is and how we use it?
Oh, that's a good idea.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Yep, he said the key word.
Up on the word triangle right away.
Well, let's see if you know what a triangle is.
Who am I speaking with?
Prince.
Yeah, me, dude.
Prince? Oh, right, yeah. Prince. Here we go. I'm going to post something in the chat for you. And then you're going to answer the question. This is from a NASA IQ test. It's just a sample one that I pulled off their test. It's not a sample question. I'm just giving you a sample of their IQ test. Here you go. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Figures below are not triangles. Like, damn. Hold on. C is triangle for sure. A is triangle for sure.
Yeah, you be careful. You make sure you know what a triangle is, how it forms. Triangle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has 3 angles basically. D is not a triangle, and
perfect.
B
so
is
question
a triangle.
Being, hey brother, how do you derive those 3 angles? What are required for those 3 angles to be derived?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You guys are going too fast. What's your answer? Which are not triangles? I want to hear this.
Only D is not a triangle. I think rest of them are triangle.
Is B as in boy or D as in dog?
D as in dog is not a triangle.
But B as in boy is a triangle?
Yeah, because it has an angle to it.
So you don't know what triangles are. So I'm going to tell you the punchline of this.
Bro, come on. I just gave you the answer. I gave you the answer. Just give me the answer to it.
I'm going to. So this is a second grade exam for second graders. So this is for grade 2. B is not a triangle because it has one curved side. You failed a second grader's test.
Like a baby test?
Yeah,
Yes,
like
yes.
a 7-year-old's test or whatever their age is.
Well, this test is very, very, what can I say?
What, misleading?
What we can say is
difficult.
You don't know what a triangle is, so you're not allowed to talk about them anymore. So until you get up to speed with what triangles and circles and squares are, you're not going to be able to survive in this world.
Adults and babies think in a different way. The adults and kids think in a different way. So, of course, a kid can figure this out easily, but adults are more mature, so they think in a way like I did. Because for me, triangles are things that have 3 angles to them. So I see 3 angles in B2. Yeah, that's
Mr.
why.
Triangles, Mr. Triangles. I'm going to call you Mr.
Bro.
Triangles from now on. Is this a triangle? Is that a triangle? What I just posted, Mr. Triangle?
Not now. It's not a triangle now. Now
it's not a triangle, but it's a triangle when it's B, but it's not a triangle when it's there. What is wrong with you?
Yo, it's not a triangle now, bro. Let's go back to the topic.
Why not? Why isn't it?
Let's go back to the topic. I think
can you have an angle?
Can anyone prove me wrong?
Can you have an angle if one? Yes.
Prove me wrong.
Can you have an angle if one of your lines that are intersecting is curved?
Well, at the starting point, if the point is not curved, like look at the bottom of this angle of elevation, the bottom 2 near them. So but at the top it's like curved, so it cannot be an angle for me. That's what I think.
Right.
Don't kill me for this.
That's why B. That's why B is not a triangle.
Okay. Thank you for enlightening me on that. Yeah, I'll remember that for sure, because that is some information that I accept. But the Earth is flat is not something I will accept, bro.
Well, that's a bummer for you because now that you accept what triangles are, unfortunately for you, that debunks the globe.
Bro, unless you guys bring some proof, like the astronauts, any astronaut who went to the space never said, "Yo, space is fake."
Yeah.
Here, Radwin, let me ask you a question. Hold on 1 second. Prince, bro. Okay, so I have some proof for the flat earthers, right? So when the astronauts went to the moon, they brought back moon rocks, right? You aware of that, Prince?
Yeah, moon dust.
Yeah, and then when they got back, they gifted some of the moon rocks, right, to different countries, and they did tours, right? And Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and one of the other astronauts, right? They went over to the Netherlands, right? And they gave them a moon rock. They gave it to I think it was the president or whatever it's called in the Netherlands. Okay, and then they put it in a museum and they put a plaque on it and everything, right? So that's pretty good evidence that they went to the moon, I think, right? What do you think?
Nah, because government is type of shady, and some people to earn money will set anything fake just to earn money. Yeah, or something. But I don't think how hiding that Earth is flat, hiding that stuff from us. I don't know how it.
What I said about the moon rock, though, right? If they have a moon rock, right, that must mean that they went to the moon.
So
what do you think?
So you are talking about this moon rock in museum is just a petrified wood?
Oh, you know about the petrified wood?
Yeah, I just saw the picture. Maybe this guy is just a scammer, but there are real moon rocks available.
So if you want to why did the astronauts and NASA gift a fake moon rock?
Nah,
to the Netherlands.
I'm sure they gave real moon rock to the people, and this one just museum just did it so they can make money. That's what I think, because some people are scammers and government is shady. But I understand that government is shady and you cannot trust them. But this issue, the issue of globe Earth or the flat Earth, is not something that they can benefit off of, like this petrified.
So you think that the government lied? Like, really, they kept the moon rock and then they got a piece
of
government.
No, they did not lie. Not the government. In this case, the museum lied.
But that's not the main story, right? The government had it tested to see if it was real, and it turned out to be fake.
It was petrified wood from Australia.
Yeah, I just saw it, man. Maybe the museum is just scamming people. It's top-notch scam. That's what I can say. But the real moon rocks are out there, bro. Real moon rocks are out there. This is just a scam that happened.
This is the moon rock that they gifted to them, though. This is the one. They put it in a museum, right? This is the rock, and they put a plaque there. So you're saying, really, they have an agenda against NASA. Really, the government kept the moon rock and put a fake one in the museum?
The article says here, supposedly, a rock supposedly brought back from the moon by U.S. astronauts. So they are
so they supposedly, they supposedly brought the moon rock back from the moon, but in reality, it wasn't a moon rock. It was fake.
Yeah, it was fake. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe the museum scam just for the people to earn some money. Yeah, it's like selling a fake T-shirt, bro. So what do you mean, bro? It does not prove anything.
Wow, bro.
Yeah.
The way your brain works is interesting.
Government is shady. Government is very, very shady.
He's almost like a version of a Robert.
Yeah, dude, I thought it was Robert for a second when I first logged in a second ago. I was like, Robert's here? What the hell?
So, man, give me an idea about this. Like, how do you think that all the stars, the moon, and everything is fake? Like,
I don't think about them.
Bro, you just said that the space is fake.
Yeah, it's fake. That's why I don't think about them.
So what about the asteroids that hit Earth sometimes? Like the mini meteorites, what do you call them?
No, they don't. No, nothing hits the ground from flying from the sky and makes a big fire across the sky. That's all in your imagination if you think that fire lands on the ground.
Oh, really? What about the videos on the internet that's circulated in like 2010? Like,
hey, listen, I'm going to sell you some meteors on the internet insurance.
Oh, nah. You don't know about the one that landed in Russia?
No, it didn't land anywhere.
Like there are many meteors hitting the Earth.
No, it didn't land anywhere.
There's literally a video of tiny meteorites hitting the surface of the moon and creating like.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there are. I just watched one yesterday, bro.
Why do people have to come in here and lie?
So, bro, I don't understand. Like, what proof? You say, like, I gave you an example. Like, you put an ant on the moon. Doesn't matter how far that ant looks. It's still gonna be flat for that ant.
Tell the ant to take his friend and go measure it, and they'll figure out that it's curved.
Bro, how can you? Bro, if you are so tiny that everything is flat to you, bro.
It's not. You can't be. You can't be.
I need to check.
Curved surfaces are not flat. Curved surfaces are not flat.
Flat, yeah, but if you are extremely tiny, even that.
So how big is the Earth? We're gonna get back to that now.
I'm not a damn scientist, bro.
Now we're gonna put you through the torture test.
I'm not a scientist, bro. You cannot ask me that. How
I am. Congratulations, you're talking to one. So now we can move on. Now you can trust me.
Okay, but why do I trust you? Like, you didn't give me any argument that is like really good, and I'll go like, bro, why didn't I never think about that?
Oh, all right.
There you go. Like that.
There you go. There's Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, 52 miles away.
Bro, that looks fake as hell, bro. Come on, bro. Who puts these pictures, man? And what camera is he zooming 52 miles away, bro?
The P900, I think they used on this one.
Yeah, but do you see, you can only see like the half of the buildings?
No, that's
why don't you
pretty
see?
much,
Why don't you see the small?
bottom street.
Bro, why don't you see
those
the
lights on the
small?
bottom are just lights down by the street level.
Yeah, why don't you know this is not street level, literally, bro. It's like at least it has like 4 to 5 floors missing from it. If you look clearly, it has
Well,
like at
can
least
somebody
4
do the math on 50? Oh, it's already there. You should have 1,800. Those buildings should be down 1,800 feet below that horizon. You shouldn't see them at all. Maybe the top of that little light there. Is that a 180-story building? No, it's not.
Bro, let's talk about it. Okay, let's talk about it. So for a second, I'll forget. I don't trust those guys who measured the Earth. Okay, but here,
nobody measured the Earth. You never gave us a name.
Yeah. So let's take this picture for example. There are like 4 floors missing from it at least. So is there a little bend in the surface, or are they living?
Let me show you why that's happening, so you're not confused. Let me show you why that's happening. Okay, here's why that's happening, because that's a still shot of what this looks like through the day. So when you see that, and you're taking a still shot, at any moment you're going to get some funny things happening on the bottom. But that's not bending shit up from behind the ball. So all you get is that little squishy shit at the bottom. That's it. Little waves and stuff happening.
Yeah, so that's like atmospheric refraction.
No, that's a made-up term anyway. That's a made-up term that actually doesn't exist.
Hold on. Keep that photo there because I won't.
Oh, I will. This destroys you. Yeah, this destroys the globe.
No, this actually destroys you, bro. No,
it destroys the globe.
Is this the water rising? Is this the water rising and the houses there are going below the water, or is this just the light moving, or how the light is going around?
Yeah, different temperature during the day.
So it's like the light playing with us. Like the houses are not going under the water, but rather it's like light
there is no
bending
houses going under the water. They're just getting squished.
Squished by what?
The light moving around.
Okay, so the light is moving around. So you believe that in this photo the light is moving around, but you don't believe the light can bend around the Earth?
No, that's right. I don't believe in that stuff. I deal with facts. I don't use my belief system like you. Everything so far you told us is a belief system. Something that I have to believe in. I got to believe in astronauts. I got to believe in space. I got to believe in rockets. Remember, I have to believe in everything.
Yeah, Redwin, the gift you just sent. You're saying the light is playing around. It's going up and down. It's squishing. You believe the light will squish, and you say okay, but you don't believe the light will bend. Like it can't bend around the curves.
No.
Oh, okay. So this must be
so on a really hot day in the desert, I should be able to shoot Arabs from around the corner of a building, right?
What? During the hot day? We're talking about light, bro. I'm not talking about
I should be able to see around buildings in the desert.
Lights are just particles, and you're talking about.
We should be able to see around buildings in the desert, according to you.
Nah, you should not be, because the light curves only over large distances, and gravity influences how the light bends. So
no, gravity. You don't have gravity. We're not even going to talk to you about gravity. You're not that advanced yet. You don't even know what that term means.
Right, bro, but I understand what that means. Can I give you like the scientific explanation about gravity?
We'll see what your top scientist says about gravity. There's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. So light's not being pulled down.
Bro, yeah. You know what gravity?
Yeah, it's not pulling anything down.
What we call gravity actually is just the space bending around us. It's the space bending around it. Yeah, you can check. You can check yourself. I checked this too. Yeah, after I checked it too. Actually,
you checked what? You checked what? You confirmed that bendy space time?
Come on, bro. You don't think Oh my God! First of all, you don't even believe in space, so why am I talking to you about space?
Correct. See how that works?
Yeah, bro.
No Big Bang.
I get it.
No Big Bang from nothing blew into everything, and all that shit that's blowing apart suddenly decided to attract to each other because you didn't even know how explosions work. In a space vacuum.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, bro, now give me something that I can believe in. Like, show me something that's actually good.
Listen,
yeah,
that's
like,
kind of a problem with you. You need to believe in things, and I don't believe in anything like that.
Yeah. So, what do you believe in? What's the shape of the Earth, and what do you believe?
Oh, it's flat and stationary, and we're contained. 14.7 psi at sea level proves that we're inside a container.
Okay, we're inside the container. Then this container must have an end, right?
Yep, sure does.
So you call that the wall of ice?
No, I don't say anything like that. That's the ice wall was made up by the U.S. government. The military did that when they found it. Because it's 200 feet high. When they first got to it, they couldn't figure out how they were going to get up there till they brought planes and shit with them and were able to fly up there with helicopters and all kinds of shit. That's how they first got up there.
So if the Earth is like a container, so somebody must have hit that dead end somewhere.
Oh, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So how do you know the theory of flat Earth is actually true?
Oh, because it's measured flat over water. Water's flat and level.